Chapter 1 Xiaoming assists, skipping classes and fishing. The weather today is good. The blue sky and white clouds, the sunshine is not too harsh, and the breeze blows on your face, which is very suitable for outdoor camping activities. On the grass on the hillside opposite the Hokage rock, there was a white-haired boy lying on the grass, with his legs crossed and a piece of dog-tail grass in his mouth. The young man looked very relaxed, humming a tune that was incompatible with this era, and his carefree movements looked very comfortable. Of course, if it weren't for a stupid younger brother who graduated from ninja school early, the quality of life and experience would definitely have to be on a higher level. "Brother, you skipped class again." The young man with a short knife on his back and a black mask on his face stared at him with dead eyes, and his words were steady and unbecoming of his age. Silver white hair is very conspicuous. In the Hidden Leaf village, the only family that can boast such hair color is the Hotaki clan. It's a 50-50 split. Have you finished today's training? Did you win or lose in the competition with your gay friend Metkai? Also, do you have a girl you like? A series of 3 questions made Kakashi Hotaki, who was standing behind the boy, roll his eyes, and the veins on his forehead couldn't help but jump. "Aki Hotaki. Instead of giving me some weird nicknames, instead of skipping classes and being lazy, you should think about how to get rid of your identity as a loser and how to graduate from the ninja school smoothly. Don't worry." Hotaki Akira spat out the dog-tail grass in his mouth, stretched out his right hand and shook it towards Hotaki Kakashi. "Also, you are blocking my sunshine. Vitamin D is very important. It is a kind of nutrient. Exposure to more sunshine is good for my physical development." Snapped. Hotaki Kakashi slapped himself on the forehead. He had had enough. "Hotaki Akira. If you can't afford to go back to school again, What are you doing? Do you think you are superior to the young? Do you still recognize me as your older brother?" Akira Hotaki curled his lips. "Be obedient, come here and lie down to cleanse your mind." After being promoted to Chunin, there have been many fights and killings. "Var. You, oh." Hotaki Kakashi had no choice but to bend his knees and sit next to Hotaki Akira, silently looking at the Hokage opposite IWA in confusion. Kakashi respects his brother who was born only 5 minutes earlier than him, but Akira Hotaki's extremely lazy temper makes him unable to complain. It is obvious that his talent is not weaker than his, and he has also awakened a very powerful blood inheritance boundary, but he has graduated early and been promoted to Chunin, and his brother Hotaki Akira is still in the 2nd grade, and has not been able to fully master the ordinary 3-skin jutsu. "Brother, our Hotaki family is very small, and with our father, a great ninja, in front of us, as the sons of Konoha White Fang, we have no reason not to work hard." Whenever Hotaki Kakashi comes to advise Hotaki Akira to work hard and make progress, he always starts with these words, which directly increases family honor and personal honor. But Akira Hotaki, who grew up in the 21st century, is not interested in this. Akira Hotaki cooks 3 bowls of poisonous chicken soup a day, and all kinds of brainwashing comments are fermented on the internet all day long. He has long since developed a body that is invulnerable to all kinds of demagoguery in this regard. To Akira Hotaki, Konoha's Will of Fire is not as professional as some MLM organizations in the 21st century. As for the sense of honor and belonging, Hotaki Akira is naturally dispensable. As long as it does not affect his normal life, he can do whatever he wants. In fact, anyone who changes his lifestyle will try to make a breakthrough on his own and experience a different kind of life. Akira Hotaki, who had just arrived, had this idea at the beginning when he learned that he was in the world of Naruto. The thought of magical powers such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques, and psychic techniques makes one's blood boil. But when it comes to the innate magical weapon, Hotaki Akira stretched her hips, and did so thoroughly. "I believe many people have played Honor of Kings, and the auxiliary hero Ming Xian must be familiar to most of them. As long as the C position is strong enough and Xiaoming is tied to the chain, there is absolutely no reason to lose. But Naruto is not a game. All types of ninjas, except for the SSS level legendary ninjas, no matter who they are crispy assassins with high agility and high attack power. They can lose their lives if they are not careful. As for Hatake Akira, he was bound to Ming Xian, inherited all his abilities, and gained the authority to purchase various equipment in the King of Glory store. But there is one thing to say, skill upgrading requires experience, and purchasing equipment also requires money, and Hatake Akira is lacking these two things now. Akira Hatake has studied the experience required for skill upgrading. Chakra can be used as skill upgrade experience, but the entire chakra of a genin is only enough to fill 1/3 of the first level upgrade experience bar. Upgrading skills in the early stage is not difficult, but as the skill levels get higher and higher, if you want to upgrade all 3 skill levels, it is impossible to do it without 10 Senju Hashirama. Of course, in addition to chakra, replenishing troops and killing heroes can also provide Akira Hatake with a lot of experience in skill upgrades. Replenishing troops naturally refers to the cannon fodder in the ninja world. Genin can be regarded as close combat soldiers and longer range soldiers, and Chunin should be regarded as racing soldiers. Heroes are also easy to understand, including ninjas who have made a name for themselves in the ninja world, but it is outrageously difficult to kill such famous elite ninjas. As for how to obtain gold coins for purchasing equipment, there are only 2 ways. First, the money is automatically transferred every day, and 1 gold coin can be automatically credited to the account, which can be regarded as a minimum living security. The second is shared with the above-mentioned method of obtaining skill experience. Each genin can provide 63 gold coins, a Chunin 94 gold coins, and a famous ninja 300 gold coins. At a glance, the future development space left for Hatake Akira is very broad, but Hatake Akira's template is Ming Xian, and it is also the revised Ming Xian. If the version is not revised, Ming Xian still has a passive hard control, which is the stun mechanism after 3 consecutive hits. In the world of Naruto, this hard control is definitely a bug. Although the stun time is only less than a second, a ninja with high agility and high attack can completely take away a fresh life in this short time. But what is the use of the revised Ming Xian passive? Although there are long-range damage and blood recovery methods, the damage is not enough to kill with 1 blow, and the blood recovery is not enough for others to cut with 1 knife. Reality is not a game. If you cut the fatal part with 1 knife, the method of restoring blood will only make the blood spurt out more, which will not help much to survive. After careful consideration, Hatake Akira has become a salty fish, giving up the opportunity to be in the limelight, waiting quietly for his cheap brother Kakashi Hatake to grow up, standing behind him and tying a dog leash for him. After having a dog leash for 50-50, no matter how unsatisfactory you are, you still have to achieve 73-50, right? As for the possible cutting out of support incident in the C position in the future, Akira Hatake is also fully prepared. Do you want to know about the famous sword, resurrection armor, and golden body? If that doesn't work, try to learn the art of flying thunder god. This is definitely safer. Newbie, new book, please support. Chapter 2 You burn, but I contribute silently. Brother, have you forgotten the will of fire? After the fixed opening remarks, Hatake Kakashi came up with his trump card. Where leaves dance, fire. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire grows. Akira Hatake and Kakashi Hatake said this famous saying almost simultaneously. At the same time, they did not forget to take out the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzan's masterpiece The Will of Fire from under their buttocks and wave it in front of Kakashi Hatake's eyes. Shake. Stupid brother, I have studied it and made annotations. Akira Hatake didn't lie. He had indeed carefully studied this huge book full of flaws, and he didn't miss any notes or comments. Know yourself and your enemy and you will win every battle. How to better avoid some chicken soup for the soul and chicken blood tactics. Of course, you need to understand it and then laugh it off. I listened, I read, and my attitude was impeccable. But I just don't do it, hey. I just play. Are you angry? Very angry. Kakashi Hatake was like this at this time. The veins on his forehead never stopped beating. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the will of fire to the ground. What's the use of just looking? You do it, you work hard, let me see you full of fighting spirit. It's enough for the Hatake family to have a father in his prime and my brother who is full of fighting spirit. As for me, the future should be on a completely different path. What way? Kakashi Hatake regretted it as soon as he asked. Based on his understanding of Akira Hatake, the path he mentioned was definitely a very outrageous and weird path. If you die on the battlefield, I can dig a hole for you, go to the cemetery to worship, and even spread branches and leaves for the Hatake family. Hatake Ming counted them one by one with his fingers, and based on my knowledge of fire with the proficiency in will, you can also join the ninja school and pave the way for the next generation, and then collect the corpses for them. Hatake Akira. You. How disappointing. Kakashi Hatake was stunned for a long time, and finally he could only express his strong condemnation of Akira Hatake in this way. If you don't understand, don't make such nonsense. Outsiders will think that our two brothers have turned against each other. Akira Hatake began to correct Kakashi Hatake's wrong thinking. What is the will of fire? It's the old leading the new. It's dedication and sacrifice, you sacrifice and I sacrifice, is that okay? You are the leaves, flying everywhere to burn yourself and provide nutrients for the future branches. And me? I am the trunk. I absorb the nutrients from the roots of the tree, supply them to the leaves through my hands, and let the leaves continue to fly after they grow. If there are not enough leaves to burn, I will work harder to provide more. What is this called dedication? I am the real hero who stands behind you in obscurity and provides constant help. Children, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Do you understand the hardship of enduring humiliation and burden? What Akira Hatake said made Kakashi Hatake blush. He was so angry. You are lying and misinterpreting what Hokage-sama said about the will of fire. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes. We are ninjas. We should complete the tasks assigned by Hokage-sama and contribute to the prosperity and stability of Konoha. Contribute. You still don't understand. Hatake Akira shook his head. The prosperity and stability of the village should not bear such a heavy burden on children, especially a 6-year-old kid. He turned over and rubbed Hatake Cassie's silver hair said, have you experienced the childhood that a normal child should have? Hatake Kakashi wanted to refute, but in the end he could only hold back one sentence, aren't you also a 6-year-old brat? You were only born 5 minutes earlier than me, and you used your identity as an older brother to get rid of him. God preached to me. Even if it's 5 minutes early, he's still your brother. Akira Hatake patted his butt and stood up, looking at the Hokage rock in the distance. You don't need to understand many things now. You just need to remember, be careful when wandering. Politicians between light and dark, they tend to make you shed both blood and tears. Looking back at Kakashi Hatake, who lowered his head and said nothing, Hatake clearly knew that this mouth escape would end with his complete victory. However, Hatake Kakashi has always been very resilient, and his brain is also very good. He soon stopped discussing the principles of life with Hatake Akira, and instead started directly from Hatake Akira's skipping classes. I don't want to worry about your rhetoric, but it's a fact that you skipped classes. You must go back to school with me, otherwise. What else? Hatake Akira smiled. It's not the style of the second son of the Hatake family to secretly report. Why don't we just stick to our old ways and decide the outcome through a duel? Okay. Hatake Kakashi's eyes lit up and he suddenly became energetic. He usually suffered losses at the hands of Hatake Akira, and he felt that this time he should be able to avenge his shame. But today's rules have to be decided by me. Kakashi Hatake narrowed his eyes, and he decided to take the initiative. It's 50 to 50, don't be ignorant. Hatake Ming is not stupid, and he has a good reason for refusing. You are the one who begged me, so naturally I have to set the rules. But every time you're either guessing or playing hide and seek, why don't you use such childish tricks? Kakashi Hatake was a little embarrassed. Brother, I'm a chunin now. If others know, I'm still a chunin. I'm playing this kind of game with my brother. Okay, I'll take care of you this time. After all, a chunin knows how to save face. Hatake Akira smiled. What do you think we play guessing odd or even numbers? It's like this again. Although Kakashi Hatake said he was disgusted, the eager expression on his face still betrayed him. That's just this once. Of course, just this once. Akira Hatake knew Kakashi Hatake very well during this period. He is the kind of person who wants to play but dare not play. He wants to experience the fun of childishness, but is afraid that others will say he is childish. He wants to relax, but is afraid that others will say that he loses his ambition by playing with things, like a tiger father and a dog son. But after Hatake Akira's accident, Hatake Kakashi had an excuse. Although he could only indulge occasionally, it also provided him with many beautiful memories in his life that only lasted 6 years. Hey, my stupid brother, guess whether the stone in my hand is single or double. Double? No, single. As Hatake Kakashi's voice fell, Hatake Akira opened his palm, and there were 3 small stones lying quietly inside. I won, I can finally beat you once, brother. It only took one time to make you so happy. Akira Hatake reached out and rubbed Kakashi Hatake's silver hair into a bird's nest. Brother is willing to admit defeat, so he can go to the ninja school reluctantly. Kakashi Hatake didn't get angry at Akira Hatake's bad behavior of messing up his hair. Instead, he enjoyed it very much. Having just returned from a mission, the blood-smelling coldness in his heart dissipated. It seemed that only Hatake Akira could cleanse his heart and regain his innocence that he was gradually abandoning. He secretly glanced at Akira Hatake beside him. Kakashi Hatake's eyes were filled with dependence. He was very clear about the reason why Hatake Akira skipped class when he came back from a mission. Newbie, new book, please read it. Chapter 3 When I die in front of you, I don't want you to be unable to escape. On the way back to the ninja school, Kakashi Hatake looked at Akira Hatake from time to time, as if he had something to say. Kakashi, just say whatever you want to ask. As an older brother, I will be happy to help you answer your questions. Akira Hatake noticed Kakashi Hatake's hesitation, and immediately smiled heartily and put his hand on Kakashi Hatake's shoulder. Tch. He's only 5 minutes older than me. Hatake Kakashi muttered in a low voice, and then expressed the long-standing doubts in his heart. Ming, your talent is obviously very strong, why have you always? After a pause, I don't believe those words you said before. It would be better for you to tell me the truth. Well, because I'm lazy. To admit it so directly. Hatake Kakashi cursed in his heart, his dead eyes rolled upwards, a look of depression on his face. Ming, you can't live your whole life waiting to die, can you? Hatake Kakashi felt that his brother could save him one more time. With your talent and intelligence, you can graduate from the ninja school with normal grades with a little effort. Graduation, no problem at all. Yes, I think so too, and I already have a perfect plan. Hatake nodded matter-of-factly, I am 6 years old this year, and I plan to master the substitution technique first. After all, it is a ninjutsu that can save my life. By next year, I will master the art of clones. If I can, no matter how hard I work, I will learn the art of multiple shadow clones like you. This is a great tool for laziness. By the year after next, I will be able to fully master the transformation technique. I have completed the basic requirements for graduating from the ninja school. There will be no problem in graduating with normal grades. Listening to Hatake Akira's academic plan, Hatake Kakashi was no longer able to complain. How lazy must a person be to master only one basic ninjutsu in a year? How about Kakashi, isn't my plan great? It doesn't delay me from experiencing the fun of childhood, nor does it affect my graduation. How perfect! Kakashi Hatake didn't want to make any comments about Hatake Ming's remarks as if he was taking credit. He shook his head and then said with a serious face. "Aang, I know you didn't take anything I said to you to heart, but you know, the ninja world has not been peaceful recently." Looking at Akira Hatake, who was indifferent, Kakashi Hatake sighed and continued. "Explain. I know you don't want to get involved in fighting and killing prematurely, but in the event of a wartime emergency, students from the ninja school will be approved to graduate early. Whether voluntarily or compulsorily, they will be sent to the battlefield without exception." Speaking of this, Hatake Kakashi put one hand on Hatake Akira's hand around his shoulder, and couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand holding Hatake Akira's right hand. "On the battlefield, my father and I may not be assigned to the same team, but it's very possible." Kakashi Hatake's voice trembled as if he thought of something terrible. "It's the ninja who completes the mission. My father and I have no chance to save you." "Ah, it is indeed a very sad thing." Hatake Akira nodded, the smile that often hung at the corner of his mouth disappeared, and his face had the same solemn expression as Hatake Kakashi. "I have to admit that family ninjas have access to many things, including not only ninjutsu, secret techniques, connections, and political signals, but also the major and minor events that occur in the ninja world can rarely be hidden from them. Although the specific time when many things will happen cannot be accurately predicted, the general trend can be sorted out and prepared in advance." Although Hatake Kakashi is young, with the support of the Hatake family and his early promotion to Chunin, he has access to too much news about the ninja world, and it is normal for him to have early warning of the general trend of the ninja world. In Akira Hatake's impression, the year the Third Ninja War started was Konoha 47. And this year is the 44th year of Konoha, which means that when Hatake Akira learns the three-body technique, he will be forced to graduate from the ninja school and be sent to the battlefield. This does not conflict with Hatake Akira's plan at all, but he cannot be indifferent to Hatake Kakashi's concerns. "Thank you, Kakashi." He smiled softly. At this time, Hatake Akira finally seemed to have the gentle look of an older brother. "I will pay attention to it, and you also need to work hard." Patting Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder, Hatake Akira finally confided, "You know my special abilities very well, and fighting is not my strong point, so I can only shamelessly let you protect me." No matter whether these words may be misunderstood or not, Hatake Akira thinks so and does so. Ming Xian's hero template attributes are listed here. Although he can be regarded as a golden finger type, Hatake Ming clearly knows how much he weighs. Unless he is invincible from the start, with Hatake Akira's fighting intelligence, even if he becomes a first-class ninja through his own efforts, there is a high probability that he will die violently in a future battle between gods. "I'm just a little timid, there's nothing to refute this, but when I think about it, being a male mother assisting from behind, this kind of life of lying down and winning is not without success. You must know that Konoha is a place where talented people are born." There were the two Senju brothers and Uchiha Madara in the front, the silver generation headed by the Sunin and Hatake Shoshige, and the golden generation headed by Namikaze Minato. And when it comes to Hatake Akira's generation, the stars are even brighter. Yu Sing and I appear on the stage, each with its own splendor. Hatake Kakashi, Metkai, Uchiha Obito, Yui Kurane, Asuma, Marino Hiki. What's even more frightening is that all ninjas of Sunin and below are alive and well. If this power is used properly, the entire ninja world will tremble in 10 years. Don't forget, in the later stage when the complete Naruto teamed up to fight in a team, the above-mentioned ninjas, dead or alive, were the main force, and even Metkai was just one kick away from defeating the finale. Is the potential enough? That's enough. There are so many powerful main CS for Akira Hatake to choose from. As long as he is tied with a red chain, he can carry the whole audience. Is there anything wrong with an and being a support? That's right. When Hatake Akira was playing ranked in the 21st century, he often encountered the first floor owner C shouting, "Come on, Xiaoming, take me to bed." Although they are often cheated and have their teeth broken and swallowed, this is the hidden village of Konoha in the Naruto world. The strength of the protagonists has been proven through blood and fire, and their trustworthiness is top-notch. Ming, why don't you understand? Hatake Kakashi was anxious, any accidents may happen in the future. Even my father, he can't guarantee that he can come back alive from the battlefield. Although Akira Hatake was born 5 minutes earlier than Kakashi Hatake, and he has always regarded himself as his older brother. But in Hatake Kakashi's heart, Hatake Akira is his younger brother, the one who needs protection and care. Kakashi Hatake wants to protect Akira Hatake, and may even sacrifice his life for him, but there are always exceptions to everything, and people have their own limitations. Aira, I just hope that if one day I fall in front of you, you can have enough energy to escape, instead of letting me take my life in vain. Kakashi glanced at Hatake Akira, who was as tall as himself. Promise me, in order to cope with the possibility of an accident one day in the future, you should work hard and make progress. Hatake Akira was somewhat unaccustomed to seeing the familiar dead fish eyes staring at him. This damn sensationalism shouldn't start at this time. Moreover, is this considered emotional kidnapping? I try my best. I wanted to refuse or fool him, but looking at Kakashi's sincere eyes, Hatake Akira somehow agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Hatake Akira couldn't help but raise his head to hide his embarrassment. But the damn emotion still surged to the tip of his nose and spread to his eyes. Originally, I wanted to live my whole life and be an auxiliary ninja. But the Kadayan-style mouth escape unique to this period still inexplicably gave Akira Hatake a shot of chicken blood. Newcomer and new book, please protect me and read more. Chapter 4. Although I am disdainful, it does not mean that I will always tolerate it. My stupid brother. After a while, Hatake Akira got out of the quagmire of emotion, and then returned to his true nature. Tell me, have you always wanted to stand up and be the boss? He put his hand around Hatake Kakashi's neck and pulled him into his arms. Oh, what you said just now moved me so much that I almost called you just say brother. Let go, I didn't. No. Hatake Ming didn't let go, who just shouted Ming one after another, and who just cursed people of all sizes. For many things, it's good to have a decision in your mind, and it doesn't necessarily have to be expressed clearly. Moreover, the embarrassment just now made Hatake Akira, who boasted that he had lived for more than 10 years, feel embarrassed, so he naturally had to make up for it in other ways. I'm telling the truth, and you asked me to protect you. Hatake Kakashi kept struggling, but as a Chuunin, he couldn't break away from the arm of Hatake Akira, who was not even a genin. What I mean is that as long as you are strong enough, I don't have to run away. Hatake Akira felt that he was justified. If I put a chain on you and you can't do 1 against 9, then you should go back to the drawing board and reinvent yourself. After thinking about it for a while, I felt it was not enough, so I hurriedly said venomously, if I had known that when I came out of my mother's womb, I should have used those 5 minutes to kick you back. Let go, or I'll do it. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes, somewhat annoyed. Hey, as a brother who is 5 minutes younger than me, you dare to talk back and want to do something. Hatake Akira reached out to Hatake Kakashi's armpit and started tickling his flesh without any explanation. Ha ha ha. Hatake Kakashi's series of laughter rang out, dispelling the last trace of fear the two brothers had about the future, and they returned to their usual self while playing and playing around. Kakashi Hatake is still the one who is bullied, but he enjoys it and perfectly interprets the role of the doormat. And Akira Hatake was not polite. He recognized Kakashi Hatake's desire to take care of him and tolerate him, and he became even more unscrupulous when it came to making trouble. However, the time for fun was only 3 streets away, and the gate of the ninja school soon appeared in the sight of the two brothers. Ming, hurry up and go to school. Kakashi Hataki's face turned paralyzed again, as if he was not the one who burst into tears from laughter just now. I understand. Hataki Akira also regained his seriousness, but I have to remind you that in the future, remember to call me brother when there are many people. This cannot be discussed. I understand, Akira. Kakashi Hataki glanced around and nodded after finding that there was no one around. Go quickly. Correct. Hataki Akira, who had just taken a few steps forward, suddenly turned back, took out a little book from his trouser pocket and handed it over. Take this. What is this? A notebook? It's so small. Hataki Kakashi took it with some confusion, flipped through a few pages and frowned. Little book? It's too childish. Why, you still want to continue the character design you read in the little yellow book before? Hataki Ming squinted his eyes. Although gambling and drug abuse are not mutually exclusive with Hataki, Kakashi is still young, and aspiring young people must start from childhood, otherwise they may not be able to find a girlfriend when they are 30 years old. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't read it. Hataki Kakashi blushed and quickly put the little book into his ninja bag. You can't read those messy things, you can't even say, the 3 ninja precepts must be keep it in mind. Haha, haha. Hataki Akira sneered and turned away. He was the man who had seen the finale from the beginning, His Highness Kawang, who never left his book. He was so impressed. After watching Akira Hataki enter the ninja school, the corners of Kakashi Hataki's mouth hidden under the mask curled up slightly, and then he ran to the deserted street corner with a teleportation technique. Wow! The sound of turning the pages of the book sounded, and the fairy tales with illustrations reflected in the dead fish eyes, and the light in them became brighter and brighter. In fact, sometimes, living in an ivory tower is not bad. At least when you have to face challenges, relying on the silent street lights in the middle of the night can provide a little warmth to the tired soul. But having said that, not all is good in the ivory tower, there is also evil buried deep underneath. Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Hataki family, Akira Hataki, who was caught in school by your genius brother again? Naeyang, you are wrong to say that. Hataki Ming was taken into school by his brother. Yes, yes, thank you for reminding me, otherwise I would have forgotten. Nwayu Shimura pretended to comply, it would be good if I was born 5 minutes earlier. Kakashi Hataki can do anything. Genius does the work. Shimura Nwayu took a step forward. Although he was half a head shorter than Hataki Akira, his aura was not weak. Even if he raised his head, you could see the unruly look in his eyes. If you hadn't carried the surname Hataki, based on your behavior and level of waste, you would have been removed from the regular class and mixed with those wastes who don't know why. The identity of Akira Hataki is known to everyone in the ninja school, but only those few people dare to jump out and point their noses in his face to make fun of him. Shimura Nwayu, who slept in 5 different places, and this wolf is one of the representatives. It's no wonder that these 2 people are so arrogant. The main reason is that the 2 Konoha families have only been rising for a short time, and their ancestors did not leave them much heritage. After all, the family has the support of 2 Konoha elders, Shimura Danzo and Koharu Koharu, so it is not easy to keep a low profile. What's more, the Hataki family also has the talented young boy Kakashi Hataki who is better than them. They don't dare to cause trouble to Hataki Kakashi. Hataki Akira, who holds the title of the last one in the crane, naturally becomes their vent. A breakthrough point of jealousy in my heart. In the past, Hataki Akira would have treated it as if he had been bitten by a puppy. Apart from the unpleasant sound, it did not have much impact on him. But today, Hataki Kakashi just got a shot of blood with his emotional detour strategy, and Hataki Akira is a little eager to give it a try this time. Boom! Without any warning, he kicked Nwayu Shimura in the chest, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Although the sound of the foot on the chest was not very loud and it was not very painful, this foot undoubtedly completely ignited the anger in Shimura Nwayu's heart. Shimura Nwayu, who can be considered a top student, was successfully attacked by Hitaki Akira, who was recognized as the last one. This undoubtedly made him full of insults and provocations. "Hitaki Akira, you are looking for death." Shimura Nwayu roared, got up from the ground, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. In response, Hitaki Akira curled his lips. This method of attack was full of loopholes. I don't know if he looked down on him or because his anger made him lose his mind. In Hitaki Akira's opinion, it was no different than a fight between children. With a casual wave of his hand, he fired out a passive chakra long-range attack. In almost an instant, he crossed the 4 to 5 meters distance between the two people and hit Shimura Nwayu's chest accurately. Vomit. Accompanied by the sound of vomiting, bright red blood spurted out from No Shimura's long mouth. He flew upside down in a bow shape and fell into a coma before he even landed. With a basic attack of 300 points and an additional bonus of 15% of Hitaki Akira's own strength, the damage caused by this blow is no less than a C-level ninjutsu. Moreover, this attack is instant and has a cooldown time of only 5 seconds. It is the only attack method Hitaki Akira can use now. What's even more frightening is that because of the golden finger, this attack method has evolved into a tracking attack method, which cannot be avoided no matter how you dodge. The only two ways to avoid it are the substitution technique and the space ninjutsu similar to Kamui. Even if someone sacrifices his life to stand in front of the attacked person, Hitaki Akira's passive attack will take a turn and hit the opponent in an extremely weird way. Although some people bear the surname of the family ninja, they don't have the tolerance that the family ninja should have. I used to disdain to deal with clowns like you, but that doesn't mean I will always ignore them. With a declaration of victory, Hitaki Akira turned around and walked towards the second-grade classroom, leaving behind him a group of stunned ninja school students, as well as Shimura Nwayu, who was seriously injured and passed out on the ground. Newcomer and new book, please protect me and read more. Chapter 5. Two people facing each other tit for tat. The top floor of the Hokage building, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was hunched over his desk writing furiously, reviewing some reports, orders, and some events that occurred in and outside the village. Generally speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi is a competent Hokage when it comes to handling government affairs. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the cinnabar pen in his hand and flicked the documents with his fingers. The report he had originally flipped through moved back one page. Hitaki Akira. After repeating Hitaki Akira's name in a low voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and fell into thought. The report was submitted by a teacher from the ninja school. It recorded the whole story of the conflict between Akira Hitaki and No Shimura. In addition to trying to restore the scene as much as possible, it also tried its best to avoid any personal feelings. Therefore, there is no question about the authenticity of this report. It is an extremely detailed retelling of the situation at that time. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had originally skipped it, watched it again, it was nothing more than this ordinary ninja school fight involving the Hitaki and Shimura clans of Konoha. Although it doesn't seem like a big problem at first glance, if you think about it carefully, the things behind it are big or small. Speaking more broadly, Hitaki Akira's serious injury to Shimura Nwayu was an unauthorized attack on a fellow villager, which obviously violated the ninja regulations. Then the impact of this incident is very bad. It must be recorded in Hitaki Akira's ninja personal file in the future, and it will have some impact on his future promotion and assessment. Even Danzo Shimura would use this as an excuse to put pressure on the Hitaki family. Even if it could not bring substantial losses to the Hitaki family, it would still create a trend of public opinion that was unfavorable to the Hitaki family. Obviously, this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to see. The current leader of the Hitaki clan, Sakumo Hitaki, is a top-notch presence in Konoha village in terms of merit and political influence. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to let Hotaki Sakumo take over as the fourth Hokage. The half Hokage sleeve hanging on his right arm is the best proof. Although the Hotaki family is slightly weaker, it is precisely because of this that it is easier to control, making Sarutobi Hiruzen trust him, and he can be said to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man. And how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not know about Danzo Shimura's peak at the position of Hokage? Based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of Shimura Danzo, he would never miss any opportunity to cut out or attack Sarutobi Hiruzen's wings. Sure enough, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to calm down the matter of Hotaki Akira seriously injuring Shimura Nwayu, Shimura Danzo had already opened the door of the Hokage's office and walked in with a gloomy expression. Sarutobi, I believe you already know about the bad incident that happened at the ninja school. Danzo Shimura got straight to the point. I want to know how you will handle this matter. How to deal with it is my business. Even if you are one of the 3 advisors of Konoha, you are not qualified to interfere in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked worried, secretly thinking that he was afraid of what he was afraid of. Sarutobi, the person who was seriously injured is the nephew of our clan, but you told me that I have no right to intervene. Shimura Danzo sneered, then I, as the leader of the Shimura clan, come here to ask for an explanation. Is there a problem with this? No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water was dripping from his face. Soon, smoke filled the entire Hokage's office. The 2 of them looked at me and I looked at you, falling into a state of silence in perfect harmony. Sarutobi, a person who doesn't cherish his companions and fights against them is not worthy of becoming a ninja. In the end, Shimura Danzo was the first to speak because he was not good at nourishing chi. Well, there is nothing wrong with you saying that. After all, it was Shimura Nwayu who was seriously injured, not Hotaki Akira. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, but you should read this report before drawing a conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out the report recording the whole conflict between the 2 and pushed it to Shimura Danzo. The latter did not hesitate. After picking up the report and reading it, his face became slightly gloomy. Shimura Nwayu hid something from him, and Shimura Danzo himself was a little anxious. Without investigating clearly, he rushed over to grab Sarutobi Hiruzen's sore leg. The main reason is that Hotaki Sakumo is really impeccable in his work. After finally encountering a not-so-good opportunity, how could Danzo Shimura give up so easily? Even if it was unsuccessful, it would be nice to discuss Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, in Danzo Shimura's view, the position of Hokage was originally his, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as good as him. So what? Shimura Danzo said disdainfully, quarrels between companions often happen, but cannibalism has never happened. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? But this is the specific content of the dispute. Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted the report. Shimura Nwayu's words seriously destroyed the balance between family ninjas and civilian ninjas. Is the word trash a proper term for a companion? This. Shimura Danzo paused for a moment, and then wanted to continue, but how could Sarutobi Hiruzen give him a chance to continue using the topic? That's the fact. No matter how much you say it, it won't hold up. Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision. Shimura Nwayu himself behaved inappropriately and frequently provoked Akira Hotaki. He is responsible for his injuries. However, Nyanze was seriously injured, and the above faults will not be held accountable. Although Hotaki Akira, who caused Shimura Nwayu's serious injury, violated the ninja regulations, Nyanze only recorded his behavior in the personal ninja file, and the rest of the responsibilities there will be no prosecution. Hiruzen, you call me the Sandome Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi slapped the table. Doinzo, just position yourself and do your job well. You'd better stay out of other things. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is at the end of his prime, still retains some of the arrogance of his youth. Although he has already tended to be a peacemaker and a politician, he is still very tough at this period and can completely suppress Danzo Shimura. After the decision was made, Shimura Danzo could only leave in anger, continuing to lurk in the darkness and wait for the next opportunity to attack Hitaki Sakumo. After all, if you want to become Hokage, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Sakumo, who is highly popular among the people, is also an extremely strong competitor. Hokage guards! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Sandume Hokage-sama! 3 members of the Hokage guards used the teleportation technique to appear in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant, kneeling on one knee and waiting for the next order. Go and ask Sakumo to come over and tell him that I have something to ask him about. After taking the order, the 3 members of the Hokage guards used the teleportation technique to leave. After a while, they found Hitaki Sakumo and notified him. Hokage-sama. After a while, Hitaki Sakumo, who was wearing the Hokage sleeve on his left arm, knocked on the door and entered the Hokage's office. He bowed respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sakumo, look at this report. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his arm to signal Hitaki Sakumo to stand up, and then handed him the report just now. Sakumo, you are my designated successor as the next Hokage. No one in the village can match your achievements and skill. However, there must be darkness under the sun, and you still have to pay attention to many things. Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly showed his promise when he said this, and he bluntly told Hitaki Sakumo that Shimura Danzo was going to mess with him behind his back. I understand. I will discipline Akira and Kakashi when I return. I'm very pleased that you understand, but you should also pay attention to other places. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyelids. I can still suppress Shimura Danzo now, but I can't do everything. You have to understand this. Without waiting for Hitaki Sakumo to answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Go ahead, I still have a lot of things to do here. Remember not to criticize Akira too harshly. He is a good boy. After leaving the Hokage's office, Hitaki Sakumo sighed, looked back at the closed office door, and then left with a teleportation technique. Chapter 6 is not as important as cooking. Sorry for you. As the day goes by, the dim light stretches the shadows of pedestrians. Elder brother. Kakashi Hitaki stood at the entrance of the ninja school. When he saw Akira Hitaki coming out, he quickly went to greet him. Kakashi, have you been waiting for a long time? Akira Hitaki smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and took Kakashi Hitaki into his arms. Good brother, when I get home, I will cook your favorite sari for you. Food is the only thing Hitaki Akira is good at now. Starting 3 years ago, because he couldn't stand Hitaki Sakumo's poor cooking skills, Hitaki Akira started doing it himself. Of course, Kakashi Hitaki also has talent in cooking, but because of Akira Hitaki, he has not yet awakened it. Hitaki Kakashi, who was still struggling, his eyes lit up slightly when he heard the 3 words sorry, and the strength of his struggle suddenly approached 0. I want to eat too. Hitaki Kakashi grinned, stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Hitaki Akira's eyes. Can your little belly hold it? Akira Hitaki reached out and touched Kakashi's silver hair. If you have any left, let's see how I take care of you. How can there be any leftovers? My favorite is the food cooked by my brother. You look a little cute at this moment. It seems that you are a loser. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. As they talked and laughed, they soon arrived at the corner of Ninja School Street. Just when the 2 figures were about to disappear, a soft voice sounded from behind them. Kakashi, Akira. At the same time, a boy's voice that sounded like vinegar sounded simultaneously. Bright. Akira Hitaki and Kakashi Hitaki turned around, and the first thing they saw was a girl with unique purple patterns on her face. She was waving to them with a squinting smile. It's Nohara Rin. Behind Nohara Rin, a middle-aged boy wearing wind goggles stuck his head out, glanced at Kakashi disdainfully. and then set his sights on Hotaki Akira. "It's Obito Uchiha." Obito Uchiha automatically ignored Kakashi Hotaki, who was standing next to Akira Hotaki. He took 2 quick steps to get in front of Akira Hotaki, scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Ming, you look so handsome today. By the way, Akira, when you defeated Shimura today, what move did you use?" Uchiha Obito had a gossipy look on his face. "This is not like a move you can master. After all, you usually..." "Obito." Nohara Rin pulled Uchiha Obito, a little unhappy on her face. Uchiha Obito immediately woke up, his face full of embarrassment. "Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Aha, there's no need to apologize. That's the way it is. I'm not a glass-hearted person, and..." Hotaki Ming shook his arm, and Hotaki Kakashi in his arms also shook involuntarily. "I have such a genius brother, I don't have to worry. Kakashi, just a stinky guy." Uchiha Obito curled his lips and tilted his head to one side. Compared to Akira Hotaki, Obito Uchiha doesn't like Kakashi Hotaki. One is because of Nohara Rin, and the other is because of Kakashi Hotaki's character. Cold, arrogant, and dismissive of everyone. This made Obito Uchiha, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, both envious and jealous of Kakashi Hotaki, and tit-for-tat confrontation was inevitable. Akira Hotaki, whose grades are about the same as those of Obito Uchiha, is regarded as a confidant by Obito Uchiha, and their relationship is extremely good on weekdays. Tisk, a shame for the Uchiha family. Hotaki Kakashi naturally would not suffer in vain, and immediately retorted. Akira Hotaki, who heard the 2 people taunting each other, shrugged, then let go of his arm and freed Kakashi Hotaki from his arms. Sure enough, after there was no obstacle, the repertoire after the 2 met was officially launched, bickering, quarreling, venomous tongues, and trying to undermine each other. Hotaki Akira, who was watching all this happily, took a step back to prevent Uchiha Obito's spitting stars from falling on his face. Nohara Rin shook her head speechlessly, bypassed the 2 people who were arguing, and came to Hotaki Akira. "Ming, I called you to stop today because I heard the news." Nohara Rin looked worried. "Shimura-no's compatriots threatened to teach you a lesson. After all, Shimura-no was seriously injured." "Thank you, Linear." He thanked her, and then said confidently, "They don't dare to have Kakashi by my side today." "That's right, but what should you do when Kakashi is not by your side?" Nohara Rin is a warm-hearted person and has always had a good relationship with Hotaki Akira, so she was immediately worried. "Don't worry, Lin, those clowns will survive." Hotaki Akira smiled. Seeing that Hotaki Akira didn't take it to heart at all, Nohara Rin said nothing more, nodded, turned around and squeezed in between Uchiha Obito and Hotaki Kakashi. "You two, please stop it." Nohara Rin made the 2 people quarrel upset. Her voice couldn't help but be a little loud, and she felt a little angry in her heart. Snort. Cut. Uchiha Obito and Hotaki Kakashi both turned their heads away at the same time, as if looking at each other more would be an insult to themselves. After seeing the 2 of them stop arguing, Nohara Rin breathed a sigh of relief, looking quite helpless. "Obito, Kakashi, can you please stop arguing as soon as you meet?" "I didn't argue with him, it's just his stinky look that made me unhappy." Uchiha Obito glanced at Hotaki Kakashi. If he had half the character of Ming, the world would be a cleaner place. Kakashi Hotaki, who was standing aside, did not respond. Instead, he glanced at Akira Hotaki and rolled his eyes at Obito Uchiha. The lethality of dead fish eyes is very strong, especially when paired with Hotaki Kakashi's cold expression and disdain. The lethality has climbed several steps higher. "What do you mean, dead fish-eyed Kakashi?" Uchiha Obito jumped up and started to argue with Hotaki Kakashi again. "Okay Obito, if you say that about my brother, be careful that we join forces and beat you up." Akira Hotaki stood up at this time, and one sentence made Uchiha Obito feel discouraged. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Akira Hatake again, and the corners of his mouth hidden under the mask couldn't help but curl up crazily. He also glanced at Uchiha Obito in a vague way, and the meaning was self-evident. What, even a brother can't treat me like this? Uchiha Obito automatically ignored Hatake Kakashi's provocation, and then became a little discouraged. Ming, I have to protect you in school. Haha, don't worry about these little things. Hatake Akira smiled. Kakashi is my brother, and you are also my good friend. When you two meet, you quarrel, which makes me lose face, okay? With Akira Hatake stepping forward, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi finally settled down. Nohara Rin and Hatake Akira stood side by side, and next to each other were Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. The four of them stood side by side, talking and laughing as they slowly moved forward against the sunset. Let's separate here. I will not interfere with your subsequent training. At the center of a fork in the road, Akira Hatake stopped. As you know, I'm not keen on training. Going home to cook for Kakashi is far less attractive to me. Humph, I didn't plan to invite you either. Nohara Lin curled her lips. You and Kakashi are really two extremes. If I hadn't known you for a long time, I would have doubted whether you were brothers. It's just that Kakashi is not as lovable as Akira at all. Uchiha Obito also supported. Hatake Akira turned a deaf ear to what the two said and waved his hands indifferently. Well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The four of them turned and left in sync, walking further and further in the opposite direction. Akira Hatake put his hand on Kakashi Hatake's shoulder again. Kakashi, if you want. I don't want to. Hatake Kakashi interrupted Hatake Akira. I don't want to train with that guy Obito. It's not only boring but also makes people feel angry. You know Kakashi, I didn't mean that. Akira Hatake pointed behind him. I'm talking about Nohara Rin. She. Kakashi Hatake hesitated, then shook his head firmly. Compared with the sorry made by my brother, she doesn't have much appeal to me. Ha ha ha, it seems that your puppy love problem has been solved. Akira Hatake was very satisfied with what Kakashi Hatake said just now, and then he patted his shoulder vigorously. Women are a disaster, and they will affect your ability to draw the sword. Speed, when you become invincible, it would be nice to fall in love again. What about you, brother, do you have different feelings towards Nohara Rin? Facing Kakashi Hatake's question, Akira Hatake patted Kakashi Hatake's shoulder comfortingly, with a reassuring power in his voice. Nohara Linear. She is really not as important as making sorry for you. Newcomer, new book, please protect me. Chapter 7 I just hit a little thing. Kakashi Hatake has not seen their mother since he can remember, and his father Sakumo Hatake often goes on missions. Since childhood, Akira Hatake has taken care of him in most aspects of daily life. Because of this, Akira Hatake, who was born only 5 minutes earlier than him, has a very high status in Kakashi Hatake's heart, almost as much as Sakumo Hatake. If Hatake Kakashi respects Hatake Sakumo, then he is dependent on Hatake Akira, which perfectly fills the missing maternal love in Hatake Kakashi's heart. In fact, Hatake Akira's initial idea was very simple. He just wanted to train Kakashi to be the main C of Double Q with him. But as time went by, Hatake Kakashi's status in his heart continued to improve, and he already regarded him as his real brother. Hatake Akira is not a very adaptable person. After all, with the memories of his previous life, it takes time to fully integrate into a new family or a new environment. Fortunately, reality gave Hatake Akira enough time, allowing him to completely integrate into the Hatake family in 6 years, and he almost adapted to the cruelty of the Naruto world. Although he has not experienced separation between life and death, this does not prevent Hatake Akira from preparing for a rainy day and planning how to deal with everything that is about to happen in the future. However, Hatake Akira is very clear about his positioning. He cannot interfere with many things that cannot be changed or are relatively powerless. For example, the sadomasochism between Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi. In fact, it's not too cruel, it's just a trick of fate that forced Madara Uchiha to turn the love triangle into a bloody drama. Whether it's for himself or for the future, Akira Hatake is very willing to nip this love triangle in the bud in advance. As for whether it will affect the follow-up established trajectory, Hatake Akira is not worried at all. We have all come to the world of Naruto. If we don't leave some mark of our own, wouldn't it be in vain? Akira Hatake's antimicrobial measures were very successful. Although Kakashi Hatake's treatment of Nohara Rin was slightly different from other girls, it was nothing more than that, and there was no sign of further development. But the development of things is two-sided. Although Hatake Ming had no foresight, the chain reaction caused by the butterfly effect was still somewhat beyond his expectation. Kneel down. As soon as the two brothers returned home chatting and laughing, Hatake Sakumo, who was sitting on his knees in the middle of the lobby, spoke coldly. Akira Hatake has learned a lot about the many rules of the Naruto world over the years. At least in the Hatake family, which has a strict family education, Hatake Sakumo knows everything. Thump. Akira Hatake knelt down without saying a word, and reached out to pull Kakashi Hatake. No need for that, Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo glanced at Hatake Akira, knowing full well that he wanted to pull Hatake Kakashi to share the firepower for him. Regarding Hatake Sakumo's order, Hatake Kakashi, who respected him very much, did not refute, but he still stood in front of Hatake Akira, with no intention of leaving. The relationship between the two brothers has always been very good, and Hatake Sakumo is very pleased with this, but this does not mean that he will reduce the punishment of Hatake Akira. Ming, do you know why this is? Because I taught Nwayo Shimura a lesson. Hatake Sakumo, who had always looked kindly on the two of them, suddenly changed to a different person today. The reason was very simple and clear. Hatake Akira thought of the key without even using his brain. Are you just trying to teach me a lesson? You're trying to kill me. Hatake Sakumo cares about his companions, otherwise he would not have fallen into the high pressure of public opinion for rescuing his companions a year later. Shimura Nwayo went too far. This is not the reason for you to take action against your companions. Hatake Sakumo had a complicated expression on his face. Since you have chosen Zhang Feng, you should understand what you will face. Since Hatake Kakashi knows that Hatake Akira's talent is not weaker than his, then Hatake Sakumo, who is the father of the two, can naturally also see it. Regarding Hatake Akira's consistent lazy performance, Hatake Sakumo understood it as a hidden front and usually did not criticize Hatake Akira too harshly. However, most of the reason why I am so angry today is because of this. Companions are very important to Hatake Sakumo, but compared to his own children, Hatake Sakumo still loves them more. Blame Hatake Akira for Shimura Nwayo? Obviously overthinking. I can more or less guess what you are thinking in your heart, but the only thing you did wrong is that you did not follow through to the end. For the sake of Shimura Nwayo who didn't know why, your previous cover-up was completely in vain. Hatake Sakumo not only has strength, but also skills and wisdom. He just wanted to take this opportunity to teach Hatake Akira what he did today. You are smarter and more stable than Kakashi, but why can't you suddenly control yourself today? Facing Hatake Sakumo's question, Hatake Akira actually seemed like a retort. He is simply lazy, and it is not the way of life that Hatake Sakumo thinks of, such as Zhang Feng. But can this be admitted? Father, Shimura Nwayo is not worthy, or the Shimura clan is not worthy. Hatake Akira arranged his words and thought of using the topic to play on. It was obvious that someone gave Hatake Sakumo eye drops in this matter, and it was not difficult to guess who it was. When my father was given the Hokage sleeve by the Hokage, I knew that some thoughtful people would carry out some conspiracy behind the scenes. Although I don't know how the thoughtful people would operate, this incident undoubtedly gave me an excellent opportunity to test. After all, my father is impeccable in his work, and it is difficult for anyone who cares to find a breakthrough from you, so I or Kakashi are the only two breakthroughs at the moment. But Kakashi has graduated and become a Chunin. I don't want him to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives while performing a mission. So if a good opportunity appears in front of me, I will naturally seize it. After speaking, Kakashi, who was standing next to Akira Hatake, trembled, and Sakumo Hatake, who was kneeling opposite Akira Hatake, also raised his eyebrows. Kakashi, I'm cooking in the kitchen, you go in and take a look. Yes, father. Etc. Just when Hatake Sakumo was about to send Kakashi away, Hatake Akira reached out and grabbed Kakashi, who was already taking steps to leave. Father, Kakashi should know something. Akira Hatake looked at Sakumo Hatake firmly, this will be good for his future growth. Hatake Sakumo looked at the two brothers and nodded after a moment of silence. Forget it. The expression on Hatake Sakumo's face turned from cloudy to clear, and his loving smile returned to his lips. You two brothers have never let me down, and now it's time for you to understand something. Something. But we just came back from school, are you both hungry? Hatake Sakumo did not get into the topic immediately. I came back early today and made your favorite sari. Eat first, and I will talk to you in detail after eating. Oh. Hatake Akira nodded, then stood up quickly, pulling Kakashi towards the kitchen. Brother, I don't want to eat the food cooked by my father. After arriving in the kitchen, Kakashi curled his lips, and my brother and father actually hide so many things from me. It's not a lot. Just a little bit. Hatake Akira stretched out his index finger and made a gesture with his thumb. Under Kakashi's dead eyes, he picked up the food in the kitchen and went out. Chapter 8 became a political victim. After the meal, Kakashi was not very happy. It's not because Hatake Sakumo and Hatake Akira are hiding something from him, but simply because he doesn't like Hatake Sakumo's cooking skills. Hatake Sakumo also knew this, but he didn't care about it. Kakashi, what do you think a ninja is like? Accept orders, perform tasks, and complete tasks. Kakashi Hatake replied without thinking. That's correct, but that's not what ninjas are all about. Hatake Sakumo nodded, and then shook his head. Only when you reach a certain position, you will find that ninjas are not pure. I didn't understand this before. I always felt that completing the mission was the ultimate goal of a ninja. But after I put on the Hokage sleeves, I realized that ninjas are just tools to meet the needs of superiors. There were waves on Hatake Kakashi's calm face. This argument completely subverted the education he had received before, and his previous persistence was severely impacted. I know it's still too early for you, but just because I don't say it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Hatake Sakumo sighed. Konoha has changed its taste now, especially in peacetime, fighting for power and profit. It became the main theme. But the will of fire is not like this. Hatake Kakashi's outlook on life showed signs of collapse. Aren't our desperate efforts all for the sake of the village? There is nothing wrong with the will of fire, and there is nothing wrong with raising the butcher's knife for the village. What is wrong is the person who controls the will of fire. There is something wrong with him. Hatake Sakumo said it clearly. Many ninjas are no longer it is simply about performing tasks and completing tasks, but it has added political attributes and camp divisions. One side belongs to the Sandame, and the other side belongs to the advisory group headed by Shimura Danzo, and I. Hatake Sakumo laughed at himself. It's just a target set up by the Sandame in order to divert internal conflicts. This is impossible. Hatake Kakashi stood up suddenly, pointing at Hatake Sakumo with a trembling finger. Father, you can become the candidate of the next Hokage, isn't it all because of your contribution to the village? How can you say that about yourself? Don't be stupid, brother. Akira Hatake reached out and patted Kakashi Hatake's arm. Also, you can't point at your father like this under any circumstances. Akira Hatake pulled Kakashi Hatake to the ground again, and then reached out and turned his silver hair into a chicken coop. Stupid brother, you probably don't know that war is just an extension of politics, and the so-called ideology is just a kind of political correctness. It has nothing to do with who is the framer. Seeing Kakashi Hatake fall into silence again, Akira Hatake retracted his hand. Do you know why the Sandaime Hokage chose his father to be the candidate for the next Hokage? Why? Hatake Kakashi looked at Hatake Akira. Because the Hatake clan has a small population, there is a clear gap between the family's strength and the family's political influence compared to other families in the village. But what does this have to do with my father being a candidate for the next Hokage? Hatake Kakashi couldn't turn around for a while. Such an obvious disadvantage is enough to show that my father relied on his own merit to become a candidate. You still only saw the surface. Hatake Akira shook his head. My father's achievements are only part of it. The real reason that makes him a candidate for the next Hokage is because the Hatake family is weak. Is that so, father? Hatake Kakashi looked at Hatake Sakumo again. It's exactly what Akira said. Hatake Sakumo nodded. Because the Hatake family's power is weak and easier to be controlled, I was able to overpower the 3 ninjas and become the owner of the Hokage sleeve. But the third Hokage, why did he do this? And what did you mean by target just now? You've said it so straightforwardly and you still don't understand. Akira Hatake was somewhat speechless. Kakashi Hatake's political sensitivity was really too low. Brother, let me explain to you more clearly. Target means victim. In order to calm down the internal conflicts in the village, or the conflict between him and Shimura Danzo, the Sandaime used his father as a pawn. In the fight for the position of Hokage, whether the father succeeds or fails, it has no impact on the third Hokage. Akira Hatake's face darkened. If the father fails and dies, there are still 3 ninjas in Konoha, who are fully capable of carrying it. The flag of Konoha. If my father succeeds in becoming the next Hokage, he will also be restricted by the 3rd generation's purpose because the Hatake family is weak. Akira Hatake's in-depth analysis of a passage made Kakashi Hatake completely lose himself. He lowered his head and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to think. Hatake Sakumo glanced at Hatake Akira with a smile on his face, his eyes full of relief. If one day he is gone, Hatake Akira can take good care of Hatake Kakashi and the entire Hatake family. But father, Sandaime Hokage-sama did this, why? After a while, Hatake Kakashi raised his head again, with a bit of confusion and even a bit of loss in his eyes. He can't do anything to some people. Hatake Sakumo sighed. At the same time, he can't let go of the power in his hands. Are they the 3 advisors of Konoha? Hatake Kakashi seemed to have an idea, and suddenly asked the key point. Yes, they are the 3 advisors of Konoha. Hatake Sakumo nodded. When the Sandaime took over as Hokage, his reputation among the people was not enough, and the Sarutobi clan was not a big clan at that time, so it was difficult to convince the internal people. Opposition. So, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Kadeno, and Kato Mito, who were members of the 2nd Mekage Guards with the Sandaime, were promoted by the Sandaime to assist him in controlling Konoha. But when the Sandaime secured the position of Hokage and won the war, differences arose within the village, forming the Warhawk faction headed by Shimura Danzo, and the Peace Dove faction headed by the Sandaime. Although there is a huge disparity in power between the two, for some political considerations, the Sandaime did not launch a purge of Shimura Danzo's faction, but chose to let it go. Up to now, the power of Shimura Danzo's men is growing day by day, and they have always been obsessed with the position of Hokage. Internal strife has become inevitable. In this case, the Sandaime chose me to be the next Hokage candidate to divert Shimura Danzo's attention. As long as I am safe and sound, Shimura Danzo will only focus on me, and temporarily give up the opposition to other people within Konoha to minimize the losses of Konoha's internal friction. Hatake Sakumo's words made Hatake Kakashi suddenly wake up. his eyes lost their former luster, and some were filled with deep disappointment. He once thought that Konoha, led by the will of fire, would unite and fight for a better tomorrow. But reality gave Kakashi a hard hammer, letting him know that towering trees also have shade. Where the sun doesn't shine, there are not only shadows, but also darkness. Chapter 9 Kakashi Hatake was given another injection of chicken blood. On the branches under the moon, two small figures were sitting on the roof of the Hatake house. They are the two brothers Akira Hatake and Kakashi Hatake. One person looked up at the full moon, while the other person hugged his knees and looked into the distance. Such a harmonious scene only needs a jar of wine. It's a pity that both of them are still little kids. The 3 ninja rings have firmly bound them. If they want to further explore the sky of adults, they have to wait for another 12 years. Ming, after understanding the darkness hidden in the depths, why can you still? Kakashi thought about his words, so, it doesn't matter. Because I've seen the finale. Of course, Hatake Akira could only think about it in his mind. It was impossible to tell the truth and he could only adopt roundabout strategies. It's not that it doesn't matter, I just think that thinking too much is just unfounded worry. Akira Hatake retracted his gaze from the moon. Until you reach that position, it won't help if you think too much. No buts, Kakashi. Akira Hatake put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, stretched out his hand and squeezed hard. What you need to consider now is how to protect yourself when performing tasks later, and how to continuously improve yourself. Strength. I will, it's just that I'm a little confused. Kakashi looked at Akira Hatake with a serious look on his face, trying to get the answer from his brother. Why am I working so hard to perform and complete tasks? Looking down at his hands, Hatake Kakashi had never hated them so much. These palms were stained with too much blood that was not suitable for his age. Ming, I now feel that the profession of ninja is disgusting. It completely reduces people to thoughtless tools, directly or indirectly taking away the lives of others for some people's selfish interests. Akira Hatake expressed his understanding of Kakashi's loss, but this did not mean that he would completely deny a career. You are very similar to some people in my impression. Hatake Akira thought of his previous life, like a holy mother, very unpleasant. Holy mother. Kakashi was a little confused. What does it mean? What the holy mother means is to do good and sacrifice oneself for others regardless of the specific situation. Hatake Ming spread his hands. It is enough for the holy mother to die on her own, but she will always chatter before she dies, and she will also drag her teammates with her. Let's sacrifice together. This. Kakashi Hatake was speechless. I just feel that the Holy Mother has nothing to do with me. What you just said has hints of the Holy Mother. Hatake Akira's tone was a little more serious. Ninja is just a profession. Even if most of them are reduced to mission tools, you can't completely deny it because of the dark side of this profession. But father, he has already said that Konoha is starting to get sick. Then my father has not given up his identity as a ninja, and he is already thinking of ways to solve the current predicament. Hatake Akira smiled. Don't worry Kakashi, my father has already prepared for many things, and I have also gave my father a trump card, enough to enable him to deal with the next crisis. The trump card. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes. You still have something to hide from me, right? It's just a little bit. Hatake Akira smiled and made a casual gesture and waved it in front of Kakashi's eyes. You, don't think too much now. You just need to work hard to improve your strength and complete the task. He reached out and rubbed Kakashi's silver hair. Your future road has basically been paved for you. You just need to work hard to improve your strength and complete the task. If you work harder, you can become the savior of Konoha. The savior. Kakashi looked up at the moon, then straight ahead, looking in the direction of Konoha's Hokage Rock. It's really an irresistible goal. What about you, Akira? Kakashi Hatake glanced at Akira Hatake. I won't refuse the arrangement you make with your father, but you have to tell me a little bit about your future plans, right? Me? It's very simple. Akira Hatake waved his hand, and a purple chakra chain was tied to Kakashi Hatake's back. He ignored Kakashi's clothes and sank them into Kakashi's body without any pain or itch. This is... Kakashi Hatake clenched his fist. I feel like there is a surge of power in my body. Is it, the true ability you have hidden all this time? Yes. Hatake Akira nodded, and then stretched out his palm. As long as you are tied to this leash, it can increase your total chakra amount, chakra control strength, body speed, body reaction, and even your response to release. There has also been a very considerable increase in physical skills and ninjutsu. Ang, I feel like you're inside me. Hatake Kakashi stared at Hatake Akira with his dead fish eyes. Dog leash, shouldn't be a word to describe this kind of ability, right? Never mind it, anyway, you just need to know that with me holding your hand from now on, you will not only be able to kill enemies by leapfrogging, but you can also easily break through your own limits. Akira Hatake retracted his palm, the purple-red chakra chain disappeared, and Kakashi Hatake's face showed a trace of disappointment. The power just now made Hatake Kakashi feel that he could easily defeat his previous self. This way of instantly improving his strength was too tempting, and too addictive to extricate himself from it. Kakashi Hatake has never stopped pursuing power. In the past, he wanted to become a great ninja like Sakumo Hatake. Later, he added the attribute of protecting Akira Hatake to his original intention. But after learning about the strife within Konoha, something else was now added to his original intention. He wants to use the short sword in his hand to kill those conspirators who wantonly erode the will of fire, and restore the Hidden Leaf Village to its former vitality. To do this, one's own strength is crucial, and Hatake Akira's special abilities have become an indispensable part. At this time, Hatake Kakashi was somewhat impatient. Ming, no, brother. You apply for graduation. He reached out and grabbed Hatake Akira's wrist. As long as we two brothers work together, we can completely rely on performing tasks to accumulate resume and prepare for the future. Are you greedy? Hatake Mingxiao's eyes narrowed into slits. I won't. I haven't had enough fun yet. Elder brother. I'm telling you, it won't work. Hatake Akira was unmoved. You're a little noob, how can you let me tie you up with a dog leash? There was some disdain in his eyes. If you want to tie you up, you have to tie up a jounin or a leash. Above the level of combat power, right? For example, my father, the Sunin, or the recently famous Namikaze Minato. You, stop looking down on others. Hatake Kakashi blushed. I'm no worse than them. You are no worse than them, but now you are only a Chunin. Hatake Akira was a little proud. This morning, Kakashi gave him a vengeance by giving him chicken blood, which he had not yet avenged overnight. So, you need to work hard. He patted Kakashi hard on the shoulder. Become a Jonin as soon as possible, and then let me tie you up, and let's become famous in the ninja world together. By the way, we can cure the bad habits in Konoha. Just wait, brother. Hatake Kakashi jumped off the roof. I will become a Jonin as quickly as possible. It's so late, what are you going to do? Hatake asked knowingly. Train. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter came from behind, and Hatake Kakashi gritted his teeth and disappeared with a teleportation technique. Akira Hatake lay leisurely on the roof, looking at the full moon above his head, and couldn't help but cross his legs, feeling very happy. Just play and win, this kind of life is truly a fairy-like life. Chapter 10 A New Way to Skip Class. Early the next morning, Hatake Akira yawned and pushed open the door of Hatake's house. He didn't go to bed until 1 a.m. last night. If Hatake Sakumo hadn't urged him, he would have skipped class again today. Helpless, the attraction of the purple-red chain is too great, and any main C who wants to kill everyone can't refuse it. Although Hatake Kakashi is still in the development stage, he can't bear his desire to show off, so he drags Hatake Akira to be his sparring partner. Of course, Akira Hatake only tied Kakashi Hatake with a purple chain, and there was no need to think about the other sparring items. Moreover, Akira Hatake also showed Kakashi a golden chain that strengthened all-round defense, but the effect was not ideal, and he was even disliked by Kakashi Hatake. This made Hatake Akira very angry, and kept muttering in his heart that the ninjas in the Naruto world deserved to be a bunch of squishy assassins, and they would be easily stabbed in seconds. Elder brother. Kakashi Hatake had no tasks today, so he got up early and waited for Akira Hatake at the door after morning exercise, planning to send his brother to school. Don't call me brother. Hatake Akira rolled his eyes. I get annoyed when I see you. No, Akira. Hatake Kakashi came up to him as if to please. I feel that my strength is improving, and it won't be long before we can join forces to completely establish the name of the Hatake family. Don't draw cakes for me, I won't do that. Akira Hatake still had problems with Kakashi, but when he turned around, he had a bad idea. If you promise me one thing, I can reluctantly agree to train with you for a while. Brother, you said, I will definitely agree. As soon as Hatake Kakashi heard Hatake Akira's words, his dead fish eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his chest loudly. Take your mask off. As soon as Hatake Akira finished speaking, Hatake Kakashi stopped on the spot, scratching his head and feeling a little at a loss. Brother, just tell me whether you agree or not. Hatake Akira squinted. If you don't agree, I can leave. After finishing speaking, Hatake Akira made a move to leave. When he took 4 or 5 steps, Hatake Kakashi's slightly unsure voice sounded behind him. Just promise my brother. Ha! Although Hatake Akira didn't look back, the corners of his mouth had turned up crazily. After tasting the sweetness of the purple chain, don't give up easily. Come on, come on. Hatake Akira turned back and waved to Kakashi. The latter felt a little uneasy when he heard this. He saw the malicious look in Hatake Akira's eyes, which brought back some past events in Kakashi's heart that he didn't want to recall. Whenever Hatake Akira shows this expression, it means that the passion of Kakashi has officially begun. Sure enough, when Kakashi approached, Hatake Akira pulled off his mask, and started to dress Kakashi Hatake with a smirk. The short knife behind your back? Pick it, pick it. Ninja bag? Confiscated, confiscated. Coat? Forget it, both brothers are wearing the same clothes. In less than 5 minutes, all the equipment on Hatake Kakashi was on Hatake Akira, and even the mask was put on Hatake Akira's face. Kakashi, do they look alike? Hatake Akira asked happily, posing in several poses. Kakashi, who had already realized the seriousness of the problem, was a little dazed. Brother, you are not going to. He swallowed. If father finds out, I think we will be beaten severely. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, how will my father know? Hatake Ming didn't care, just tell me if it looks like it or not. How can the twins be different? Kakashi was a little crazy, but what if? Nothing unexpected. Hatake Akira rudely interrupted Hatake Kakashi, we brothers have qualities that are countless times more realistic than the transformation technique. You just need to smile more and turn over dead fish less. Eyes, who can tell the difference? Now, brother, I'll leave it to you to attend school today. Akira Hatake reached out and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. I'll pick you up after school in the evening, and we'll change back then. Helpless, Hatake Kakashi could only nodded, lowered his head and followed Hatake Akira forward. Why are you following me? Hatake Akira turned around and asked. Aren't you going to send me to school? Hatake Kakashi's voice increased several times. That's something only a younger brother would do. What does it have to do with me, an older brother? Hatake Ming waved his hand unscrupulously. I'm going camping, remember to smile more, otherwise you will definitely take the blame if the secret is revealed. He reached out and pinched Kakashi's little face, and helped him make a smile that was uglier than crying. Only then did Hatake Akira leave Kakashi, who was doubting his life, and left with satisfaction. Hatake already knew what Kadayan's real face looked like. After all, he looked exactly like himself. This can be regarded as fulfilling a wish in his heart, but he cannot share it with others. But then again, there is a twin brother here, and Kakashi wears a mask all day long, which is actually similar to hiding one's ears and stealing the bell. Sometimes Akira Hatake doesn't understand what this hobby is. But it doesn't matter. Today is another day to skip class anyway. Just enjoy the joy of camping. Thinking so much will not do any good except adding trouble to yourself. In the shadow of an alleyway that must be passed on the way to the ninja school, there are two ungrateful half-year-old children ambushing them. Kei-kurang, it's almost past the opening time of the ninja school. Why isn't that guy Akira Hatake here? Shimura Toshinika felt a little anxious. Wait a minute. Shimura Kakur was very patient. Although that late guy is not late every day like that good-for-nothing from the Uchiha family, he has a lot of history of being late and even skipping classes. If you dare to hurt Brother Naeyoung like that, even if it lasts until the end of time, I will vent my anger on behalf of Brother Naeyoung. Really? A very soft voice sounded behind Shimura Kakur. Of course. Shimura Kakur didn't notice anything was wrong at all. Even if I try to miss class and be late today, I still have to block Akira Hatake and crush a few of his bones. Then why don't you wait until school is over? The voice behind him was even colder. Toshideo, you're not stupid usually, are you? Shimura Kakur turned around. Hatake Akira's younger brother is after school. He suddenly paused, and Ashota's face, which was not very handsome, but very attractive and cute, broke into his sight. After a brief moment of confusion, Shimura Kei-kurang immediately reacted. Damn you! As soon as the four words came out of his mouth, a fist kept enlarging in front of his eyes, and then hit his right eye socket heavily. Seeing Shimura Kakuro suddenly raised his head, the frost on Hatake Kakashi's face still did not dissipate, and he even added a kick in the gap between fists. Puff! A burst of smoke filled the air, and Shimura Kakuro, who flew backwards, turned into a wooden stake. Kakashi was not surprised by this. If he didn't have any strength at his side, how could Shimura Kakur dare to lead his peers from the Shimura clan and block Hatake Akira on the way to school? But their self-righteous strength is just that in Kakashi's opinion. Turning around, Kakashi left his back to Shimura Kakur, taking the initiative to expose his flaw. Chance. Shimura Kakurang's eyes lit up when he was hiding, and he chose to take the initiative to seize this opportunity. Although he subconsciously told Shimura Kakur that this might be a trap, in his inherent impression, Hatake Akira was a loser who didn't even master the three-body technique. Doing so is undoubtedly an imitation, giving the opportunity in vain and adding some jokes. But Shimuranwayu didn't know that he was facing Kakashi, a genius who graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule and became a Chunin in just 1 year after graduation. Kakashi is not an indecisive person, especially when Shimura Kei-kurang touches his reverse scale. What awaits him next will be inhumane ravages, as well as a double blow both psychologically and physically. Chapter 11 Encounter with Namikaze Minato. Boom! With a muffled sound, Hatake Kakashi grabbed Shimura Kakur's wrist and threw him to the ground with a back throw. This is impossible, I don't believe it. After falling to the ground, Shimura Kei-kurang shouted loudly, his eyes widening involuntarily, full of disbelief. A carp stood up from the ground very quickly, but before Shimura Kei-kurang could stand firm, Kakashi Hatake flew up again and kicked him to the ground again. And this time Hatake Kakashi no longer stood there and looked at him coldly. Instead, he took a step forward, raised his right leg and stepped hard on his chest, leaving Shimura Kakur lying on the ground unable to get up. Hatake Kakashi then half-crouched down, pressing all his strength on Shimura Kakure's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. After blinking his dead fish eyes, the murderous aura in his body filled the air, and his eyes also burst out with an undisguised cold light, making the body of Shimura Kakurong lying on the ground tremble like chaff. You, how is that possible? My body can't move. Although Shimura Kakur is a member of the Shimura family, his talent is there. Even though he is among the best in the ninja school, the ivory tower is the ivory tower. Hatake Ka, who has been promoted to Chunin and has performed many bloody missions, Cassie has no comparison. Just some unsavory murderous aura leaked out, Shimura Kakurong was already slurred in speech, and even had hallucinations in front of his eyes. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Shimura Kakurong had tears and runny nose. He had never seen such a battle. I am a member of the Shimura clan. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. Yet, apart from the disdain in his eyes, Hatake Kakashi showed no signs of wanting to stop, and even increased the intensity of his murderous intent. Suddenly, a foul smell came from under Shimura Kakuro, and the unknown liquid quickly soaked his pants and spread along the cracks in the bricks underneath him. Frowning, Hatake Kakashi turned his head slightly, the look of disdain on his face became even stronger. It was really the first time for him to wet his pants due to pure murderous intent. This is the power of the ninjas of the Shimura clan. Hatake Kakashi was murderous. He grabbed Shimura Kakure's hair and lifted him up from the ground, then casually threw him next to the stinky liquid. Take a good look, this is the behavior of the Shimura clan of ninjas. It is simply an insult to the ninja profession. Hatake Kakashi shook his head, and instantly lost interest in continuing, because Shimura Kakurong was frightened by the killing intent. This shadow will accompany him throughout his life. If his mental endurance is weak, Shimura Kakure's potential will stop here and he will never achieve great achievements. A flying kick knocked Shimura Kakur over, and the strong force made him faint instantly. Kakashi Hatake lifted his foot and wiped the blood on his shoe. After doing all this, Kakashi Hatake turned and left, not forgetting to deal with the traces left at the scene when he left. Last night, Hatake Sakumo and Hatake Akira told Hatake Kakashi about the current situation inside Konoha, which made Hatake Kakashi more cautious. If Kakur Shimura bites her back later, and if there is no favorable evidence pointing to Kakashi Hatake at the scene, then this incident will not have a very bad impact on Sakumo Hatake and the Hatake family. After all, if there is no other evidence and only relying on witness testimony, the supporting evidence is obviously not strong enough, and it will be easier to fight with the mud later. Although Hatake Sakumo has caused trouble again this time, Hatake Sakumo will not refuse. After all, Hatake Akira and Hatake Kakashi are his biological sons. Thinking of this, Hatake Kakashi put his hands behind his head, whistled and felt comfortable, and walked forward towards the ninja school. Unlike Kakashi Hatake who encountered an unexpected incident, Akira Hatake's place was very calm. Hatake Akira's destination is very clear, which is the hillside opposite the Hokage Rock, where he often goes and where he likes to go the most. Not only can you have a panoramic view of the entire Konoha village on the hillside, but there are very few people here, so you will basically not be disturbed by outsiders. It goes without saying that, except for Akira Hatake, most people in Konoha village are busy, either performing tasks or running for a living, and there is no leisure and elegance like camping at all. Comfortable. After arriving at the Feng Shui treasure land, Hatake Ming chose a good place to lie down, and by the way he picked a piece of dogtail grass that was more pleasing to the eye, pulled it out and put it into his mouth. With his legs crossed and a dog's tail hanging from his mouth, Hatake Ming swayed and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. You are Kakashi, right? After an unknown amount of time, Hatake Akira vaguely heard someone calling his brother's name. He thought about turning over and continuing to sleep, but suddenly he realized what the problem was. He and Hatake Kakashi have switched identities. Who? Rolling and crawling up from the grass, Hatake Akira awkwardly put on a defensive posture, but his posture was not professional at all. You don't have to be nervous. A gentle male voice brought Hatake Akira back to his senses, and then a sunny smiling face broke into his sight, and the yellow hair that reflected the sun was also particularly eye-catching. Namikaze Minato. That's okay. I'm not nervous. Hatake Akira replied, Hey, I think you will like it. Hatake Akira returned to his lazy look, and he also pulled out 2 foxtail grass from the ground, holding one in his mouth through the mask, and the other stretched out his hand to Minato Namikaze. Is it for me? The smile on Namikaze Minato's face remained unchanged. Then thank you, Akira. Hey? Hey. Hatake Akira was somewhat confused when he saw Namikaze Minato taking over the dogtail grass and revealing his identity. How could the secret be exposed? Don't look like you're making a fuss. With Kakashi's strength, he won't let me sit next to him for nearly an hour and continue to sleep as he goes. After taking the dogtail grass into his mouth, Namikaze Minato smiled even more, and Kakashi is not so familiar with me. He would give me a dogtail grass as soon as we met. Kakashi has a very cold personality. Hatake Akira pouted, no longer covering up, took off his mask and sat on the side of Namikaze Minato. Minato Jounin knows my brother well. I don't know much about him, I just bumped into him a few times when I went to the Hokage building. Then how do you know our specific personalities? Hatake Akira wanted to ask the question. Hey, you don't know, right? Namikaze Minato tilted his head. There are a pair of twin brothers in the Hatake family. One is a cold genius, and the other is an optimist. Yet is no longer a new gossip, I know it's normal. Okay. Hatake Akira was discouraged, and then changed the topic to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Jounin, why are you here today? I passed by here accidentally when I was practicing ninjutsu. Driven by curiosity, I sat here and took a look. Minato Namikaze smiled, don't mention it, the scenery of this place is very good, I am very like. It's really good. No matter if you have any worries or not, just blowing in the wind and looking at the wooden leaves under your feet is a great experience. Hatake Akira agreed, and then asked again knowingly, did you encounter difficulties while practicing ninjutsu? Namikaze Minato was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. Chapter 12 It is difficult to establish a trusting relationship. Namikaze Minato's labels in the world of Naruto are nothing more than these. Flying Thunder God, Raise Nan, Uzumaki Naruto's father. As for Namikaze Minato, he could not think of the second possibility besides Flying Thunder God Jutsu that would make Namikaze Minato practice hard and fail a lot, which would make him upset. The reason why he asked this question was naturally because Hatake had evil intentions towards Minato Namikaze early in the morning. Of course, it's just that the assistant has evil intentions towards the powerful main C, and there is no other hidden meaning. Then can you tell me something? Hatake Akira saw Namikaze Minato nod his head, and then climbed up the pole. You may not understand. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, this ninjutsu is very complicated and requires a high level of talent, and the theoretical knowledge involved is also very, difficult. Also, I don't mean to dislike you, please don't misunderstand me. Oh, this damn tenderness. Although Hatake Akira didn't want to admit it in his heart, Namikaze Minato gave him very good senses, whether in the comics or in the real world of Naruto. This way of speaking and dealing with people, no matter young or old, as long as they are not hostile, makes Hatake know what charisma is. Of course, if Minato Namikaze wasn't so smart and very powerful, then his demeanor wasn't about his charisma, but about being a good old guy that everyone could bully. In the world of Naruto, weakness is the original sin. No matter how many excuses you make, the facts will never change. So if you want to firmly grasp Namikaze Minato, the main C who had many outstanding performances in the finale, Hitaki Akira needs to show his hand. I didn't misunderstand. What you mean is that I am not strong enough to provide you with any help. Hitaki Akira said calmly. Haha, although you are right, I still have to say sorry. Namikaze Minato reached out and patted Hitaki Akira on the shoulder. I will tell you when you grow older or become a jonin. How about it? Not at all. Akira Hitaki didn't react much. If it were Kakashi's trick to coax a child, he might believe it, but I'm not easy to fool at all. I'm really sorry, Akira. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face disappeared. I will keep the matter of you using Kakashi's identity to skip class a secret for you, but I have something to do now and I have to leave. Angry? That's not the case, it's just that Namikaze Minato doesn't want to talk to Hitaki Akira about the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and the two of them have just met for the first time, so many things should be done in moderation. Minato Jounin, please wait. Akira Hitaki called out to Namikaze Minato, who had already stood up. I know it's abrupt, but I still want to tell you something. What's the matter? Namikaze Minato turned around. I can solve your trouble. Hitaki Akira said solemnly. Ming, I really have something to do, and it's not a good habit for children to talk big. What about this? Hitaki Akira raised his hand, and a purple-red chakra chain flew towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's reaction speed was very fast. Although he did not detect the slightest malicious aura on Hitaki Akira, he still made a sideways dodge at the moment when the purple chakra chain was shot. But then Hitaki Akira raised the corner of his mouth. After the revision of Ming Xian, the most important method of fastening chains has naturally been strengthened. At least when the error is not too big, it has become quite easy to tie the chain. Just when Namikaze Minato thought he had escaped Hitaki Akira's attack and was about to lecture him before leaving, a strange scene happened. The purple-red chain seemed to have autonomous consciousness. It had already brushed against Namikaze Minato's body and flew away, but in the next moment it suddenly changed its original trajectory. Silently, the purple-red chakra chain penetrated Namikaze Minato's jounin vest, hit him squarely in the chest, and instantly blended into his flesh and blood. Frowning, Namikaze Minato subconsciously reached out to grab it, but as soon as he made a move, he was immediately stunned on the spot. Ninjas, especially powerful ninjas, have unimaginable control over themselves, and the same is naturally true for Minato Namikaze, who will achieve great success in the future. The moment he raised his arm, Namikaze Minato noticed his own changes. After being stunned for less than a second and glancing at Akira Hitaki, who was standing aside, Namikaze Minato calmed down and realized the specific changes in his own strength. The strength of the body has increased by 20%, the reaction speed has increased by 15%, and the amount of chakra has increased by 15%. Minato Namikaze thought silently in his mind, and I have a hunch that my taijutsu power and ninjutsu power will also be the same. It has been greatly improved, but the specific improvement needs to be tested before we can draw a definite conclusion. Looking at Akira Hitaki again, the gentle smile on Namikaze Minato's face appeared again. As Hitaki Akira said, he can indeed help him solve his ninjutsu problems. The reason why the third stage of Flying Thunder God has not been completed is that in addition to the details that still need to be improved, the most lacking thing Namikaze Minato currently lacks is his own reaction speed, which can no longer keep up with the subsequent demand for improving the Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, the seemingly insignificant 15% increase in reaction speed is so important to Namikaze Minato. Akira Hitaki is the key to his self-breakthrough. Ming, I apologize to you for my previous recklessness. Namikaze Minato's attitude was sincere. I didn't expect you to have such ability. Yet, I didn't expect that Minato Jounin, who has such a good reputation, would look down on others one day. Hitaki Akira teased, that's right, after all, I am a lazy person who skips classes all day long. This. Namikaze Minato scratched his head in embarrassment, but he quickly adjusted. Aira, I need you very much now. I know. Hatake Akira smiled. So, do you have to tell me in detail about your current predicament? Then you need to promise me that you won't leak the ninjutsu I told you to anyone. Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice, although it is difficult to decipher my ninjutsu, if the specific information is leaked, I will still very dangerous. Don't worry Minato Jonin, I won't do that. Akira Hatake patted his chest. I promise you with the character of Konoha White Fang. You are really nothing like Kakashi. Namikaze Minato smiled, and then handed Hatake Akira a Flying Thunder God Kunao. This is the basis for constructing the Spiral Flash Super Ring Dance Shout 3 style, and the problems I'm facing stem from it. Namikaze Minato said a very convoluted name, which made Hatake Akira's face darken. Sure enough, the ninja world named the genius Namikaze Minato, which is really cute. But then again, this middle-class naming method still makes Hatake Akira want to complain. It's so convoluted. Hatake Akira gave up on complaining and shook his head. Be more straightforward. Well, after the second stage of Flying Thunder God was completed, I encountered a problem when developing the third stage of Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato simplified a bit, but at this point he stopped, and then began to ask Hatake Bright. Ming, I told you the problem I'm facing, then can you tell me why you want to help me? Hearing Nami Feng Minato ask this, Hatake Akira's heart sank. Sure enough, in the world of Naruto, trust is definitely the most difficult relationship to establish, and it has nothing to do with personality or temperament. Hatake Akira wants Namikaze Minato to become one of his bound main CS, but he still needs to spend some money. Fortunately, Hatake had several emergency plans for Minato Namikaze tomorrow morning, so it would be best to use them at this time. Chapter 13 The True Horror of the Purple Chain. There is no unreasonable hatred in the world, and naturally there is no inexplicable love. Reality is different from comics or anime. Namikaze Minato cannot be dismissed with just a few words. If you want to impress Namikaze Minato, there are nothing more than two situations: show affection or lure him for profit. But obviously, the latter doesn't apply at all. You must know that Namikaze Minato's master is Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, and Jiraiya is the apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After this nepotism, Namikaze Minato is purely a member of the Sarutobi Hiruzen line. So Hatake Sakumo has no use for his current Hokage identity, and Hatake Akira can only choose the first of two methods. There's actually nothing to hide. Hatake Ming smiled. I just want to find a strong fighter, that's all. Ming, why do you want to stay far away from the near? Namikaze Minato tilted his head, the smile on his face remained. I didn't sacrifice the near for the distant. Hatake Akira shook his head. My father's identity is there, he can't protect me for the rest of my life, but you are different. Not only are you powerful, but you also have a bright future. Although I don't want to admit that I am worse than others, I know my own character and I am not someone who can calm down and work hard to improve. In order for me to have a comfortable environment after graduating from ninja school, I must prepare for the future leader. And Minato Jounin is the teacher I selected as my future leader. I originally thought about asking my father to do it after I graduate, but I happened to meet Minato Jounin today, so I had to move forward. Akira Hatake's words were sincere, but when they reached Minato Namikaze's ears, they still overturned his outlook. Others are unreliable. Namikaze Minato has known this truth since he was a child, so he worked hard to improve his strength, hoping that one day he could control and change his destiny with his own strength. This made Namikaze Minato think of Uzumaki Kushina. The reason why she became the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki from a very young age was due to her own lack of strength in addition to objective factors. So Minato Namikaze couldn't figure out why Hatake Akira would place his future on others. Although it is very satisfying to be trusted and recognized by others, Ming, what you do is very dangerous. Namikaze Minato said with a stern face, if you are not strong yourself and simply want to rely on your own abilities to seek peace in the future, then your life will be out of your control. Of course I know this. Akira Hatake replied lazily, and then made a request, Minato Jounin, please try to unleash your murderous intent on me. Namikaze Minato was stunned by Hatake Akira's outrageous request. He looked back and forth at Hatake Akira's face, and after confirming that Hatake Akira was not joking, he nodded in agreement. Then be careful, Akira. But before releasing his murderous intent, Namikaze Minato still reminded Akira. Don't worry, I'm fine, but you have to be careful, Minato Jounin. Namikaze Minato smiled at Hatake Akira's reminder, somewhat indifferent, and then released the murderous intention hidden in his heart. Well. Hatake Akira suddenly felt as if he was being strangled by a big invisible hand. Not only was he having trouble breathing, his body was shaking like chaff, but he also had terrifying hallucinations similar to those after being caught in a genjutsu. Namikaze Minato's murderous intent seemed to have condensed into substance, making Akira Hatake feel as if the color of the entire world had turned into cold gray. Coldness, loneliness, and boundless violence. Negative emotions grew in his heart. Faced with the fear of death, Hatake Akira's eyes involuntarily shed tears. The blurry and terrifying scene in front of him made him shaken. He seemed to see countless evil ghosts crawling out of hell, stretching out their pale hands, trying to drag Hatake Akira's body and soul into hell. Ah! A scream pierced the sky, and just when Namikaze Minato felt that it was too much and was about to stop, a purple-red chakra chain was thrown out of Hatake Akira's hand. This time, Namikaze Minato did not hide, but when he was connected to the flesh and blood by the purple chakra chain, it was different from the last time when it was moistened and silent. This time, there was burning pain in the body, and trembling at the soul level. What a weird attack method! Namikaze Minato was shocked, but he did not react too radically. Instead, he once again calmed down and felt the damage to his body. He is not a masochist, he just wants to feel the power of Hatake Akira's special ability on his enemies. But in just a short moment, Namikaze Minato regretted it. Almost every moment, his body and spirit were being hurt steadily and evenly in a very strange way. Moreover, while receiving damage, Namikaze Minato's own chakra amount, chakra control strength, physical strength, and reaction speed were all weakened by a percentage. That's right, it's a percentage. It can also be understood that the stronger you become, the higher the degree of weakening you will receive. And Namikaze Minato also discovered a characteristic of the purple-red chakra chain in this case. The purple chakra chain only weakens the enemy ninja's attack power and reaction speed. Although it seems inconspicuous, this is a percentage reduction, and what it means can be understood with a little conversion. To put it simply and crudely, as long as an elite Chunin is chained with a purple chakra chain, his strength will be weakened to the level of an ordinary Chunin. Even because of the decrease in reaction speed, in a certain combat environment, the threat may be not as high as an elite genin. When the strength is increased by one level, because it is weakened by a percentage, the degree of strength decreases almost the same. In other words, as long as Akira Hatake ties the chain to the enemy, he is almost invincible at the same level, and facing a ninja whose strength is one level higher than him, Akira Hatake can easily win. Even if he is 2 levels higher in strength, as long as Hatake Akira ties the chain to the enemy, there is a high probability of escaping even if he cannot defeat him. Namikaze Minato was stunned, and when he looked at Hatake Akira, his expression completely changed. Because he knows his own body. With his current physical condition, let alone the second level of Flying Thunder God, even rubbing a raised nan is a bit difficult. It only lasted about 2 or 3 seconds, and Minato Namikaze forcibly swallowed the rising blood. He was injured. Ming, it's okay. Namikaze Minato's voice changed slightly. As an agile and crispy assassin, his body's defense was in the middle of the pack at the same level. All high speed and high attack are obtained by using one's own defense. When Namikaze Minato withdrew his murderous intent, Hatake Akira finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead but did not remove the purple chakra chain. As soon as Namikaze Minato was about to speak, he found that the purple chakra chain tied to his body had changed into a form that was beneficial to him. This made Namikaze Minato instantly understand the reason why Hatake Akira asked him to release his murderous intent. Regardless of whether they are ninjas of the same camp or not, as long as they have ill intentions towards Hatake Akira, the purple-red chakra chain will automatically switch to the second attack form. In the enhanced state of the purple chakra chain, although Namikaze Minato's physical injuries had not recovered, the feeling of his strength suddenly increasing by at least 15% still made Namikaze Minato forget about the physical pain. Hatake Akira, Konoha's famous crane tail, is really not that simple. While Namikaze Minato was amazed, he also had his own plans in mind. Chapter 14 The real Xiaoming is who can fight, run, breastfeed, and fuck. Ming, is this the limit of your blood inheritance? After his body's injuries stabilized, Namikaze Minato started talking again. I don't know whether it is the limit of blood inheritance, but this ability has been with me since I was sensible. Hatake Akira replied. Ming, can you tell me, what is your other purpose in befriending me? Namikaze Minato now somewhat believed what Akira Hatake had said before, but he couldn't believe it all, and he keenly found a very fatal loophole in it. Hatake Akira's purple-red chain ability is unheard of, but only one thing is certain, this ability is definitely far beyond the limits of any blood inheritance currently known to ninjas. Without considering other factors, even Konoha's wealthy Uchiha would only suffer a loss if they encountered Hatake Akira's purple chakra chain. Namikaze Minato had just experienced firsthand the powerlessness of being tied to the attack form of a purple chain. It is estimated that if the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is matched with Hatake Akira, it is very possible for the kaleidoscope to turn into a three-magatama as long as it is tied to a purple chain. The proud Sharingan has deteriorated, so the Uchiha clan is still so arrogant. The purple chain's ability is so strong, why Hatake Akira is so keen on finding a long-term beater, this is obviously unreasonable. As expected of Minato Jounin, Akira Hatake, who had recovered from the murderous aura, returned to his previous demeanor. While extending his thumb towards Minato Namikaze, he grinned and showed off his big white teeth. My ability has a very fatal weakness. Akira Hatake said calmly, whether it's a teammate or an enemy, as long as they are connected to the chain by me, they will automatically break free as long as they leave my 15-meter range. In other words, if I want to develop my abilities to the extreme, whether my own speed can keep up with my enemies or teammates has become the most critical point. Ninja school can't teach me this, and the only people I can turn to are my own family, or some talented ninjas in the village. As we all know, although my father is a very powerful ninja, his strength is mainly in lightning escape and sword skills. In terms of speed, he can only be regarded as a relatively outstanding being at the same level. Minato Jounin is different. You are the current speed ceiling in the ninja world. It has already been revealed as early as World War II. And I even heard my father say that you have mastered the incredible space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. So, this is the real reason why I want to make friends with Minato Jounin, I want to become your disciple. When Hatake Akira finished speaking, Namikaze Minato frowned. It's not that he doesn't want to accept Hatake Akira as his disciple, but that after accepting Hatake Akira as his disciple, the series of chain reactions that will follow will give him a headache. As an elite Jonin of Konoha, Namikaze Minato was the disciple of Jiraiya, so what he had access to far exceeded that of ninjas of the same level. He was very aware of the strife within Konoha, and as a civilian ninja, he didn't want to wade into this muddy water. After thinking about it, Namikaze Minato still paid attention. Aira, I really hope you can become my disciple. Namikaze Minato smiled softly and sunnily, your ability is of great benefit to me in Konoha. I see a lot of it in you. A bright future. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is not unique to me, but is recorded in Konoha's sealed book. Even if I want to teach you, I need to ask the Sandome Hokage. So I'm sorry, I can't agree to this right away. Hatake Akira never thought that Namikaze Minato would immediately accept him as his disciple and then teach him the art of Flying Thunder God. So there was no disappointment on his face, and this indifference made Namikaze Minato, who was watching him carefully, nod secretly. Although being favored or humiliated does not indicate the specific character of a person, with this kind of tolerance, future achievements, whether good or bad, will be superior to others. Combined with Hatake Akira's frank remarks just now, Namikaze Minato had a good sense of Hatake Akira at this time, so he still softened a little and left a way out for Hatake Akira. However, I still admire Ming very much. Although we can't become masters and apprentices right now, I can give you some of my previous experience on how to improve our own speed. Namikaze Minato reached out and touched Hatake Akira's head with a teasing look on his face, but then again, Akira doesn't know the teleportation technique yet, right? Then you may not be able to use my experience. I can learn. Seeing that something was going on, Hatake Akira couldn't maintain his indifference just now, and the very cute Shota showed an excited look on his face. You keep saying that you are lazy. Minato Namikaze smiled even more, I firmly believe this. I'm lazy, but it's not impossible to work hard now. Hatake Akira began to plan again, I will learn the teleportation technique first and let the teacher take a look at my talent. One day I will learn to fly the Thunder God. I can hold the teacher's hand once and for all and accompany you to kill everyone. You. Namikaze Minato was made lose temper by Hatake Akira, you really haven't insulted your character. Your efforts now are just to be more lazy in the future, right? Teacher, you really understand me. Hatake Ming smiled brightly, not feeling embarrassed at all. Ming, although I enjoy being called teacher, I still have to remind you that I have not agreed to accept you as my disciple. Namikaze Minato stood up and patted his butt, seemingly ready to leave, but if you can fulfill my 3 conditions, I can name you to join my team when I serve as the leader of the Jonin. What conditions? First, complete the training of the 3-body technique, then become extremely proficient in using the instant body technique, and finally complete one of my tests. Just stay. That's all, any questions? No problem. Hatake Akira was full of confidence, this is really easy for me. Then I'll wait and see. Namikaze Minato's last words were carried by the wind into Hatake Akira's ears, and his figure almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. The art of Flying Thunder God is really suitable for me. Hatake Akira murmured to himself as he looked at the place where Namikaze Minato disappeared, his eyes filled with envy and covetousness. After learning to fly the Thunder God, you can not only be carried away in the true sense, but also be able to play a small role when your teammates are not able to do anything. Being able to fight and run, being able to milk and see, is the true use of the Mingshi Yin hero template. To reach this goal, what Hatake Akira lacks is the Flying Thunder God technique. But then again, if you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, let's not talk about whether the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will stand up and obstruct it. The talent required to learn the Flying Thunder God technique alone is a hurdle that Akira Hatake cannot get around. It's time to take out the minimum living security gold coins and go shopping in the equipment store. Hatake Akira opened the Ming Xian Hero template and quickly clicked on the equipment mall to prepare for shopping. After seeing the balance of gold coins, his cheeks immediately turned red. Chapter 15, Magic Books. A year ago, Hatake Akira was 5 years old and Hatake Sakumo was 30 years old. On Hatake Sakumo's birthday, Hatake Akira held a blue half-sleeve with golden patterns and handed it to Hatake Sakumo solemnly, saying that it was a birthday gift for him. Moreover, Hatake Akira repeatedly asked Hatake Sakumo to wear it close to his body and not to take it off no matter what happened. Can't you even take a shower? You can take a shower, but otherwise you can't take it off no matter what you do. Seeing Hatake Akira telling him this, Hatake Sakumo could only smile and nod repeatedly, and repeatedly promised that he would not take it off. Since then, Akira Hatake's equipment mall has lost 2,100 gold coins, but it has also provided a layer of insurance for Hatake Sakumo's subsequent suicide. Sage's Asylum, physical defense increased by 14%, ninjutsu defense increased by 14%, unique passive resurrection. Note, the unique passive user can only trigger it twice in his life. After the unique passive is triggered, the equipment will be destroyed, but the equipment can be purchased repeatedly. Akira Hatake's birthday gift to Sakumo Hatake was the resurrection armor in the equipment mall. Although the equipment attributes have changed slightly due to the realistic background of the Naruto world, there are two good news accompanying it. First, the equipment purchased from the equipment mall can be materialized. Second, equipment purchased from the equipment mall can be transferred as a gift. Transfer: the purchaser can transfer it to others voluntarily, and the recipient has all the rights to use the equipment. Note, the purchaser can forcefully take back the donated equipment, but when the equipment is taken back, it will be converted into gold coins equivalent to 30% of the actual purchase cost of the equipment. In other words, as long as Hatake Akira has enough gold coins in the equipment mall, he can arrange a magical outfit for his bound main C. Even if something unexpected happened later, Akira Hatake could recover all the equipment he gave to the main C at a cost of 70%. Based on these 2 points alone, Hatake Akira's subsequent maneuverability will be unlimited. This is one of the real reasons why he wants to win. But slowly, Hatake Akira began to have deeper considerations. With only the minimum guarantee of 1 gold coin provided by the system mall every day, it would be difficult for Hatake Akira to collect the magical equipment, let alone share them with other main CS. Therefore, the Third Ninja World War is Hatake Akira's best opportunity to spend a lot of gold coins in the equipment store. So in the Third Ninja War, which ninja was the strongest at cutting grass? No need to ask, it's definitely Minato Namikaze. The Flying Thunder God's art of clearing troops is invincible. Namikaze Minato's most impressive record is to eliminate 50 enemy jounin in a moment. The jounin that Namikaze Minato killed were all well-known ninjas in the ninja world, and each kill was worth 300 equipment store gold coins. Even if they are all assists, Hatake Akira can still receive 7,500 equipment store gold coins. Not to mention the unparalleled mowing time when Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God to clear the troops. Akira Hatake estimated that with Minato Namikaze alone, his profits from the Third Ninja World War would be enough to support him. Buy a magical outfit. Akira Hatake didn't want to miss such an excellent development opportunity. Alas! Why is it so difficult to establish trust between people? Akira Hatake shook his head. I just want to be an assistant and help out. What bad intentions can I have? Complaints are complaints, Hatake Akira still has to accept the reality afterwards. If he wants to successfully get an assist from Namikaze Minato, he must learn to fly the Thunder God. The chain's 15-meter effective range is its biggest flaw. Akira Hatake, who can't keep up with Minato Namikaze, can't let Minato Namikaze kill the enemy behind his back, right? Even if Namikaze Minato could agree, it would affect his performance and even put Namikaze Minato's life in danger. We can only work hard for the time being. Hatake Akira was ready to stand up and fight, but when he looked at the only 303 gold coins left in the equipment mall, the red color that had disappeared from his face crept up again. Not out of anger, but anxious. His current gold coin balance is only 303, and the only equipment he can purchase is the initial basic bulk. Although there are many types of basic bulk Hatake Akira that are affordable, there are only 3 that are currently helpful to Hatake Akira. Dagger, after purchase, as long as the user wears it, regardless of whether it is used or not, the reaction speed and attack speed will be increased by 1%. Boots of Speed, after purchase, as long as the user wears it, regardless of whether it is used or not, the user's movement speed and reaction speed will be increased by 3%. Spellbook, after purchase, as long as the user wears it, regardless of whether it is used or not, it will increase the user's ninjutsu talent by 4% and ninjutsu power by 4%. After repeated comparisons, Hitaki Akira finally chose the spellbook in the equipment mall. Although the daggers and boots of speed sold in the equipment store have the property of increasing the user's own reaction speed, this will increase the use of the instantaneous technique, and even the use of the Flying Thunder God. But Hitaki Akira's real purpose is to learn the art of Flying Thunder God, not to become instant Hitaki Akira. What he needs is not only simple physical reaction speed, but also the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But Akira Hitaki and Kakashi Hitaki are twins, and their physical fitness and talents are almost carved from the same mold. In the later period, Akira Hitaki will be like Kakashi Hitaki's talent for the Flying Thunder God technique. In other words, Hitaki Akira has the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but it is just that. If he wants to use the Flying Thunder God technique normally, he is far from qualified. Then, value spellbooks have become Hitaki Akira's best choice at the moment. Although the 4% increase in ninjutsu talent is not large, combined with Akira Hitaki's own potential, it is not a problem at all to learn the three-body technique and the teleportation technique in a short time. In this way, it was enough to complete the first two requirements of Namikaze Minato, but the last ambiguous test of Namikaze Minato put Hitaki Akira in a difficult position. The last test. Is Namikaze Minato referring to grabbing the bell, or is it a test of talent for the Flying Thunder God technique? He couldn't help but pull his hair. This is too damn. Hitaki Akira was extremely depressed. Forget it, the days of salted fish are over. For a peaceful career in the future, I have to work hard from today on. After giving himself a breath, Hitaki Akira put the manifested spell book into his arms, and then lay down on the grass again. I indulged myself on the last day. After today, What do you want? A cold voice floated over Hitaki Akira's head. Father. As soon as Hitaki Akira raised his head, he saw Hitaki Sakumo's cold face. His small body turned over in a panic, and he stood up from the ground while rolling around. You think of me as your father? Hitaki Sakumo gritted his teeth. You asked Kakashi to go to school for you today. Do you think it was perfect? Do you know he got into trouble? Hitaki Akira was frightened, but still a little puzzled. Causing trouble? My brother shouldn't cause trouble for no reason, unless someone provokes him. It's Shimura Kakuro of the Shimura clan, whose future ninja career was completely cut off by Kakashi. Hitaki Sakumo said lightly, but then he became extremely irritable. But what I care about is not this, but yours manner. Hitaki Akira shrank his neck and stood silently, waiting for Hitaki Sakumo's verdict. Chapter 16 Medicine Master no Naiu. What should you do if you have naughty children at home who don't want to make progress? Generally speaking, there are only two methods. One is to teach carefully and be good at tempting. And the other one is to hang him from the beam and give him a severe beating. In fact, Hitaki Sakumo didn't want to beat up the young and mature Hitaki Akira, but he tried the first method many times and ended in failure. So this time, Hitaki Sakumo was ruthless. The wailing in Hitaki's house stopped, and Hitaki Sakumo's mood finally improved a lot, while Hitaki Akira lay helpless on the tatami, unable to even turn over. Ming, do you dare to skip class in the future? I don't dare anymore. Hitaki Akira replied hoarsely, I will apply for early graduation next year. Isn't that what you said, salted fish? It's not right, it's not right. Hitaki Akira glanced at the smiling Hitaki Sakumo, feeling unspeakably bitter in his heart. In this case, it's time to formally teach the Hitaki family's sword skills to you. Hitaki Sakumo made a decision. You always refused in the past, but now it's not too late to find your way back, and your foundation is no better than cause. Cassie is worse, even better. But I only want to learn the 3-body technique and the instant body technique. Hata Mumming complained, with my ability, I don't need to use sword skills to fight the enemy. Hitaki Sakumo raised his eyebrows and fumbled with his right hand for the slender bamboo pole he had just used to spank Hitaki Akira's butt. The threat was palpable. I'll learn, can't I just learn? Chi Mumming quickly changed his tune. He had to change his words. He had lived for more than 20 years in all his past and present lives, and he had never been spanked by his parents. The shame in his heart and the burning pain in his body made Hitaki Akira not want to experience it again. Okay, you wait for me at home, I'll go to Konoha Hospital to ask a medical ninja to come over. After seeing Hitaki Akira agree, the distressed feeling that Hitaki Sakumo had just suppressed came back to his heart. The bamboo stick hit Akira Hitaki. As a father, Sakumo Hitaki naturally couldn't have reacted. I want a man. Hitaki Akira emphasized. Haha, are you afraid of being embarrassed? Hitaki Sakumo sneered. Hitaki Akira, the tail end of the crane, do you think you still have face after carrying this name? I chose Zhang Feng, do you understand? Hitaki Ming blushed, but he was still very stubborn. Suddenly, Hitaki Sakumo fell silent, glanced at Hitaki Akira and sighed, no need now, just hurry up and improve your strength. No one can predict the future. Hitaki Sakumo stood up, opened the door and walked out, leaving a thoughtful Hitaki Akira behind. It seems that my father's current situation is not easy. After a pause, think about it, next year will be the day for him to commit suicide. Turning his head and looking at the closed door, Hitaki Akira clenched his fists. Since I have become a member of the Hitaki family, I will not let this tragedy happen. Whether it's for myself or the Hitaki clan, I have to show the same fighting spirit as when I was preparing for the college entrance examination. After injecting himself with chicken blood, Hitaki Akira struggled to get up from the tatami, covering his buttocks with his hands and moving out of the bedroom step by step. Although it was difficult to walk, Hitaki Akira spent some time and finally reached the study room of Hitaki House. Hiss! Hitaki Akira, who was tiptoeing to pick up a book from the bookshelf, pulled the wound on his buttocks, and he grimaced in pain. Fortunately, I got the book, otherwise I would have to experience it again later. Flagwood Knife Technique. Detailed explanation of Hitaki Thunder Escape. Detailed explanation of chakra nature changes and form changes. After looking at the 3 books in his arms, Hitaki Akira limped back to his bedroom, lay down on the tatami again, picked up the books and began to study. Even though Hitaki Akira is usually very lazy, due to the relationship between his 2 lives, although his memory does not reach the level of photographic memory, as long as he wants to remember things, he can remember them very easily. Although Akira Hitaki is usually late for classes, he has already mastered the basic theoretical knowledge taught in the ninja school. What he lacks now is to put the knowledge into practice and turn the knowledge into muscle memory, and finally evolve it into killing skills. The joy of childhood has to say goodbye to Hitaki Akira. Konoha Hospital. Sakumo-sama. Yes. Facing the respectful greetings of a medical ninja, Hitaki Sakumo nodded in response. Are you injured, or are you here to visit your colleagues? This medical ninja was a talkative person and couldn't help but ask one more question. I want to ask a medical ninja to come to my house and treat Akira's injuries. Hitaki Sakumo didn't mean to hide it. Ming. The medical ninja was a little surprised. Did you get injured during training? That's right. Hitaki Sakumo didn't want to say more. After all, there was no reason to publicize such things as family scandals. After a perfunctory sentence, he prepared to go find a medical ninja he knew well. Sakumo-sama. The medical ninja who spoke stopped Hitaki Sakumo, who was about to leave. I don't have anything important to do right now. If you don't mind, I can accompany you. As if he was afraid that Hitaki Sakumo would disagree, the medical ninja added, Tsunade-sama is currently holding a meeting for some medical ninjas, and those you know may be among them. I see. Hitaki Sakumo turned around. What's your name? Yakushi Nono. Sorry to trouble you. Hitaki Sakumo nodded slightly. Do you need to bring anything? I can do it for you. As a medical ninja, I always have a lot of things on me, so I don't need to bother Sakumo-sama anymore. The pharmacist Nunwoyu smiled and patted his ninja bag. Let's go, Sakumo-sama, and try to get there early. Return. Good. After taking a deep look at the pharmacist Nono, Hitaki Sakumo led the way, while the latter followed closely with his head lowered. Less than 5 minutes later, another wailing sound came from Hitaki's house. However, this wailing was not a cry of pain, but a mixture of shame and resentment. Didn't we agree to call the male medical ninja over? Hitaki Akira stretched out his hand and tugged on his pants, his face turned red. Some male medical ninjas I know were in a meeting, and it happened that Nunwoyu had some time, so I brought him over. Hitaki Sakumo explained to Hitaki Akira, and then glanced at the pharmacist Nono who was laughing secretly. Aang is a little naughty, please don't take offense. How come? Akira is very cute. Smiling, Yakushi Nono knelt down and patted Akira Hitaki on the back. Although it is very happy to know the difference between men and women at such a young age, in the eyes of doctors, gender is fundamental. It's not important, not to mention you are still so young. I'm so young. Hitaki Akira wanted to shout loudly, but the facts were louder than excuses, so in the end he could only keep silent. Without Hitaki Akira's stop, Yakushi Nanoyu smoothly pulled down his pants, and then a bright green chakra light lit up in his palm. The effect of the palm immortal technique is quite remarkable when it comes to treating skin injuries. After a while, the red and swollen buttocks of Hitaki Ming disappeared, and the horizontal and vertical bruises also disappeared. All right. Pharmacist Nono pulled up Hitaki Akira's pants, then took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool bag, made a few seals and then unsealed the medicine box inside. After rummaging around for a few times, pharmacist Nono handed Hitaki Sakumo an ointment. Sakumo-sama, this is an ointment for treating trauma. You will apply it on Akira later. Thank you. Hitaki Sakumo thanked him, and then led the pharmacist Nono away. After the two left, Hitaki Akira's embarrassment disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Things are definitely weird today. Chapter 17 Hitaki Sakumo is exhausted both physically and mentally. Squeak! With a soft sound, the bedroom door was opened, and Hitaki Sakumo came back. Father, I'm just sending someone off, why did it take so long? Hitaki Akira could already sit up, but he did not raise his head while holding a book and studying it. I just discussed some things with Nono. Hitaki Sakumo walked to Hitaki Akira and sat down. Get down first and let me put some ointment on you. I don't dare to use what she gave me. Akira Hitaki closed the book with a snap and looked at Sakumo Hitaki with a solemn expression. Father, do you know her true identity? No. Hitaki Sakumo was stunned for a moment. He's just a jounin in the medical class. What's his special identity? She is the best spy agent in the route. Akira Hitaki's face darkened. Although this incident cannot be ruled out by chance, it cannot be ruled out that it is a conspiracy. After looking at Akira Hitaki, Sakumo Hitaki lowered his head and thought for a moment, then reached out and patted Akira Hitaki on the shoulder. Ming, I know you are worried about me, but it's better to say less about such baseless things in the future. But. No but. Hitaki Sakumo interrupted Hitaki Akira. Yakushi Nono does have small thoughts, but she is not here for me and the Hitaki family, but to raise funds for the orphanage. Orphanage? Hitaki Akira was surprised, and then asked Hitaki Sakumo, before she comes, Father, do you know her true identity? I know a little about it. Hitaki Sakumo nodded. Although I don't know much, I can tell that she worked in that department before. Then Father. Hitaki Ming was a little impatient. why don't you be careful? It's no use. Hatake Sakumo showed fatigue on his face. Ming, I know you are born smart and you have helped me a lot in the past, but I still don't want you to be exposed to these dirty things. But we have always discussed this before. Hatake Ming was really anxious this time. Father, are you saying this now? Have you encountered something? There's nothing special, it's just that I feel tired. Hatake Sakumo's mental state is not what it used to be. I'm tired of this kind of life. The father and son suddenly fell silent, and Hatake Akira also realized the seriousness of the problem. Hatake Sakumo is a very simple ninja. His belief has always been for Konoha, even if it means going through life or death. But now that he has become a candidate for the position of Hokage, there are many things that he can't help himself. He wants to change but can't. He could not accept the current Konoha, nor could he let go of his original intention. The internal intrigues made Hatake Sakumo slowly lose himself. Father, have you thought about the consequences of giving up now? Hatake asked in a deep voice. I've thought about it. Hatake Sakumo nodded. The worst result is that I will bear it all, and it won't have much impact on you and Kakashi. It may even make the third generation soft-hearted because of me, so be careful, protect you and Kakashi. Hearing what Hatake Sakumo said, Hatake Akira's heart sank to the bottom. The thing he least wanted to see happened. Are you planning to give up? That's right. Hatake Sakumo nodded. I will resign to the Sandame after a while and carry out my various tasks with peace of mind. The future of Konoha should be left to the younger generation. There was weakness and desolation in Hatake Sakumo's words. As long as you are here in the Hatake family, the family and Kakashi don't need me to worry. Although it is a bit irresponsible, but... No buts. Hatake suddenly stood up. You can be cowardly and disheartened, but please don't place your future hopes on me and Kakashi. And don't be so naive. How could Hatake Sakumo, a ninja who was somewhat irritable and angry, have his inner spirit flattened in a political struggle? I know that your current experience is different from what you imagined before. Even if you are discouraged now, please don't give up at this time. Hatake Akira's words were slightly softer. Since father, you don't want to be in the whirlpool of politics. If you are struggling, then, let me do it. Hatake Akira and Hatake Sakumo have been together day and night for more than 6 years, and they have basically figured out Hatake Sakumo's temperament. Ming, do you want to? What I think is simple, even if you want to quit now, you have to find someone you like who can lead Konoha out of the quagmire of internal strife. I know you are afraid that if you fail, Kakashi and I will be implicated, but many things do not mean that you can retreat if you want to. Even if you want to retreat, you have to wait for the opportunity. Obviously, now is not a good time, and there is no reason for you to quit, and the Sandame is even less likely to agree, unless... Unless what? Hatake Sakumo spoke quickly, which showed that he was really tired of the political strife within Konoha. You did something wrong, and it was excusable but unforgivable according to the regulations. Akira Hatake thought about the events that led to Sakumo Hatake's suicide. If Sakumo Hatake's psychological counseling could be strengthened, there might be a best of both worlds outcome in the future. And through today's conversation, Hatake Akira has realized that Hatake Sakumo's thoughts are already showing signs of becoming extreme. To put it bluntly, after seeing the darkness, he felt that there was no hope, or he felt powerless and self-blame. What happened next undoubtedly amplified these negative emotions, and eventually led him to the end of his life in a very shameful way. But fortunately, Hatake Sakumo revealed his heart to Hatake Akira today, allowing him to prepare in advance. This is due to the young and mature impression Hatake Akira left on Hatake Sakumo's heart when he was a child, and helped him analyze the political situation in Konoha many times, which made Hatake Sakumo confide in Hatake Akira when he was confused. It can be said that the cause of the past is the result of today, and Hatake Akira's previous efforts were not in vain. This feels hard. It's not difficult. Hatake Ming shook his head. Although you rarely go on missions now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Opportunities will come. I hope. Hatake Sakumo sighed. Ming, do you think your father is a failure? No. Hatake Akira smiled. That's not your ambition. The blade of the Konoha White Fang is aimed at the enemy, not against one's own people. I can understand the struggle in your heart. Not only will I not think you have failed, I will think you are pure and a truly great ninja. Hatake Ming said this from the bottom of his heart, and at that time, Hatake Sakumo chose to commit suicide with the intention of saving Hatake Kakashi. To be Hokage, Hatake Sakumo would definitely not be qualified, but as a father, Hatake Sakumo was clearly far beyond the qualification line. Thank you, Akira. Hatake Sakumo smiled. Then tell me, what should I do in the future? Be cruel. Hatake Akira narrowed his eyes. If the internal cancer is not removed, not only will there be a lot of bad things in the future, but it will also endanger Kakashi and me. Since my father doesn't want to be in politics, there's no problem in being a sword, and I've already chosen allies for my father. He won't turn Konoha into a mess like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did. You are right. Namikaze Minato. Hatake Akira said word by word. Chapter 18 Konoha's Rare Beast Metkai. At dusk, the door of the ninja school opened, and the chattering and laughing students filed out. Kakashi Hatake, who was not wearing a mask, was among them, looking back and forth with dead fish eyes, trying to find the figure that had been on his mind. Elder brother. At the corner across the street from the ninja school, Kakashi Hatake spotted Akira Hatake. The cold expression on his face melted like spring snow, and he couldn't help but wave his arms towards Akira Hatake. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi reacted in time and stopped his shouting, otherwise the identity swapping between the two would definitely make everyone known. Lin, do you feel that there is something different tomorrow? Uchiha Obito, who was following Kakashi, scratched his head and said, Anko was very cheerful before. Why has it suddenly become a lot colder today, just like Kakashi? I don't know. Nohara Lin shook her head, but judging from the light in her eyes, she should already know the truth of the matter. With Nohara Rin's intelligence, it is not difficult to see through the identity swap between Akira Hatake and Kakashi. The reason why she did not tell Obito Uchiha was because she was worried that Obito would yell loudly and bring it to Akira Hatake and Kakashi. Unnecessary trouble. Smart, gentle, thoughtful yet powerful, Nohara Rin is what really attracts Obito Uchiha. However, Kakashi didn't pay too much attention to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin who were following him. He was now focusing all his attention on Hatake Akira. Jogging over, Kakashi stood in front of Hatake Akira. I thought that with so many thoughts in my heart, I would have a lot to say after meeting, but at this moment, Kakashi subconsciously said something a little arrogant. Didn't you say you wouldn't come to pick me up? I've remembered this from morning until now. Don't think that I will forgive you if you regret it temporarily. Cut. Seeing Kakashi's arrogant look, Hatake Akira was very disdainful and admitted that he was looking forward to it and very happy. Is this kind of thing difficult to do? Even if it is difficult to do, Hatake Akira has many ways to cure Kakashi's arrogant little temper. Then how can you forgive me? My stupid brother. Apologize to me. Hatake Kakashi's eyes gleamed, and promise not to treat me like that in the future. You have a big heart, Kakashi. Akira Hatake reached out and pinched the black mask on his face. There were a lot more people after school today. It was stuffy and hot. I pulled down the mask. Get some air. I was wrong, brother. Kakashi rushed over to stop him in a panic, while Hatake Akira showed a winner's smile. After Hatake Kakashi decisively gave in, Hatake Akira didn't argue with him anymore. He was not unaware of Kakashi's playful and fun-loving temperament. Let's go, Kakashi. As usual, he put his arm around Kakashi's shoulders and pulled him away, completely forgetting that he was currently supporting his younger brother. "Brother, my current identity is..." "Oh, don't be stupid." Hitaki Akira didn't care at all. "With your poor acting skills, anyone with a right mind can guess that you are not me." "Kakashi, please wait." A passionate voice came from behind, causing the two brothers to turn around and look at the source of the voice. The rustic watermelon head, the front teeth that are so smooth that they reflect the light, and a green tights. Along with Akira Hitaki and Obito Uchiha, this is Metkai, who is known as one of the top 3 leaders in the ninja school. Although the future Kaihuang with 8 doors will be extremely powerful, now walk. Akira Hitaki and Kakashi Hitaki turned around almost simultaneously, chatting and laughing as if nothing was wrong, preparing to use this method to get through. "Kakashi, let's have a duel that represents passionate youth." Metkai dodged and blocked the way for the two of them. His thumbs up and shining front teeth made the two brothers hold their foreheads in silence in perfect sync. "He is Kakashi. X2. The two brothers pointed at each other, and the atmosphere around them was somewhat solidified, while Metkai was stunned and seemed a little at a loss. After thinking about it, Metkai regained his fighting spirit and pointed at Hitaki Akira and issued another duel invitation. "I'm Akira Hitaki, you idiot." After glaring hard at Kakashi, who was snickering secretly, Hitaki Akira opened his mouth to explain to Metkai. However, Metkai didn't buy it, and the passionate Chiyuni's request for a duel blurted out for the 3rd time, leaving Akira Hitaki very helpless. Say yes, he might not be able to beat Metkai. Don't agree. With so many people now, it would be inappropriate to take the initiative to reveal that you and Kakashi exchanged identities. And with Metkai's temperament, he would definitely entangle the two of them all the way, and even sneak up and ambush them everywhere, making them extremely annoying. After thinking about it, Hitaki opened his stance and stretched out his right fist. "Kakashi, this is what passionate youth should do. Let's start the 34th competition between us." Metkai was suddenly moved to tears by himself, and he also extended his right fist to touch Hitaki Akira. But when he punched, Hitaki Akira suddenly opened his fist and spread his fingers. "Rock, paper, scissors, I won." Hitaki Akira's faint voice sounded, making Metkai suddenly feel discouraged. "How can you prove your passionate youth with such a perfunctory duel?" There were tears on Metkai's face. "Kakashi, please try another way with me. The passionate youth leaves us no time too much. There are many more." Hitaki Ming shook his head. "You will always look like a passionate youth." The words were originally meant to be teasing, but when it came to Metkai, they became encouragement. He stepped forward and grabbed Hitaki Akira's hand excitedly, and began to cry loudly. "Kakashi, you finally recognized my passionate youth and spoke so highly of me. You are truly worthy of being my lifelong rival and lifelong best friend." This. Hitaki Akira hurriedly took out his hand, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and looked at Kakashi next to him with great sympathy. With such a gay friend who is full of fighting spirit and a little bit sexy, you can imagine how miserable life was. As Kakashi's brother, it is natural that he needs to add fuel to the fire. Who told Kakashi not to admit his identity just now and to do evil things secretly? Then I agree. Hitaki Akira grinned, "For your passionate youth. Great, let's hurry up and start the 35th duel. But I still have one condition." Hitaki Akira pointed to Kakashi beside him. "If you want to challenge me, you must defeat my brother first." Ming. Metkai scratched his head in embarrassment. "If it's Ming, it's not impossible, but his strength may be a little worse. I feel like a waste of time." Metkai glanced at Kakashi, then at Hitaki Akira, and then nodded dully. Seeing this, Hitaki Ming's face darkened. "Metkai, are you polite? The two of them are both at the tail end of the crane, so why does this Metkai not take him seriously even though he takes 50 steps and laughs at 100 steps?" After secretly winking at Kakashi, and seeing the latter nodding reluctantly, Hatake Akira contentedly led the two to the training ground. We must teach Konoha's rare beast Metkai a lesson. Chapter 19 Golden Chakra Chain. Konoha Training Ground Number 9. Although this place is known as a training ground, because it is located deep in the forest of Konoha village, there are very few people here. As for the reason for choosing this place, it was naturally that Akira Hatake didn't want to expose his special abilities in advance. Who knows, after being exposed, Orochimaru, who is now wearing the same pants as Shimura Danzo, will have a sudden idea and capture Hatake Akira to study it. Although this possibility is very small, as long as there is that possibility, Hatake Akira needs to be careful to take precautions. Kakashi, as long as I defeat Akira, you must agree to fight with me for the 35th duel. Metkai muttered in a low voice, and added, it is a passionate battle of youth with fists, and it's not a passive duel like guessing games or hide and seek. Don't worry, as long as you can win, I will definitely have a good fight with you. Okay. Metkai showed his big reflective white teeth, then turned to look at Kakashi. Come on Ming, let's have our first duel with me. Hatake Kakashi was speechless. How strong must Metkai's nerves have been that he couldn't tell who was the two of them after so long? You can really tell them apart by how they dress. I have a headache. Kakashi Hatake rolled his eyes and was pushed by Akira Hatake, who was standing behind him, and then reluctantly walked to the center of the training ground. The two stood in the center of the training ground. After making a seal of reconciliation, they started a duel with each other. Ming, be careful. Metkai reminded him, and then he started up at high speed, using his legs to run up, and then kicked Kakashi in the air with a side kick. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kakashi Hatake flew 4 or 5 meters away under Akira Hatake's disbelieving gaze. After landing, he rolled over on the ground in some pain, then lay on the ground and chose to admit defeat. Gan. Akira Hatake finally understood at this time that Kakashi turned a deaf ear to his hint just now. This was playing off of him. Ming, are you okay? Metkai thought he had restrained his strength just now, but he didn't expect Akira Hatake to be so inexperienced. After trotting over in a panic and checking that Kakashi's injuries were not serious, Metkai felt relieved. Ming, the way you blocked just now is wrong. You should use the ulna, the strongest part of your arm, to block, not your palms. Metkai pulled Hatake Kakashi up from the ground, and pointed out his mistake thoughtfully. Although it is possible to block with the palm of your hand, your strength is not as good as mine, and it is easy to form an ineffective defense. Oh! Kakashi Hatake replied calmly, and then patted the dust on his body. I am indeed not as good as my brother Kakashi, there is nothing I can do about it. After saying this, Kakashi Hatake glanced at Akira Hatake secretly, and when he saw that his face turned completely black, he actually felt a little happy in his heart. He had been bullied by Hatake Akira in the past. Although it was trivial things that were not worth mentioning, Kakashi was somewhat excited to be able to fight back this time. Walking up to Hatake Akira, Hatake Kakashi patted his shoulder seriously. Brother, I have done my best. I leave the rest to you. Kakashi, wait for me. Hatake Akira gritted his teeth and muttered softly at him. Kakashi Hatake, on the other hand, seemed not to hear, and made a cheering gesture to Akira Hatake, then pretended to cover the side of his face, found a big tree and sat down against it. Kakashi, come over here. Metkai became excited, took a stance and hooked his hand towards Hatake Akira from a distance. Let me see if you have any new moves during this time. Akira Hatake was too lazy to respond. He looked back at Kakashi Hatake, who had been sitting next to a big tree for a long time and watched the battle. His eyes seemed to burst out with fire. But it was useless to be angry anymore. After being tricked by Kakashi, Hatake Akira could only bite the bullet at this time. There's nothing better than teaching Metkai a lesson as much as doing it myself. Hatake Ming comforted himself in his heart, and then waved his hand towards Metkai in the distance. So fast! Metkai only had time to make a defensive posture, but before the posture was completely formed, Hatake Akira's passive attack had already reached his chest. Metkai, who hastily resisted Hatake Akira's attack, was directly thrown away by the powerful force of Hatake Akira's passive attack. After spinning twice on the ground and landing, his legs still plowed out 2 4-meter-long paths on the ground. Gully. Although Metkai's physical fitness at this time can bear it, it is definitely not comfortable. You are worthy of being my lifelong opponent. Metkai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of unyielding fighting spirit. It seems that this is your newly developed powerful move, so I can't hide it anymore. Listening to Metkai's shouts and watching his fists approaching his cheeks, Hatake Akira had mixed feelings in his heart. The time has come to test his achievements. Bang! With a soft sound, Metkai's straight fist hit a wooden stake, which made Kakashi's eyes brighten when he was watching the fight from behind. Hatake Akira finally mastered the substitution technique, one of the 3 body techniques. Unlike Hatake Kakashi's relief, Hatake Akira, who was temporarily freed at this time, broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been slower just now, or if he had made a slight mistake during the operation, he would have lost his appearance. Replacement technique. Mike K smiled confidently, I already knew you would use this trick, then. You are definitely behind me. He suddenly twisted and kicked to the side, and then Metkai's smile froze and he missed the kick. Then, a purple-red chakra chain was tied around Metkai's waist, and Hatake fled to a big tree tomorrow morning. What is this? Metkai, who was supposed to retreat and stand firm, suddenly felt his body go limp, feeling as if 1/5 of the power in his body had been taken away. Even his reaction speed and body control had dropped significantly. Plop! The inertia caused by the twisting side kick made it impossible for Metkai, who was tied with an offensive purple chakra chain, to adapt. His body instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Kakashi, this is one of your trump cards. Metkai stood up unsteadily, with the smile still on his face. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to push you to this point. This is the beauty of youth. Power. With a passionate shout from Chiyuni, Metkai quickly adapted to having his various attributes reduced by at least 20%. He was able to endure the damage that the purple chakra chain kept causing him and rushed forward again. Nah! Hatake Akira cursed in his mind, why is the speed so much faster than before? Metkai was just testing, and naturally he would not use his truest strength. If he used his full firepower, Kakashi would suffer a lot. Even though various body values were reduced by the purple chakra chain's attack form, Metkai's current speed is still a step ahead of Hatake Akira. Seeing that there was no time to form a seal or dodge, Akira Hatake simply chose to use the second skill of the Ming Shi Yin hero template, Shigwa Flying Wings. The purple-red chakra chain instantly changed color, and the beautiful and rich golden yellow became the main color of the chakra chain. Hey! The physical weakness is gone. Metkai was overjoyed at first, and then he threw all his fists and kicks at Hatake Akira regardless of the situation. Hatake Akira, on the other hand, defended hastily and clumsily. Although he was panicking at first, after enduring a few attacks, Hatake Akira smiled happily. Chapter 20 Metkai's eyes changed. The golden chakra chain has 2 functions. The first is to reduce the enemy's defense, and the second is to increase the various defensive attributes of Hatake Akira's body by percentage. Because it is reality rather than a game, the 3 skills of the Ming Shi Yin hero template have changed to varying degrees. The definition of defense attributes in the game is quite simple, namely physical resistance and magic resistance. But in reality, as long as you do not use equipment purchased in the equipment mall to improve defense attributes, both physical resistance and magic resistance require the body as a carrier. In other words, the main improvement in defense power brought by the golden chakra chain to Hatake Akira is the improvement of physical fitness related to defensive attributes. For example, vitality, recovery speed, bone strength, muscle strength, skin strength, etc. Therefore, the increase that the golden chakra chain brings to Hatake Akira is not necessarily smaller than that of the purple chakra chain. The specific proportion of Hatake Akira's increase in physical fitness is determined based on the physical fitness of the person connected to the golden chakra chain. More importantly, as long as it is connected by the golden chakra chain, the enemy's physical attributes related to defense will be weakened, and no matter how much it is weakened, the specific value of the weakening will be added to Hatake Akira exactly as it is. In other words, the stronger the enemy Hatake Akira faces, the stronger the buff he receives. Needless to say, Metkai's physical fitness is definitely among the best among ninjas of the same level. Now his body has not only been weakened by 25% of its defense attributes, but Akira Hatake has also received a 25% numerical enhancement based on Metkai's body's defense attributes. With this decrease and increase, what Hatake Akira gained was not just a simple 25%, but under relative circumstances, he temporarily gained physical defense attributes that were equal to, or even slightly higher than, Metkai's. If Metkai had simply used physical skills to fight the enemy, Hatake Akira would have been invincible. Is this genius? The more Metkai fought, the more frightened he became, although I don't know why the weakness in my body disappeared, and the damage from all aspects of the body also disappeared, but even so, the physical skills that I was proud of were all wiped out by Kakashi. Block it! Metkai still didn't recognize his opponent as Akira Hatake, but that didn't hurt either. I remember the many serious duels between the two of them in the past. Kakashi Hatake never defeated Metkai through taijutsu. Instead, he used ninjutsu, taijutsu, and tactics in turns to steadily suppress Metkai. Tekai head. It seems that during this period, Kakashi should have done a lot of training. Otherwise, how could his physical fitness, which is weaker than mine, be on par with mine or even slightly surpass it? As he was thinking about it, Metkai suddenly burst into tears again, and his fighting spirit became high again. The power of youth is really endless. It seems that you have realized the meaning of youth recently, so I can't let you down. A loud roar made Akira Hatake, who was becoming more and more comfortable, tremble, thinking that Metkai was going to make a bigger move. But after waiting and waiting, I didn't see Metkai open the 8th door. Then I remembered that Kai Huang was still in the development stage and was still some way away from opening the 8th door. Although Metkai is now unable to activate the 8 gates of Dunjia, his open and close Konoha steel body techniques are getting faster and faster, and his fists are getting heavier and heavier. The muffled sound of bang 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 was heard endlessly, and the bloody scene of fisting to the flesh made Hatake Kakashi, who was leaning against the big tree, tilt his head. My brother's physical fitness is actually on par with Metkai's. Is it because of that golden chakra chain? Kakashi suddenly regretted. It seems that my brother's golden chakra chain is far from what I first thought. It's simple. I should have known that I shouldn't have said that in the first place. Unlike the regretful Hatake Kakashi, Metkai, who was entering a violent attack state at this time, had already noticed that something was wrong. The bandaged fist actually made me feel pain. Metkai punched hard to knock Hatake Akira away, and then 2 or 3 jumped up to leave the ring, temporarily staying away from Hatake Akira. Although the strength is still the same as before, the muscle strength and bone strength have dropped by at least 20%. Is it because of the golden chakra chain? Metkai is not brainless, but his brain circuits are relatively long, and he knows that he cannot match Kakashi in ninjutsu, so he chose to temporarily ignore the chakra chain and use the strategy of exchanging injuries with physical attacks. But obviously, Metkai's plan was completely shattered. Although it took a while, Metkai, who was now looking at him, had already focused on the golden chakra chain integrated into his own flesh and blood. Can't touch, can't be torn off, could it have something to do with the distance? After reaching the conclusion, Metkai quickly retreated again, and Hatake Akira naturally could not sit still and wait for death. He waved his hand at Metkai, who was flying back again, and fired out a passive attack that was as powerful as a sea-level ninjutsu. No! It's that move again! Metkai's whole body trembled. At the beginning of the duel, he suffered a heavy loss from this move, and at this time, the alarm bells rang in his heart. Dodging left and twisting right, snakeskin moves, looking for cover. He tried every method of evasion that Metkai could think of, but as he had not yet fully mastered the substitute technique, he could not escape from this locked attack. We have no choice but to resist. Metkai took a stance, crossed his hands in front of his chest, took a stance, and was ready to receive the blow again. Kakashi. When Hatake Akira used his passive attack, he regretted it. Now, Metkai is still tied by the golden chakra chain, and the various defensive attributes of his body are still weakened. In the past, Metkai's resistance was barely enough, but in this state, Metkai's resistance was undoubtedly as close as courting death. But Hatake Akira's passive attack is a locked attack, which cannot be avoided except in two specific situations, and he himself cannot take it back. There is no turning back when the bow is fired. Now there is only one way to rescue Metkai. Hey! Kakashi! Metkai, who had put on a defensive posture, looked at the figure running towards him with dead fish eyes, and he already understood the situation in his heart. He mistakenly recognized the two brothers Akira Hatake and Kakashi Hatake. But before he had any other thoughts, Hatake Akira's passive attack had already hit him. Why do I feel that compared to before, the power this time is much worse? Metkai retracted his arms that were crossed in front of his chest and looked at the ravine less than 2 meters long under his feet, scratching his head and not knowing the situation. Call. Seeing that Metkai was fine, Hatake Akira breathed a sigh of relief. If he had reacted any slower, Metkai would have been crippled even if he died. But then, Hatake Akira had a headache. The form conversion between the first skill attack form and the auxiliary form is not so flexible due to the Ming Xian hero template. The judgment of whether it is an enemy or a friend basically relies on the three situations of camp, malice, and competition. This is also the reason why Hatake Akira asked Namikaze Minato to release his murderous intent before changing the form of his first skill. And just now, it was through Kakashi's intervention that the competition between Akira Hatake and Metkai was terminated, allowing Akira Hatake to change the attack form of his first skill into the auxiliary form in time. But here's the problem. When Metkai realized what he had done, not only was he not embarrassed, but the way he looked at Akira Hatake changed. Chapter 21, Defeating 10 Groups with One Force. Ming, did you create the ninjutsu just now? Ming, why is my body's defensive properties greatly enhanced after being tied to a chakra chain? Ming, how do you view youth? Ming, if you use the chakra chain to tie me up again, I should be able to break through my limits again. Bright. Enough. Metkai's annoying chattering voice was stopped, and Akira Hatake turned to Kakashi Hatake for help. Brother, this, haha, I can't help it either. Hatake Kakashi still couldn't hold it back, he lowered his head slightly and pursed his lips, his shoulders trembling and rising and falling. How could I have a brother like you? Akira Hatake slapped his forehead in distress, then turned to deal with Metkai. Kai, it's getting late, Kakashi, and I really have to go back. How can such a passionate youth rest so early? Metkai shook his head with a confused look, then bent at 90 degrees and begged Hatake Akira, Aang, I hope you can train with me in the future, please. TM. Labor and management are assistants, not sparring partners. And now I can also have a small C, okay? Hatake Akira roared in his heart, but seeing how sincere Metkai was, it was hard to refuse. He couldn't bear to part with Metkai, the powerful main C reserve. There is no need to elaborate too much on how terrifying Metkai is with all 8 armors activated. As long as Hatake Akira is chained up, he will definitely be invincible under the 6 paths, and 1 for 1 above the 6 paths. It's even uncertain that after Akira Hatake's third skill is fully leveled, he can give Metkai a few more kicks with his third skill. 2 more kicks, and it would really be the finale. Therefore, with such a powerful main C in front of us, we must hold on tightly. Yes, yes. Really? Metkai interrupted Hatake Akira with tears streaming down his face, straightened up and stepped forward to grab his hands. Ming, it seems you also agree with my youth. I didn't agree with your youth. Hatake Akira shook his head, but did not take out his palm. I just agreed with your future. My future? Metkai was a little confused. Yes, your future. Hatake Akira nodded. Kai, you are a genius in my eyes. Woo. A sob sounded suddenly, and Hatake Akira saw an inexplicable light in Metkai's eyes. It may be the excitement of being praised, or it may be the relief of being recognized, but more often than not, it is the affirmation of one's own efforts. Don't cry in a hurry, I haven't finished speaking yet. Akira Hatake doesn't dislike Metkai, who sheds tears easily, nor does he find it funny. Metkai is one of the few Narutos who always maintains a pure heart. No matter what he encounters, he always looks like a passionate youth. Even when he was about to die, he was so passionate. You can joke with this kind of person, but you can't really think that he is stupid or stubborn. Emperor Kai must be worthy of respect. In my opinion, there are 3 types of geniuses. Akira Hatake held out 3 fingers. The first type of genius is omniscient and omnipotent. They can start from many aspects and reach the peak of all aspects at almost the same time. Such people a rare sight in 1,000 years. The second type is like ninjas who have been famous in the ninja world for 100 years or more. They are proficient in a variety of attack methods and can use them in conjunction with each other without leaving any trace to form their own unique attack routines. And the last type is a ninja like you who is an eccentric swordsman. He may specialize in illusions, some kind of escape skills, or he may specialize in physical skills. In the initial stage, the third type of genius is undoubtedly the most disadvantaged and the last to achieve success, but have you heard of a saying? What are you talking about? There was no extra expression on Metkai's face, but only solemnity. 1 force can defeat 10 groups, 1 sword can defeat all kinds of magic. I don't understand it, but I think it makes sense. Metkai nodded. Then what happens next? What should I do? It's like unscrewing this person's brain and taking a closer look. Is it filled with muscles? As an adult, Metkai is not so stupid. Snapped. Hatake Akira gave himself a slap on the forehead. He regretted the long speech he had just given. It was just flirting with a blind man. It would be better to say it directly, which would be more concise and effective. You just need to remember that you are the third type of genius. You only need to practice your physical skills to the extreme, and then there will definitely be a legend of yours in the future ninja world. Really? Ming. Metkai's eyes were full of little stars at this time. Can I really do what you said and defeat 10 times with 1 force? Yes. Akira Hatake gave Metkai another injection of chicken blood. It's time for you to break through the limits of your body. Whenever you feel that you can't break through the bottleneck on your own, you can come to me. I'm at a bottleneck right now, and I feel like I can't break through. Metkai's eyes glowed brightly, and he interrupted Hatake Akira again. Ming, I need you. Can you listen to me? Hatake Ming said with a serious face, although I said you can come to me, there are conditions. Are there any conditions? Metkai was a little discouraged. Do you think that a breakthrough with the help of external forces will be of great benefit to you? Hatake Akira said matter-of-factly, Taijutsu training is not only a physical breakthrough, but more importantly, it also improves willpower and spiritual strength. Breakthrough, although these outsiders can help you, they are far less effective than self-breakthrough. Therefore, in order not to delay your growth, I will only help you 3 times in my life. Come to me again when you can't break through anyway. Thank you, Ming. Metkai was moved to tears. Other than Kakashi, no, you are the best person to me besides my father. This. Hitaki Akira was very depressed. It was just a competition and a random recognition. His status in Metkai's heart had already surpassed Kakashi's. Fortunately, Hitaki Akira was alert enough to block Metkai's follow-up request in advance, and made a strange request to help him only 3 times in his life. Otherwise, I still don't know how much this precious beast Metkai can annoy me day by day. Finally, under the crazy output of Hitaki Akiko's evasive firepower, Metkai, who was full of fighting spirit, bid farewell to the two of them and made a bold decision to run 2,000 laps around Konoha's playground. As for whether Metkai can complete it, it is none of Hitaki Akira's business. In short, support is like this, and how many people know the difficulties of male mothers? Brother, is it really okay for you to lie to Kai like this? The wise Kakashi immediately stood up to take responsibility for Hitaki Akira, completely ignoring Hitaki Akira's eyes that seemed to be murderous. Hey, tell me clearly, when did I lie to Kai? Hitaki Akira was naturally unhappy. 1 force can defeat 10 guilds, 1 sword can defeat all kinds of magic, etc. Not only are they exaggerated, but you don't even believe them, right? Oh, 50 to 50, that's superficial, right? Akira Hitaki was very disdainful. Come with me, I'll show you something good. Chapter 22 1 sword breaks all laws. 1 force can defeat 10 enemies, 1 sword can defeat all kinds of magic. This is not nonsense, it is a wise saying backed by huge data and theory. Before Akira Hitaki was reborn in the world of Naruto, he had read a lot of books on the internet and visited major forums. His theoretical knowledge was so rich that few people in the world of Naruto could compare with him. As for Hitaki Kakashi's future path, Hitaki has already thought about it for him tomorrow. Copy Ninja Kakashi, this name is very loud, but the frustration inside can be imagined. In the early days, Kakashi was an out-and-out genius. The most representative attributes of his genius were the Chidori, Hitaki sword techniques, and the flexible use of various ninjutsu. But since Kakashi obtained Obito Uchiha's Sharingan, although Chidori has been upgraded to a silent Reikiri that is more suitable for assassination, Reikiri is no longer a conventional ninjutsu, but has become a sure kill technique. Once Reikiri is used, both the enemy and Hitaki Kakashi will have to lie down. Moreover, the Sharingan that cannot be closed has also become the culprit of Kakashi's extreme blue deficiency. Just imagine, if Kakashi does not have the Sharingan, although he will lose a lot of shining points, his future space will definitely be broader, and his achievements will definitely not be inferior to Hitaki Sakumo. Therefore, Akira Hitaki will not let Kakashi Hitaki be transplanted with Uchiha Obito's Sharingan again, but will let him continue on the early development trajectory. At the same time as Hitaki Kakashi, even Metkai, who was weaker than Kakashi in the early stage, could come up with the finale with 1 kick. Then why couldn't Kakashi use the White Fang to strike the finale? Brother, what exactly do you want me to see? Kakashi Hitaki was dragged back to Hitaki's house by Akira Hitaki. Looking at Akira Hitaki's chattering, he felt somewhat panicked. The days when he was teased by Hitaki Akira with all kinds of weird tricks as a child are still fresh in his memory, so he can't help but wonder if Hitaki Akira is holding back some bad intentions. Thinking like this, Kakashi Hitaki couldn't help but move slowly, moving away from Akira Hitaki and leaning on the door frame, ready to run away immediately if the situation went badly. After Akira Hitaki took out the Hitaki sword technique, he couldn't help curling his lips when he saw Kakashi Hitaki like this. Just relax, I'm too lazy to trouble you. Really? Kakashi didn't believe it. Here, you open the sword manual first, and I'll see if there are any mice or other things in it. You. Hitaki Ming was very helpless, and in the end he could only suppress his anger and open the book of swordsmanship. After Kakashi Hitaki didn't notice anything strange, he felt relieved and quietly came to kneel down next to Akira Hitaki. I believe you should have seen the swordsmanship of our Hitaki family. Hitaki Ming pointed to the sword manual, but I think this is still not the ultimate form of Hitaki's swordsmanship. Brother, what you are holding in your hand is the Hitaki sword technique that has been streamlined and modified by my father. It is the pinnacle sword technique in the ninja world. Listen to me first. Akira Hitaki ignored Kakashi's rebuttal and pointed to the short sword drawn in the sword manual. Kakashi, what occasion do you think such a short sword is suitable for? Assassination. Yes, it is indeed an assassination. Hitaki Akira nodded. Take my father's white fang short knife as an example. Its total length is only 40 centimeters, and the blade length is only 27 centimeters. Although this length is easier to unsheath and more convenient, it's easy to hide, and it's enough to kill the enemy with one hit. But the white teeth short sword also has limitations. Akira Hitaki expressed his opinion. I believe you have also read our family history. During the Warring States period, our ancestors used long swords. The Hitaki sword technique at that time, when it comes to sword skills alone, he is invincible in the world. But brother, you also said that it was the Warring States period, but now it is different, it is an era dominated by ninjas. Hitaki Kakashi still disagreed with Hitaki Akira. The long sword is indeed more suitable for Hitaki's sword skills. But in a specific assassination environment, the long knife also has limitations and is not suitable for the ninja style. You said that the long sword has limitations, so why are you carrying a kunai? Akira Hitaki glanced at Kakashi, feeling like he hated iron for not becoming steel. You think my father doesn't like using long swords? Do you think the white fang dagger is the most suitable for father? Isn't it? Father's name is named after white teeth. Father is indeed named after white fang, but have you ever thought about why white fang is white fang? The conversation between the two brothers was like playing riddles, but it was difficult for outsiders to understand. But Kakashi Hitaki, as a member of the Hitaki clan, was naturally transparent. Is it because the chakram metal used to forge white fang? Yes. Then do you know how expensive the metal that allows chakra to flow is? This, I don't know. Hitaki Kakashi lowered his head. Then let me tell you this. My father's white fang almost used up the Hitaki family's wealth to build a short sword with a total length of 40 cm. So exaggerated. What else? Hitaki Akira raised his eyebrows. White teeth can perfectly integrate the Hitaki family's thunder escape and sword skills. However, due to length restrictions, his father changed some of Hitaki's sword skills, making the moves more suitable for White Fang rather than making the sword skills more perfect. This, how can anyone adapt to the principles of the sword? Isn't what my brother said is too exaggerated? What else? Hitaki Akira rolled his eyes. The reason why Hitaki's sword skills became invincible in his father's hands is the combination of thunder escape and sword skills, and the key to this is White Fang. If it were longer, then the previous Hitaki knife technique of wide opening and closing could naturally be used, but its length was only suitable for assassination, so the new version of the Hitaki knife technique combined with lay done would naturally have to be changed. But what does this have to do with what my brother said? One sword can defeat all magic. That's a big connection. Akira Hitaki knocked Kakashi Hitaki's head. You are like me, you have 5 chakra attributes, right? I do have 5 chakra attributes, but I scratched his head a little embarrassed. I can't master them all at all, so I can only focus on 3 types to practice. Then have you ever thought about holding a long sword with a blade length of 70 centimeters, integrating 5 kinds of chakra into the sword technique, and then using the principle of conflicting attributes to split the enemy's ninjutsu in one blow? Idiot! Hitaki Kakashi was startled, and couldn't help but imitate Hitaki Akira, and a very distant national curse came out of his mouth. But then, the more Kakashi thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. His father, Hitaki Sakumo, had already done such incredible things with his thunder escape sword technique. If you think this is difficult, have you ever thought about pure physical attacks? Pure physical attack. Hitaki Kakashi had not yet recovered from the shock, and was once again confused by Hitaki Ming's question. When you swing the sword at a certain speed, the blade can arouse wind pressure to form sword energy, which can be powerful or small. Akira Hitaki looked full of longing. One sword can break mountains, two swords can suppress the stars, as long as you swing the speed of the knife is fast enough and the force is strong enough. Changing the terrain with one strike is not a problem. And if the two are combined, have you ever thought about that scenario? Brother, I want to learn. Kakashi Hitaki couldn't hold himself any longer. Well, this is just an idea, but I already have an effective training method. Hitaki Akira felt a little embarrassed and found an excuse. Although he is invincible in theory, the one who actually practices it is Kakashi. He only acts as a technical mentor when playing a supporting role, that's all. And it is necessary for Hitaki Sakumo to have a good relationship with Tsunade, so that if Kakashi fails to practice one day, he can still ask Tsunade for help. Chapter 23 The Three Laws of the Ninja World. Go to school leisurely, and come home from school leisurely. There is one word that stands out about Hitaki Akira's little life: stability. If Hitaki kept a diary, he would have repeated one sentence in the diary: nothing happened today, gold coins +1. However, after repeating this stable and fulfilling life for more than 2 months, what was due finally came. The final exam of ninja school has officially begun. The next 2 students are Akira Hitaki, Obito Uchiha. Following the shouts of the actual proctor, Obito Uchiha came out of the queue with a confident expression on his face, and then turned to look at Akira Hitaki, who looked sideways and looked indifferent. Ming, although our relationship is very good, I will not let go at this time. Uchiha Obito reminded Hitaki Akira in a low voice so that he could curb his laziness. Me too. Hitaki Akira smiled slightly, then nodded in reply. But in my heart, Hitaki Akira doesn't care about Uchiha Obito, who has not turned black during this period. His strength is really hard to describe, and may be slightly stronger than Prince Naruto. Then, please ask 2 students to start. Please wait. After the invigilator spoke, Hitaki Akira had already put up his posture, but Uchiha Obito was holding the ninja bag with one hand and waving his hand to stop. What's wrong? Nothing, just let me put in 2 drops of eye drops first. The Uchiha clan must protect their eyes. TCH. What? The onlookers from the ninja school complained. They thought it was something important, but it turned out that they were just putting eye drops on the unopened eyes. However, Hitaki Akira did not follow the crowd, but stood quietly and waited, with no trace of impatience on his face. Hitaki Akira has a very gentle temperament. As long as you don't actively provoke him, he has a cheerful attitude towards everyone and never speaks harshly. But that's it. If he wants to have a closer relationship with unrelated people and doesn't want to become a social butterfly, Hitaki Akira can't do it. Ming, thank you for waiting for me for so long. Obito Uchiha finished his eye drops and posed, come here. Ming. Uchiha Obito had just taken a posture, and before he finished the last part of his words, Hitaki Akira had already taken action. He circled behind him with a teleportation technique, and the cold kunai was already placed on Uchiha Obito's neck. Superior. And in order to prevent Uchiha Obito from using the substitute technique, Hitaki Akira grabbed his right hand with one hand. It is impossible for Obito Uchiha to do it with one hand at this stage. Wow! After witnessing Hitaki Akira defeating Obito Uchiha with a single move, the onlookers ninja students all let out a burst of exclamation. So fast, it was over before I could see it clearly. Sure enough, with such a genius brother, how could Akira Hitaki be so ordinary? What Hitaki Akira used just now, was the teleportation technique, right? It's the teleportation technique, but shouldn't it only be mastered by Chunin level ninjas? Oh, stop talking, Do you remember that time Kakashi Hatake performed the multiple shadow clone technique in class? That was an A-level ninjutsu. So it's not worth making a fuss about his brother using the teleportation technique. Bar. Compared to the comments from the people around him, Uchiha Obito's face flushed, and then he clenched his fists and then released them, feeling deflated in an instant. Ming, I really didn't expect that the ending of today's competition would be like this. Well, actually I didn't expect that. Akira Hatake put away his kunao and released the restrictions on Uchiha Obito. I'm sorry Obito, I have a reason to win this battle. Whoever said it doesn't seem to be the same. Uchiha Obito couldn't hide his disappointment, but he was not someone who couldn't afford to lose. A bitter and embarrassed smile crawled onto his cheeks. Uchiha Obito stretched out his hand and gently hammered Hatake Akira's chest. I didn't even notice how hard you usually work. Why are you so powerful all of a sudden today? I didn't even react. When you didn't see me, I should be working hard. Akira Hatake smiled slightly, and then patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder. You're not bad either, just deal with the next one well. After Akira Hatake and Obito Uchiha formed the seal of reconciliation, they vacated the field and handed it over to the next pair of ninja school students who were about to compete. After getting off the field, Obito Uchiha looked around, and finally made eye contact with Nohara Rin who was hiding in the crowd, and then he showed his truest smile. Uchiha Obito always saw the purest encouragement and understanding in Nohara Rin's eyes, without any trace of disgust or misunderstanding. Hatake, who was on the side, obviously had a panoramic view of this scene, and felt somewhat sad in his heart. Because of his intervention, Kakashi only paid a little more attention to Nohara Rin, which deviated quite a bit from his original trajectory. And also because of Hatake Akira's lovable personality, Uchiha Obito preferred to get together with Hatake Akira, and automatically ignored Hatake Kakashi, who was cold and arrogant to outsiders. The bloody relationship of the love triangle was completely strangled in the cradle by Hatake Akira. Bright. Just when Hatake Aki was thinking about Lemon, Yui Kurane, who had a pair of red eyes like a rabbit, suddenly came up to her. Red. Hatake Akira came to his senses. I remember your examination room is not here, and shouldn't that boy Asuma be following you all the time? Why, I can't leave the examination room after I finish the exam. Yui Hong pouted, also, don't mention that idiot Asuma to me. Forward. In fact, during the years that Akira Hatake has been in the ninja school, the people who have intervened are not only Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Hatake Kakashi, Metkai, and others, but he has passively interfered with even more people. Yui Red is the result of Hatake Akira's passive intervention. Girls, especially arrogant girls, are not only precocious but also have strange ways of thinking. Akira Hatake looks very cute. Although he has lost some of the masculinity that a boy should have. His overall profile is more feminine, and he is not very popular among boys. But when it comes to girls, Akira Hatake's looks are amazing, and they perfectly meet some people's appearance requirements for choosing a mate. As for Yui Kurane, she happened to like boys like Akira Hatake who tended to be feminine and handsome, so she had a natural affinity for him and was naturally willing to communicate more with Akira Hatake. Akira Hatake actually has thoughts about Kurane Yui, the future royal sister. But he really doesn't want to get involved in the love triangle. You must know that the 3 laws of the ninja world are no joke. A love triangle must fall in love and kill each other. There must be a fight between master and apprentice. The more awesome the offspring, the more miserable their parents will die. As for brothers killing each other, that is exclusive to the Uchiha clan and has nothing to do with anyone else. How dare Hatake Akira, who seeks stability and wants to completely enter retirement life by learning the art of flying Thunder God, dare to provoke him. Namikaze Minato's character guarantees that he will have no problem being a master, but Yui Kurane and Sarutobi Asuma's personalities are not yet completely fixed, and no one can tell what will happen in the future. Then Hatake Akira would naturally stay away from him. But precisely because of this, it actually aroused Yui Hong's competitive spirit, and after years of fermentation, her competitive spirit has gradually changed. Trouble either comes from enemies or from women, this has never changed. Hitaki Akira, are you bullying Kurane again? Sure enough, there must be Sarutobi Asuma within 3 steps of Kurane Yui, and Akira Hitaki is in trouble. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day everyone! Chapter 24 Sarutobi Asuma's Warning. Based on Akira Hitaki's observations in the past few years at the ninja school, there is no doubt that Asuma Sarutobi is a dog licker. As for why the two finally got together, it may be because some people often believe in a good girl is afraid of stalking a man. But everyone should not forget that Sarutobi Asuma, the Tang Gross, is an out-and-out powerful faction. Except for his appearance, which is still open to question, other conditions are excellent. Even if she didn't like her at the beginning, after chasing her for more than 10 years, Yui Hong's heart should melt. But there is another key point in this, that is, Sarutobi Asuma has no competitors. But Akira Hitaki suddenly became Kakashi's brother, and he didn't wear a mask to hide his appearance, so he naturally became Sarutobi Asuma's love rival. Hey, I didn't bully Hong, did I? Hitaki Akira was a little impatient. For such a person whose normal thinking has been replaced by his love brain, it would be wrong to say anything more. I saw Kurane, she was unhappy. Sarutobi Asuma stood between the two of them, blocking their sight of each other. Kurai was fine just now, but she became like this after she got here. Do you dare to say that it wasn't you who made you famous? Well, suddenly I don't want to talk anymore. Akira Hitaki didn't want to complain at all, but Sarutobi Asuma's current character and possessiveness towards his suitors were exactly what he should be like at this age. Maybe you can't feel anything now, but after you have several relationships in the future, you will understand how stupid he is now. Hitaki Akira didn't understand it in his previous life, but after falling in love several times, he gradually understood it. And it doesn't matter even if you don't understand, Yui Kurane will make Sarutobi Asuma understand next. Sarutobi Asuma. Kurane Yui called his full name. You're blocking me from talking to Akira, and you have to understand that I'm unhappy because you came over. Now, please, get out of the way. Yui Kurane's sister Fan had already shown signs of it. She was very calm and concisely rejected Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma subconsciously gave up his position and stood aside a little at a loss. He had never seen Yui Kurane so angry. Ming, there will be a vacation after the exam. My father has arranged camping and traveling. Do you want to come? Ignoring Asuma Sarutobi who was standing aside blowing the cold wind, Yui's cheeks turned slightly red and she blinked her ruby eyes, full of expectation. This. Hong. I think we are now, how should I say, just when Akira Hitaki was thinking about how to politely refuse, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly came back to his senses, and his face instantly darkened. Red, Akira Hitaki's crane tail is not worthy at all. It's just that I think it's a little too early for us to meet our parents. I think it's better to go on a date first. After all, I'm not ready yet. Even if the clay figure is still angry, Hitaki Akira's good temper does not mean that he really has no temper. Seeing that Sarutobi Asuma is so unwise, Hitaki Akira naturally chooses to be tough. After being interrupted by Hitaki Akira, Sarutobi Asuma wanted to speak again, but Yui Kurane's next words made Sarutobi Asuma mute again. Okay. How about finishing the exam today? I know a particularly delicious seafood restaurant, and his wasabi octopus is the most authentic. Yui Kurane took a step forward, her eyes were level with Hitaki Akira's, and their noses almost touched each other. The hot breath from both sides slapped each other's cheeks. The emotions that had been buried in Hitaki Akira's heart for many years broke free from the shackles, and the soul hidden in his body was about to move. What a nice view! So handsome! With such a close distance between the two, they can naturally see every detail on each other's faces. In general, the two not only possess the first element of falling in love, but they are both outstanding. However, such a close look only lasted less than 3 seconds, and ended with Hatake Akira's defeat. It's not that he's timid, it's that he's afraid that he won't be able to control his ancient power and will be charged with perversion. But children in the Naruto world are really precocious. Yui Kurane is only 6 years old this year. Ahem, I think it's okay, and I remember that there's a meatball seller near the shop you mentioned. You can go there for some shopping after eating. Hatake Akira coughed slightly to show his embarrassment, and then changed the subject. Okay. The blush on Yui Hong's face widened. How about we just go shopping from beginning to end and visit the commercial street? It's a good idea. Hatake Akira had no reason to refuse. When I skipped classes, I often went to the shopping street. There were a lot of delicious food and fun things there, and occasionally I could see ninjas or businessmen from other villages. The anecdotes they told were also very interesting. Then it's settled. Yui Hong stretched out her right hand, but since you let me go before, let's take insurance today and pull the hook. That's natural. Naturally, Hatake Akira didn't mean to refuse, and he also readily stretched out his right hand, touching Yui Kurane's little finger and thumb. There was no pause or unpleasantness in the conversation between the two, and they did not even take into account Sarutobi Asuma standing next to them. One can imagine what kind of suffering Sarutobi Asuma went through in these short 2 or 3 minutes. Hong, can you take me with you? Although Asuma Sarutobi doesn't have a high IQ in love, he is not a fool. He naturally knows that he cannot continue to provoke Hatake Akira at this time. But he knew that Hatake Akira also knew it, and he knew even better that Sarutobi Asuma would make a mark for himself without hesitation. You don't need to think too much about the hatred of killing your father and taking away your wife. The reason why these two kinds of hatred are put together, you should be able to understand how troublesome women are. Now that I have offended Sarutobi Asuma to death, does it matter if I offend him some more? We are dating, what are you going to do? Pay for us or get things for us? Before Yui Kurane could speak, Hatake Akira spoke up, although I appreciate your sincerity, feelings will always be the same. It's a matter of mutual consent between the two of us, so I can only say sorry to you. Red. Sarutobi Asuma did not look at Hatake Akira, but looked at Yui Kurane with a low voice and a pleading look, hoping that she could leave him some thoughts. But Kurane Yui had never meant to tempt Sarutobi Asuma, and she had decisively refused several times before. However, since Akira Hatake never agreed, Yui Kurane was naturally not convincing enough when she refused. But now, everything has changed. Asuma, what you said is right. Love is a matter between two people. You can't force it. Yui Hong said calmly, we can't do it. Please stop pestering us. Sarutobi Asuma, who was still prickly when he was young, walked away lonely. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Hatake Akira. With a strong warning in his eyes. It's not the kind of warning that stumbles in secret, but a warning to Akira Hatake to treat Yui Kurane well. This was somewhat beyond Akira Hatake's expectations, but when I thought about it, it was in line with Sarutobi Asuma's future character. Although Sarutobi Asuma is not very sunny and was a troubled boy when he was young, he is not gloomy when he grows up, but has many bright spots. At the very least, he had been running around to change Konoha. Although his approach was a bit childish, he definitely didn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen's style, otherwise the two father and son would not have been so quarrelsome. As for Yui Kurane, who made Hatake Akira passively change, she took another step forward and quietly reached out and hugged Hatake Akira's arm. This made Hatake Akira's body stiffen, feeling a little uncomfortable. Chapter 25 After Class. In just one morning and one afternoon, the final exam of the ninja school was over. In this exam, Hatake Akira made an instant success, and his overall score jumped from the bottom to the top in his age group. The speed of improvement is very exaggerated, but except for a brief moment of shock, most people quickly accepted this fact and even thought it was a matter of course. The twin brothers of the Hatake family, with Kakashi's lesson learned from the past, Hatake Akira suddenly became the oldest in age and it was no longer worth the fuss. This is undoubtedly not very friendly to people who want to show off, but Hatake Akira enjoys it. In the ninja world, being famous is not a good thing, and there is only a little more than a year left before the Third Ninja War. The more others despise Hatake Akira, the better he can fish in troubled waters and catch his enemies off guard. Ming, you are number 1 in your grade. Kurane Ui walked side by side with Akira Hatake this time, and there was no delinquent child like Asuma Sarutobi following her. Well, I performed a little better. Hatake Akira didn't have much of a reaction, it's just the results of one exam, it can't be counted. Compared to Akira Hatake's indifference, Kurane Ui seemed extremely excited. After putting away the transcript in her hand, she leaned closer to Akira Hatake, almost clinging to Akira Hatake. It's different, Ming. Ui Hong smiled beautifully. When you get the first place in your age, you can shut up those voices behind your back. I can't control them, I just want to take care of myself. Akira Hatake stepped away from Ui Kurane, who was close to him. Also, don't underestimate the talented people in the same class, and don't underestimate them. No one can predict the future. On this point, Akira Hatake, as someone who has watched the finale, undoubtedly has the best say. Taking a detailed look at the ninjas of various eras who graduated from Konoha Ninja School, Crane Mu is the real hidden boss of Konoha. For example, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, Metkai, and Uzumaki Naruto all came from poor backgrounds, but due to fate, their future achievements were astonishingly high. Let's take a closer look at the geniuses of each period, such as Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Although they are all geniuses, their futures are not smooth, and some even has gone downhill. Of course, these few people alone cannot explain all the problems, but this is undoubtedly a warning. In the ninja world, you will definitely suffer if you look down on others. But it's too belittling, and sometimes it's really unnecessary. However, Hatake Akira is still a little dissatisfied. The lineage theory is indeed discouraging, but he has ways to change it. But that's all for the future. The focus at this moment is how to deal with Ui Kurane. Seeing that Akira Hatake had slightly opened the distance between them, Kurane Ui felt a little unwilling and took more initiative. She quietly clung to Akira Hatake again. After knowing that he couldn't hide, Hatake Akira did not hide away without knowing what to do, but let it go. Girls are so proactive, why should boys be timid? It is true that Kurane Ui is injured by her age, and it is also true that Akira Hatake does not want to be a beast, but this does not prevent Akira Hatake from developing a beautiful queen in the future. After shaking his arm, his little finger quietly touched the palm of Ui Kurane's hand. He felt that the latter had no other reaction except a slight tremor of his body, and Hatake Akira became bolder. The palm of his hand grasped Ui Hong's soft and boneless little hand, and his thumb passed over her knuckles one by one, enjoying the delicate and smooth texture that was unique to Ui Hong. Ui Kurane didn't resist. After a brief period of shyness, Ui Kurane gradually adapted to it. Her little hand couldn't help but turn around and grabbed Hatake Akira's palm. Lin, am I not mistaken? Uchiha Obito wiped his goggles with his hand, and the expression on his little face was very rich. He didn't expect that Hatake Akira would follow suit and directly take the girl's hand. The rapid progress made Uchiha Obito doubt his life. That's right, they are holding hands. Nohara Lin's eyes dimmed slightly, and then she sent her blessings with a bright smile. Ming and Ui Hong will definitely make it to the end, I believe in them. What about us? Uchiha Obito asked in a low voice, with a hint of concealment. I mean, can we be together forever, as friends? Nohara Rin is very clear about Uchiha Obito's affection, but although he has a good impression of Uchiha Obito, it is far from being able to determine the future. Why not? Nohara Lin smiled, after all, you are no worse than any of them. I can see your efforts. Thank you, Lin. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with emotion, and he followed Hatake Akira's example and took Nohara Rin's hand. The latter, after a slight struggle, completely let it go and allowed Uchiha Obito to hold hands and blend into the crowd. Akira Hatake didn't pay too much attention to what was happening behind him. Instead, he stopped at the corner opposite the ninja school and turned around to look around. But it's a pity that Akira Hatake didn't wait for Kakashi. We're on a mission. The tone was a little low. That's right, I'm a chunin and I can't stay in the village every day. Ara, do you mean Kakashi? Kurane Ui pinched Hatake Akira's phalanges. That's my stupid brother, why are you in such a hurry to graduate? There was a hint of complaint in his tone. It makes me think about him all the time when I go to school. This is our future destination. Not only Kakashi, but everyone who attends the school cannot escape it. Ui Kurane summed it up very freely, then took Akira Hatake's hand and walked forward, and you now that you have me, I will accompany you when Kakashi is away. Ha, I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Hatake Ming smiled and did not resist. Let's go to the seafood restaurant you mentioned. Of course, I've been craving wasabi octopus for a long time. Okay, let's go. Akira Hatake followed Ui Kurane's footsteps, and then walked in front of her, holding her hand and running quickly. After they left, Namikaze Minato, wearing a green jounin vest, appeared at the corner of the street. After watching the two go away, the corner of his mouth curled up in a gentle arc. It's such a beautiful and happy age. Namikaze Minato thought of the happy times he and Uzumaki Kushina had at the ninja school, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Ming, this child's talent is really outstanding. He may not be qualified to practice Flying Thunder God, but... Afterwards, Namikaze Minato hesitated a little and struggled internally. It's better to slow down the process of recruiting Ming into my team, but it's time to find an opportunity to give him my experience in practicing the teleportation technique. After making a decision in his heart, Namikaze Minato disappeared from the place with a teleportation technique. As for where he went, no one knew. Chapter 26 Rich Lowly Uihong. Childhood sweethearts may be the softest place in everyone's heart. Since it is the softest, it is definitely also the most vulnerable to injury. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, and the softest person can also become the happiest person. It all depends on the future encounters and the process of getting along with each other. Although Hatake Akira is not a lover, the unique maturity of an adult's soul still gives him a stability that does not belong to his age. In Uihong's view, this stability is tantamount to her emotional secret medicine. Hey, there's mustard on my mouth. Hatake Akira handed over a tissue, but seeing that the latter had no intention of taking it, he could only smile helplessly and wipe the corners of Ui Kurane's mouth with his own hands. Ui's red eyes blinked, and the emotion revealed in them was not concealed at all. Girls are like this. For the person they like, every move he makes is a shining point, but for someone who has no feelings, any action is redundant. Hatake Akira didn't feel that he was doing a good job, he just took care of Ui Kurane out of habit, just like he usually took care of Kakashi. Of course, Ui Kurane is different from Kakashi. Hatake Akira no longer has the usual vicious tongue teasing, but only gentleness. But Akira Hatake didn't know that for Ui Kurane, who was precocious at this age, this kind of tenderness was like opium, making her addictive and inseparable. Okay Hong, I know you like to eat wasabi octopus the most, but we have to eat something else later, so save some space. Seeing Kurane Ui eating more than a dozen small octopuses, Akira Hatake reminded her, but the latter obviously hadn't eaten enough yet. I'll eat one more, just one. Then take it and eat it on the street. Hatake Akira was worried that Uihong would regret it, so he thought of a compromise. Isn't this bad? Yui Hong was stunned. She was usually strict and well-educated, but she had never had the experience of eating on the street. What's wrong? Hatake Ming didn't care. We are only a few years old now, so paying so much attention is simply making ourselves uncomfortable. It doesn't matter if we pay more attention when we grow up. There were many loopholes in Akira Hatake's rhetoric, but Kurane Yui did not refute. She smiled sweetly and nodded. She took an octopus and followed Akira Hatake to the counter to pay. Let me do it. Akira Hatake stopped Yui Kurane's plan to have an AA with him. There's no point in asking a girl to settle the bill with me on the first date. Yui's red eyes turned into crescent moons. She nodded her head vigorously and reached out to grab Hatake Akira's hand. The hot temperature in her hand made Hatake Akira feel like she was leaning against a stove. The two children don't eat much, so the checkout is naturally not very expensive, but it is still a big expense for Hatake Akira. As if she noticed that Hatake Akira's wallet was not very full after paying, Yui Kurane took the initiative to check out several times while shopping, saying it was her return gift. In this regard, Hatake Akira naturally did not refuse. Sometimes it is troublesome for girls to refuse out of kindness. After wandering around, Hatake Akira and Yui Kurane stopped in front of a fruit stall. How to sell this fruit basket? 500 taels. So expensive. Hearing the price quoted by the vendor, Hatake Akira was stunned. It was just a fruit basket, which was worth the price of a delicious barbecue. The price of fruit has always been like this, kids, please understand. Bought. Kurane Yui, who was following Akira Hatake, took out a few large bills from her small wallet and handed them over, but Akira Hatake took a sneak peek at her wallet and immediately lost her composure. In that thick pile, excluding the small denomination banknotes, the large denomination banknotes added up to almost 2,000 taels. Yui Hong is still an invisible rich woman? So, who was rushing to check out just now, was he doing something wrong? Hatake Akira had mixed feelings in his heart, and felt that it would be good for him to eat soft rice in the future. Yui Kurane reached out and took the fruit basket handed over by the boss and handed it to Hatake Akira, but the latter's expression was a little subtle. Ming, are you unhappy? Yui Hong saw something wrong with Hatake Akira's expression, thinking that her actions had hurt his self-esteem. I didn't mean anything else. What do you mean? Hatake Ming didn't understand. I'm not unhappy, on the contrary, I'm very happy. Really? You didn't lie to me. Why did I lie to you? Hatake Akira scratched his head, with numbers representing money rolling in his eyes. Hong, I didn't expect you to be so rich. I feel like I've found a treasure. What nonsense are you talking about? Yui Hong's cheeks turned slightly red. What are you picking up and not picking up? You are saying the same thing as no one wants to do with me. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, I may rely on you to support me in the future. Forward. Yui Hong was slightly down. She did not expect Hatake Akira to say such a thing. In her impression, it was difficult for men to accept that women were stronger than themselves. But then, Kurane Yui felt a little happy. If Akira Hatake really thought so, their personalities would definitely match each other. Yui Kurane is a relatively strong and bold woman. Although she looks sweet, her personality is not lovable. This is why before Hatake Akira, Sarutobi Asuma had no competitors. This can refer to Uzumaki Kushina. In addition to her hair color, her hot personality is also an important reason why she is not popular among boys. Only Namikaze Minato, the ever-sister-in-law, could bear blood-red peppers. Are you serious? Yui Hong glanced at Hatake Akira, then handed him the wallet. This is the pocket money I have saved over the past few years. Is it enough to support you? Enough, absolutely enough. Hatake Akira didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Now he didn't have to worry about choosing gifts. As for why he chose the gift, it was naturally that Akira Hitaki was going to visit Namikaze Minato. Hitaki Akira has mastered the instant body technique and can use it skillfully, so he has a legitimate reason to go to Namikaze Minato's house, ask for his experience in practicing the instant body technique, and also contact him emotionally. Looking at Hitaki Akira's exaggerated smile, Yui Hong's heart felt sweet, and her heart was full of Hitaki Akira's perfect smile. But soon, Yui Kurane was pulled into a not very strong but very warm embrace, and the unique smell of Hitaki Akira kept entering her nasal cavity. The overly excited Hitaki Akira once again broke through the level of intimacy between the two, and with his warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms, he became the focus of the eyes of passers-by around him. Sorry. Hitaki Akira quickly realized that he had done something he shouldn't have done, and the looks from the people around him made his face burn. The same goes for Yui Kurane, her cheeks are as red as her eyes. However, after leaving Hitaki Akira's arms, Yui Hong felt a little disappointed and felt empty in her heart. No need to apologize. A voice as delicate as a mosquito's fly sounded, and Yui Hong lowered her head immediately. Hitaki Akira didn't answer, but took Yui Kurane's little hand and led her to the next stall with the fruit basket in hand. Yui Hong, who is both cute, a royal lady, and a little rich girl, he accepted it, and no one could stop her. Chapter 27 The future father-in-law is really popular in the evening. Flags cannot be set up casually. Hitaki Akira thought he could escape this law, but he obviously underestimated the power of setting a flag. Red. When the two were happily walking around holding hands, a deep male voice came from behind them. Father. Uncle, uncle. Hitaki Akira was heartbroken, and Yui Kurane was probably the same. Yui Kurane's arrival was quite unexpected and untimely. It's Ming. Yui Zhenhong looked serious, with no unnecessary expression on her face. I heard that you got first place in the exam this time. Yes, uncle. Hitaki Akira nodded awkwardly. I've made a lot of progress. I finally gave Sakumo a break. Yui Mako walked between the two of them and looked down at Hitaki Akira. But you can't relax just because you did well in this exam. At your age, you can still. The main thing is to lay a solid foundation. Thank you uncle for reminding me, I will do it. Hitaki Akira smiled bitterly. How could he not hear the subtext in Yui Mako's words? This may be the natural suppression power of the future father-in-law over his son-in-law. Akira Hitaki, who is eloquent, has lost his temper and cannot say many rebuttal words. Come on then, it's getting late, so I'll take Hong home. In just 3 words, Yui Zhenhong announced the end of their date, which made Hitaki Akira feel even more miserable. He really couldn't say a word against it. It's indeed late. Hitaki Akira nodded, then waved his hand, then, see you uncle, and Hong, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow. No need. Although I have some time off after the exam, I have arranged a lot of training for Hong, so she probably won't have time. Kurane Yui interrupted, looking at Akira Hitaki with a somewhat unkind look. Ara, hard work can't just be a talk, you have to actually do it and train. I understand, uncle. Hitaki Akira gave a wry smile, gave Yui Kurane a helpless look, then turned around and left. Don't look, that kid has gone far. After Hitaki Akira walked away, Yui Kurane's already serious face became even colder, and her words to Yui Kurane also became more forceful. Why do you always make decisions for me? Yui Hong refused to be outdone, and I didn't remember that you arranged special training for me. It didn't happen before, but now it does. Yui Zhenhong pulled a face, and the entertainment activities arranged in advance are cancelled. You won't have any free time before school starts. You call father. Father. Zihai Hong cried with a small face, and immediately gave in. Ming, he is very good and works very hard. This test result is the best proof. Hong, you are still young, and you cannot draw conclusions about many things so early. But no buts. Yu Zhenhong pulled Yu Hong and walked home. If you don't stop your premature thinking, don't blame your father for using some tough measures. Yu Hong was really angry. She almost never refuted him. This time, her daughter actually argued with him over a brat. It was strange that Yu Hong felt comfortable. And when Yu Hong said this, she immediately stopped talking. She believed that her father could do what he said. With a slumped face, Yu Hong followed Yu Zhenhong and reluctantly followed him home. As for Hitaki Akira, who was hiding behind a stall at this time, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the father and daughter walking away. It's not that he's afraid of anything else, he's just afraid that Yui Kurane will get into trouble with Yui Kurane for her sake. If they really do this, the relationship between the two may have been forced to interrupt for some time due to external forces. Although puppy love is very common in the Naruto world, parents rarely catch them on the spot. If we bumped into him, I believe that few fathers would be able to laugh it off, and not taking action would probably be a sign of restraint. After calming down, Hitaki Akira left the commercial street with the gifts he had prepared, and slowly rushed towards Minato Namikaze's house. Knock knock knock. Minato, did you call a friend today? Kushina Uzumaki, who was busy in the kitchen, poked her head out curiously when she heard the knock on the door, while Minato Namikaze, who was sitting at the dining table and waiting, shook his head. No one said they were coming. Namikaze Minato stood up. I'll go take a look. Well, it just so happens that the rice isn't done yet. If you want to stay for dinner, I'll make more. Haha, okay. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Minato Namikaze has a say in how dark the dark dishes Uzumaki Kushina makes are, but Uzumaki Kushina doesn't know. If the person who came was really an acquaintance and stayed for dinner, Minato Namikaze would not dare to think about the scene. Squeak! When the door was opened, Minato Namikaze saw Akira Hitaki's striking silver hair at the first glance. Ming! He was a little surprised. Why did you come here suddenly today? Of course I'm here to check out Minato-sensei's house. Akira Hitaki called out to Minato-sensei Namikaze, and then without waiting for Minato Namikaze's consent, he took advantage of his short stature and slipped into the house. Hey, is he? Uzumaki Kushina, who poked her head out from time to time, also saw Hitaki Akira and asked with some confusion. Hello, master, I am Hitaki Akira, you can just call me Ming or Xiao Ming. Haha. Uzumaki Kushina smiled awkwardly, then blushed. You are so wise, and. Minato and I are not married yet, so I can't be considered your master's wife. And. When did Minato accept a disciple? Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Namikaze Minato, trying to get an answer from him. I just agreed to teach Akira some skills in the teleportation technique. I haven't decided yet whether I want to accept him as my disciple. Namikaze Minato explained. This. Uzumaki Kushina blushed and glanced at Hitaki Akira, then shrunk her neck and got back into the kitchen. You brat! Although she secretly disliked Akira Hitaki, Uzumaki Kushina did not look unhappy at all. Instead, she hummed a tune and her cooking hands became stronger. Oh, although the kid is ignorant, he has good eyesight. Let's let him go today. Uzumaki Kushina whispered, I don't know what this kid likes to eat. It's so annoying. While Uzumaki Kushina was thinking about giving Hitaki Akira extra food, the adults and children in the living room had already sat on the sofa. Aira, why did you bring so many things? Namikaze Minato pointed to the many gifts Hitaki Akira put on the table. Also, you spent a lot of money on these things, right? Not much, just some of my pocket money. Hitaki Akira pretended to be relaxed, and as your disciple, it's your first time to visit, so I can't be empty-handed. You're a brat, I didn't agree to accept you as my disciple. Minato Namikaze smiled and ruffled Hitaki Akira's hair. It doesn't matter if you don't agree now. Just think of it as me preparing for the future master-disciple relationship. What if it doesn't work in the future? I can't refute what the teacher means in the future, but I don't believe you will give up on such an outstanding disciple like me. Hatake Ming said clearly, and then handed Namikaze Minato a report card. I believe Minato-sensei is a person who keeps his promises, and I have completed your first 2 requirements. Namikaze Minato took the transcript handed over by Hatake Akira and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Chapter 28, Another Wave of Impression Points. Many people cannot refuse geniuses, or excellent people. Namikaze Minato is also included. Although he has a gentle personality and basically does not have any bias in dealing with people, he also has his own pride as a genius. Geniuses sympathize with each other. This is how Namikaze Minato feels about Hatake Akira at this time. At first, I might just be surprised by Hatake Akira's special abilities, and thus pay some attention to Hatake Akira. But after witnessing Akira Hatake's transformation from a well-known low-ranking student to the top of his grade in just 2 months, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in my heart. Hatake Akira proved that he was indeed a rare and unique piece of jade, which made Namikaze Minato think about carving. I've made a lot of progress, and I won't break my promise. Namikaze Minato first affirmed Hatake Akira's efforts, and then changed the subject, but it's still too early for you to call me teacher. I know Minato-sensei, I feel it's really too early now. Hatake nodded matter-of-factly. You, just be clever. Namikaze Minato was quite helpless. I'm not trying to be clever. Hatake Akira tilted his head. Minato-sensei is Minato-sensei, and sensei is a teacher, it's different. Aren't you going to talk too much? Minato Namikaze knocked on Hatake Akira's little head. Forget it, you can call me that if you want to. But I agreed in advance that before passing my test, if others ask me, but I won't admit it. No one else will ask. Hatake Akira shook his head. If Minato-sensei doesn't tell, Kushina-sama doesn't tell, and I don't tell, no one will know. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about it. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hatake Akira's thick skin made it difficult for him to resist, but it was precisely because of this that Namikaze Minato felt that Hatake Akira was different. It seemed that in Hatake Akira's eyes, there was nothing that could scare him. Of course, if Hatake knew what Namikaze Minato was thinking at this time, he would probably refute it immediately. The future father-in-law is so popular that he is really scared. To put it bluntly, Hatake Akira was just looking for food, and he understood Namikaze Minato's character, so he stalked him without any scruples. By the way, Minato-sensei, can you tell me what the 3rd test is? Hatake Akira came here today. In addition to asking Namikaze Minato how to practice the teleportation technique, it was also a top priority to find out the 3rd test of Namikaze Minato. Since you have completed the first 2 requirements, it doesn't hurt to tell you the 3rd test now. Namikaze Minato became serious. I know you want to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from me, but if you want to practice this S-level space ninjutsu, you need the necessary talent. So, the 3rd test is divided into 2 parts. The first one is to test whether you have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato paused. As for the remaining test, now is the time, it's not mature yet, I'll tell you later. That's it. Hatake Akira nodded, and then guessed what the test item Namikaze Minato had reserved was. Grab the bell. This is almost a fixed test item passed down from Senju Tobirama, and many famous ninjas in Konoha have accepted this test. Moreover, the test of grabbing the bell was basically a reserved event when the 7th team was formed. The 7th team mentioned here is not the 7th team of Prince Narrator, but all the 7th teams that have existed in Konoha's history. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Kagami Uchiha are the first Team 7 in the history of Konoha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were the second ones. The third one is Team 7 led by Namikaze Minato. If you take a closer look, it is not difficult to see what this Class 7 actually represents. The ninjas and teachers who came from Konoha's Class 7 are either the pillars of Konoha's future or the future Hokage of Konoha. Akira Hatake didn't have much thought about the position of Hokage. He was not only tired but also had too many troubles. Akira Hatake didn't catch a cold at all. But when he thought about the test of grabbing the bell in the lower half of Minato Namikaze, Hatake Akira felt a little worried. If not for anything else, it was because there had never been a graduating class with 4 genin members in the history of Konoha. And because Hatake Akira vaccinated Hatake Sakumo in advance, his probability of committing suicide in the future has been greatly reduced, so Kakashi, who graduated early, will not become a cold-blooded mission tool. In other words, there is a high probability that Kakashi will be excluded from Minato's class. Of course, it could also be Uchiha Obito, or even more likely Nohara Rin. The butterfly effect that Akira Hatake has been fanning for 6 years has begun to take effect, which undoubtedly makes the future of the Naruto world even more confusing. But after thinking about it, Hatake Akira was immediately relieved. The butterfly effect is just the butterfly effect. As long as the main sea is strong enough, everything in the future can be controlled. The swirling thoughts only lasted for a few seconds before Hatake Akira extinguished them. Then he looked at Namikaze Minato and asked rather urgently. "Minato-sensei, shall we test it now?" "Kid, why are you testing at this late hour?" Kushina Uzumaki put on gloves and served a bowl of fresh fish soup. "Eat first, you two will talk about it later." Okay, master, I happen to be hungry." Akira Hatake wanted to refuse, but seeing Kushina's expectant expression and thinking about the future, he had to bite the bullet and agreed. Although only Minato Namikaze knows and has experienced Uzumaki Kushina's dark cuisine, as a man who has watched the finale, how could Akira Hatake not know about it? In order to please Uzumaki Kushina, Akira Hatake had no choice but to give up his tongue and intestines tonight. "Well, if it's not easy to explain to Sakumo-sama, you can go back. It won't be too late for us to test again tomorrow." Namikaze Minato was very embarrassed. Although he didn't dare to speak directly, he still found an excuse to get rid of Hatake Akira, and while speaking, he winked at Hatake Akira. Namikaze Minato meant well, but Hatake Akira still smiled slyly and pointed at Namikaze Minato's eyes. "Minato-sensei, why are you blinking?" Akira Hatake said, "Is it because there is sand in your eyes and you feel uncomfortable?" Namikaze Minato was stunned and couldn't figure out why such a smart kid like Hatake Akira fell out of control right now. But then after feeling murderous intent on the top of his head, he raised his head angrily and glanced at Uzumaki Kushina, who looked unkind, and then leaned back on the sofa with a gentle smile, feeling a little bitter in his heart. "Minato, take good care of this brat Akira." Uzumaki Kushina did not explode immediately. After making a vicious note to Minato Namikaze in her heart, she turned around and returned to the kitchen. "Minato-sensei, if you accept me as your disciple, I don't have to tell you anything." After Uzumaki Kushina left, Hatake Akira came close to Namikaze Minato's ear and whispered something. "Aki Hatake." No matter how good-tempered Minato Namikaze was, Akira Hatake was able to break his guard. He reached out and hit him hard on the shoulder. "If you dare to do such a thing, don't even call him Minato-sensei in the future. Got it?" "You're just joking, Minato-sensei." Akira Hatake was still smiling, and then he said with a gossipy face, "Minato-sensei, my master is so gentle and virtuous, how did you catch her?" Well. Minato Namikaze suddenly lost his breath, and his expression became a little nervous. "The story is a bit long, and your master's temper is just like that." Men, rationally discussing their relationship history or girlfriends with each other is one of the important ways to attract each other's feelings. As someone who has experienced this, Akira Hatake knows it very well. Moreover, Hitaki Akira spoke very well, and even praised Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina over and over again, which once again gained a wave of impression points. After all, who would say no to a disciple who has special abilities, talents, characteristics, knows etiquette, and can talk? Even if there is, Namikaze Minato is not included here. Chapter 29, Learn the 3 major elements of the Flying Thunder God technique. There are several types of teleportation techniques, and they are not a fixed form of ninjutsu. It refers to the ninja's use of high-speed movement to achieve a combat method similar to space teleportation. Although the actual effect is not that exaggerated, the principles of use are also similar. It is precisely because of this that the practice of the instant body technique has become a necessary prerequisite for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Being able to skillfully use the Flying Thunder God does not mean that you can learn the Flying Thunder God, but if you can't even understand the Flying Thunder God, you don't even have to think about the Flying Thunder God. After the 3 of them had dinner, Akira Hitaki stood up and left with a dull face. He didn't want to show his ugly face in front of Uzumaki Kushina. The main reason was that Uzumaki Kushina's dark cuisine was too terrifying. Although Hitaki Akira had been fully mentally prepared before, his stomach and intestines were not controlled by his consciousness and were tumbling crazily in protest. Xiaoming, come here often when you have time. My master. Hitaki Akira bowed slightly. Your cooking skills today are really amazing. In the future, I will have to trouble my master to cook for you. Hitaki smiled, showing his big white teeth, and shook his thumb at Uzumaki Kushina. Haha, I'm very confident in my cooking skills. Uzumaki Kushina said confidently, waving towards Hitaki Akira with a smile. Casting a self-seeking look at Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Akira prepared to leave. Kushina, I'm going to see Akira off and teach him some of my experience. Namikaze Minato also planned to follow. Okay, you go early and come back early. Uzumaki Kushina was in a good mood today, so there was no reason not to agree. 2 figures, one large and one small, went out immediately. The moment the door was closed, Hitaki Ming's indifferent expression disappeared, and a mask of pain was immediately put on his face. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Hitaki Akira disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already downstairs at Minato Namikaze's house, his little body lying on the trash can, vomiting wildly. After going on for a while, the tumbling in the stomach finally stopped, and Hitaki Akira felt a little better. It is hard to imagine what the dishes with beautiful shapes and colors have gone through in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina to achieve the strange and weird taste. At first, Hitaki Akira looked at the style and color of the dishes and thought it was a cognitive bias caused by watching anime in his previous life. But when he actually put the dishes into his mouth, he realized that not only can people not be judged by their appearance, but they can also. The same goes for the dishes. Good-looking dishes may not necessarily taste good. Thank you for your hard work, Ming. Namikaze Minato walked up to Hitaki Akira with an apologetic look on his face and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Hitaki Akira reached out and took it, gargled it, and spit it out. His numb tongue finally felt better. After slowing down for a while, Hitaki Akira finally returned to full health. He raised his head and looked curiously up and down at Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei, your stomach looks strong. Just get used to it. Namikaze Minato smiled warmly. I believe Kushina's cooking skills will get better and better. I hope so. Hitaki Akira nodded bitterly. He seemed to have boasted a lot just now, and he probably won't be able to escape Uzumaki Kushina's food trap in the future. However, Hitaki Akira's sacrifice is not unrewarded. At least Uzumaki Kushina has a good sense of Hitaki Akira, and from the side, it can also help Hitaki Akira achieve his wish to become a disciple of Namikaze Minato as soon as possible. This is what I learned from practicing the teleportation technique in the past. It should be helpful to you. After seeing that Hitaki Akira was fine, Namikaze Minato handed Hatake Akira a thick little notebook. "Aira, come with me." "Good." After putting away the training experience notes given by Minato Namikaze, Akira Hatake followed Minato Namikaze's footsteps and walked towards a training ground. The pace of the two men's march was not very fast, which also gave Hatake Akira time to look through the practice experience notes in his hands. After reading 2 or 3 pages, Hatake asked even though he didn't understand. Since Namikaze Minato decided to teach, there was no reason to hide his secrets, so he gave Hatake Akira detailed answers one by one. He is indeed the fastest man in the ninja world. After Namikaze Minato solved his doubts in detail, Hatake Akira suddenly understood that in the current ninja world, almost no one could compare with Namikaze Minato in terms of the teleportation technique alone. It didn't take long for Namikaze Minato to help Hatake Akira solve his doubts, and the two soon arrived at the training ground located inside Konoha. After stopping, Namikaze Minato took out a special Flying Thunder God Kunao from his ninja bag. He stretched out his hand and handed it to Hatake Akira. Next, Namikaze Shuakao will test Hatake Akira's talent for the Flying Thunder God technique. If you want to learn the art of Flying Thunder God, 3 points are particularly important. The first is talent, the second is sense of direction, and the third is reaction speed. The so-called talent of Flying Thunder God is actually a very comprehensive indicator, which is roughly divided into 3 small parts. The first part is the user's tolerance for space travel, the second part is the user's understanding of the sealing technique, and the third part is the user's perception. All 3 are indispensable. If one of them is missing, it will be extremely difficult to learn the art of Flying Thunder God. As we all know, the basic principles of the Flying Thunder God technique are very similar to that of necromancy. In other words, the user uses the inherent Flying Thunder Divine technique to instantly teleport himself from one end of the Flying Thunder Divine technique to the other end. No seals are required during this period, and the activation is even more silent. Because of this, the Flying Thunder God technique, which omits many extra steps, can achieve instantaneous movement. Not only is it faster and more stable than the instant body technique, but there is no limit to the theoretical movement distance. Ming, use the teleportation technique continuously and let me see how far you can tolerate space. How many times can you use it in a row? Hatake Ming asked. Until exhaustion. Namikaze Minato replied, and added a condition: when using it continuously, try to minimize the pauses, and the shorter the interval between using the teleportation technique, the better. Good. Hatake Akira nodded and agreed, and then followed Namikaze Minato's request and used the teleportation technique continuously and uninterruptedly. The essence of the teleportation technique, as already mentioned, is a way of moving quickly. Although the general direction can be controlled, there will inevitably be errors. In other words, after using the teleportation technique, you may face east or west, or even the situation above your head and feet is very likely to happen. Although this is related to the proficiency of the teleportation technique, there is one thing that no one can avoid, and that is the dizziness when using the teleportation technique, which is the degree of tolerance to space. You may not notice it once or twice, but after more times, the dizziness will be like a tide, one wave after another, constantly washing away the nerves in Hatake Akira's brain. This is like the feeling of an astronaut sitting in a centrifugal capsule. The spinning scene made Hatake Akira feel nauseous when he used the teleportation technique. Moreover, the load on the body is directly stretched. Not only is the chest tight, but it is also difficult to breathe. Vomit. After using the teleportation technique 11 times in a row, the chakra in Hatake Akira's body was basically exhausted, and he knelt on the ground again after vomiting once, rolling his eyes and retching vigorously. I developed a vomiting reaction after 11 times. Minato Namikaze, who was standing aside, observed carefully, it barely exceeded the passing mark. His tolerance for space is the best I have ever seen. He nodded slightly, then squatted down and patted Hatake Akira on the back. Ming, take a rest, we will conduct the next test later. Okay. Hitaki Akira now had a severe headache and sat on the ground weakly to recover. He knew that he barely passed the first level, and there would be more difficult tests waiting for him later. Chapter 30 passed the Flying Thunder God Talent Test. The recovery and refining of chakra has never been an easy task, which is the main reason why the amount of chakra is very important to ninjas. The Hitaki clan does not have a bloodline advantage, and can only be regarded as a medium level in terms of chakra volume. Naturally, Hitaki Akira cannot break through the shackles of the body. But the second part of the Flying Thunder God Talent Test has nothing to do with chakra. Have you rested? Namikaze Minato asked. That's enough, Minato-sensei. Hitaki Akira nodded, then felt a little embarrassed. It's just that the chakra was severely consumed just now, and now it's... The next test has nothing to do with chakra. Namikaze Minato pointed to the Flying Thunder God Kunao in Hatamaki's hand. I need you to remember the above technique in 1 minute, and do it without any fuss. Worse than replicating it. Good. Hitaki Akira nodded, then held up the Flying Thunder God Kunao, looked at it carefully and quickly memorized the Flying Thunder God technique depicted on it. After 2 lifetimes, Hitaki Akira's memory has been greatly strengthened. This matter has already been explained, and this test is quite simple for Hitaki Akira. In less than half a minute, although Hitaki Akira could not understand the specific principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, he had no problem following it. But just to be on the safe side, Hitaki Akira studied the memory for a minute before raising his head. I'm starting, Minato-sensei. Namikaze Minato nodded, then tilted his head to watch Akira Hitaki use the Flying Thunder God Kunao to carve the Flying Thunder God technique on the ground. It's very good. You can memorize and reproduce the complex Flying Thunder God's technique so quickly, which shows that you have the potential to understand and practice the sealing technique. Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to praise and was even more satisfied with Hitaki Akira. However, this is only one of the second small part of the test. Being able to memorize and draw does not mean that you can understand the various functions and theories of the Seal Warlock. The first step has been completed, so next, I will draw you the most basic sealing technique, and explain in detail what each technique symbol represents, and how much chakra needs to be injected into each technique symbol when drawing. Namikaze Minato began to increase the difficulty. What you need to do is to understand and be able to portray it perfectly, and activate it, and the time limit is 5 minutes. Good. Hitaki Akira nodded, immediately regained his composure, and watched Minato Namikaze draw a very simple sealing magician on the ground using chakra attentively, and he remembered Minato Namikaze's explanation word for word. This is the content of this simple sealing technique. The rest is up to you. Namikaze Minato's explanation was not only very detailed, but also easy to understand, and Hitaki Akira understood it quickly. Afterwards, Hitaki Akira followed Namikaze Minato's explanation and carefully began to use chakra to carve the sealing technique on the ground without any pause in the middle. It could be said that it was done in one go. Very good. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Your talent for sealing magicians is extremely good, not inferior to mine back then. In fact, Namikaze Minato didn't tell the truth. In terms of talent for sealing techniques, he was slightly behind Akira Hitaki. Although Namikaze Minato succeeded in depicting it in only one time, the time he spent was about half a minute longer than Hitaki Akira. In this regard, Namikaze Minato's expectations for Hitaki Akira have once again increased. There is a high probability that Akira Hitaki can learn and skillfully use the Flying Thunder God technique. Hey, Minato-sensei, let me just say that I have the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Hitaki Akira beamed, such a perfect disciple, shouldn't you take action? Slickster, don't be complacent, there will be more difficult ones next. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but hit Akira Hitaki, and this is just one of the talent tests for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Can you achieve all of them? The conditions are still unknown to you. That's it. Akira Hatake put away his previous complacency. Then Minato-sensei, what should we test next? Like me, I can instantly portray this most basic sealing sorcerer. Namikaze Minato slapped the ground with one hand, and the dark sealing technique spread rapidly. In less than a second, he completed the depiction of the basic sealing technique. This. Hatake Akira's head was as big as a bucket in an instant, and he was depicting the most basic sealing technique stroke by stroke. Compared with completing it instantly with one hand and a slap, the span and difficulty were increased by more than one level. His confidence was slightly lacking. Minato-sensei, is there any special technique for this way of instantly portraying a sealing warlock? There are no special skills. What is required is your understanding of each sealing technique, your control of chakra, and your inexplicable talent for sealing techniques. Namikaze Minato poured cold water on Hatake Akira again, making the latter feel a little scared. After calming down, Hatake Akira mobilized the few chakras in his body, imitating Namikaze Minato, and slapped the ground with one palm. Brush! The jet black sealing technique began to spread, but after it spread halfway, it suddenly began to become chaotic, and a sealing technique that looked different and had no effect was formed. His first attempt failed. Hatake Akira's face was also slightly impatient and disappointed. Don't worry, remember how it felt and forget where you went wrong and try again. There was a hint of darkness in Namikaze Minato's bright eyes. If Hatake Akira failed 3 times in a row, it would be declared that he had no chance of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Gritting his teeth, Hatake Akira closed his eyes and thought about it, rehearsing it over and over again in his brain. Finally, after a minute, Hatake Akira opened his eyes. Snapped! Once again, he slapped the ground with one hand, and the jet black sealing technique spread rapidly, completing the basic construction as quickly as possible, and the chakra division in each technique was exactly the same. A most basic sealing technique appeared in Hatake Akira's palm and was successfully activated. I succeeded! Minato-sensei! Hatake Akira cheered for joy, feeling a sense of accomplishment, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. Very good! Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, then regarding the last item of the Flying Thunder God's talent test, let's start as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato pointed at the sealing technique carved by Hatake Akira himself. After releasing your palm, can you feel its existence now? Okay. Hatake Akira nodded. Because it is a sealing technique carved by one's own chakra, Hatake Akira has naturally established a wonderful connection with it, and can perfectly perceive the specific status and location of this basic sealing technique. Okay, you step back 5 meters. Hatake Ming did as he was told, and after stepping back 5 meters, he could still feel the sealing technique he had carved. Step back another 5 meters. When Hatake Akira was 10 meters away from the sealing technique he had carved, he could still perceive the sealing technique he had carved, but it was already a little blurry. Step back 10 meters. After retreating 20 meters, the sealing technique became even more blurry. Hatake Akira could only vaguely perceive the existence of the sealing technique, but could no longer judge its specific status. Continue to retreat until you can no longer sense the existence of the sealing technique, then you can stop. Continuing to retreat to a distance of 30 meters, Hatake Akira could no longer sense the sealing technique he had drawn, and then stood there nervously waiting for Namikaze Minato's verdict. Congratulations, Akira! Namikaze Minato said with a smile on his face, you have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. I passed the test. Hatake said in a high voice. Yes, your talent is quite good, and you have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato repeated, and then changed the subject, but it is difficult for you to practice the Flying Thunder God technique to a very high level. You have to be prepared. Prepare? What to prepare? Akira Hatake is not interested in Namikaze Minato's rhetoric. All he wants is to complete the prerequisites for Namikaze Minato to accept a disciple. As for his talent in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique and the specific achievements of the Flying Thunder God technique in the future, he has no idea at all. Worry. You know, there is only more than a year left before the Third Ninja War, and the time for a large amount of gold coins to be credited is coming. With the support of a large amount of gold coins, Hatake Akira's talent in ninjutsu training will usher in explosive growth. There is still a long road ahead. At this time, Namikaze Minato concluded that sooner or later, he would be slapped in the face by Hatake Akira. Chapter 31 The Ninja World is Not Fair. Hatake House. Kakashi, who went out on a mission, did not come back, and Hatake Sakumo was the only one at home. After Hatake Akira walked in, Hatake Sakumo came out of the kitchen carrying food. Ming, why are you back so late today? The heat of the food brushed against Hatake Sakumo's cheeks. Hatake Akira, who had already eaten 2 meals, wanted to say that he had already had dinner, but he still opened his mouth and did not say anything. Judging from the appearance of the food, it should have been prepared a long time ago. The reason why it is still steaming is obviously because Hatake Sakumo has heated it more than once. I paid a visit to Minato-sensei's house. Hatake Akira replied, then pulled out a chair and sat on the dining table. Oh? Minato Namikaze agreed to accept you as his disciple. Hatake Sakumo raised his eyebrows. He knew Hatake Akira's plan clearly, but he didn't expect Hatake Akira's progress to be so fast. Half of the battle. Akira Hatake didn't brag in front of Sakumo Hatake, the only obstacle may be the third Hokage. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Lord Sandame Hokage should give me some face. Although Hatake Sakumo has already had the idea of withdrawing from the political center of Konoha, the time has not come yet and it is impossible to just retreat. As long as Hatake Sakumo is preparing to be Hokage for one day, his influence in Konoha will also last for one day. Moreover, Hatake Sakumo's scandal has not yet broken out. Regardless of connections or prestige, Hatake Sakumo can be ranked among the top 3 in Konoha. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, a declining ninja, could not ignore Hatake Sakumo's opinion. Just think of it as the last thing your father did for you before he quit. Hatake Sakumo smiled and placed the bowl of rice next to Hatake Akira. Do you have any requirements for your future teammates? I hope to be in the same team as Kakashi. Hatake Akira said almost without thinking. Kakashi hasn't fully grown up yet, so I'm a little worried about him. I'm glad you think so. Hatake Sakumo nodded. Who do you want to choose among the remaining teammates? The last one didn't ask for anything. Hatake Akira shook his head. If all the team members are decided, the Sandame will definitely make some adjustments for the sake of balance. Leaving an empty position is equivalent to leaving us room for maneuver. Hearing what Hatake Akira said, Hatake Sakumo nodded. This is the most reassuring thing about Hatake Akira. Steady, thoughtful, and step by step. Although Hatake Akira is sometimes lazy, that is when he is allowed to do so. Hatake Akira never slacks off on important matters. I'll make arrangements for you when you graduate from ninja school. Hatake Sakumo spoke softly, but his tone was very firm. He was 100% sure that he could arrange his 2 sons into the team led by Namikaze Minato. The reason for this confidence comes from his current position. The ninja world has never been a fair place. Konoha, too. Although Konoha is the first hidden village to open a ninja school and the first to perfect the talent promotion mechanism, in horizontal comparison, Konoha's system is definitely ahead of the 5 hidden villages. But it's just a comparison. If you really dig deeper, there are still big problems in Konoha's talent training and promotion mechanism. Beginning in the 11th year of Konoha, Konoha established the Konoha Ninja School under the reforms of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, providing civilians with an opportunity to become ninjas. But 33 years have passed since the establishment of Konoha Ninja School. At the speed at which the ninja school trains ninjas, 7 or 8 students have been replaced. But if you count carefully, there are only 3 ninjas who have risen to prominence as civilians. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato. Although this gave Konoha's civilian class a shot in the arm, the biggest problem of Konoha Ninja School has still not been solved. In Konoha, family ninjas are still the mainstream. Family secrets, family jounin, family ties, etc., have jointly woven into a large web that firmly controls most of the power in Konoha. To give a few simple examples, the Nara clan will always play the role of the Hokage's secretary, the members who attend high-level meetings in Konoha will always be the clan leaders of each clan, and those who are assigned to lead teachers after graduation will always be jonins, will always be ninja children. Even if there are exceptions, compared with the huge base of civilian ninjas, they can be called rare. Therefore, if civilians are not talented, after graduating from the ninja school, special jounin is their limit. When thrown on the battlefield, they will be a bigger cannon fodder and will always be the background. It's cruel, but this is the reality of Konoha. As long as there is one person in the ninja family who holds a high position of authority and the family strength is not at the bottom, a few words or an exchange of benefits can give the valued junior a rare opportunity that civilian ninjas dream of. Thank you, father. Hatake Akira accepted it calmly and didn't feel anything wrong. If you have the convenience, take advantage of it. Otherwise, how can you survive the farce of fighting for blood in the later stages of the Naruto world? As for eliminating the shortcomings of Konoha's talent training, Hatake Akira is not saying that he has no ideas, but now is not the time for him to display his ambitions. It's impossible for Akira Hatake to do it himself. It's very comfortable to be a strategist who only talks or is the boss behind the scenes. After all, no one can refuse this kind of thing. I've eaten well, father. After finishing a small bowl of rice in a few mouthfuls, Hatake Akira, who had already eaten 2 meals, couldn't eat any more. Seeing Hatake Akira put down his bowl and chopsticks, Hatake Sakumo didn't blame him, but asked another question. Ming, Kakashi asked me a question before going on a mission today. Hatake Sakumo looked very serious. Do you really think our Hatake family's swordsmanship can achieve the level you imagined? Able. Akira Hatake answered categorically, Father, you have been here before, and you even pioneered the new Hatake sword technique that incorporates lei dun into sword techniques. You should be able to tell that my idea is not groundless. But there are still too many restrictions. Hatake Sakumo's heart moved slightly and he asked some questions. Chakra metal is the first hurdle that cannot be bypassed, and how to continue to improve the power of sword techniques is also a big problem. Chakra metal will be there in the future, you believe me? Okay, but how do you plan to solve the second problem? Hatake Sakumo didn't get to the bottom of it, but asked for the solution to the second problem. Magic. Is it celestial magic? Hatake Sakumo's expression darkened. The psychic beast in our family is a ninja dog. Although its individual abilities are outstanding, the ninja dog family does not belong to the 3 holy places, and the inheritance of celestial magic is not complete. Say no. I know this. Hatake Akira naturally knew about the psychic beasts of the Hatake family, but in addition to magical magic, there is also an idea that is only on a theoretical level. What do you think? Hatake Sakumo looked a little anxious. Strength is the pursuit of almost everyone in the ninja world, and Hatake Sakumo is no exception. Compress chakra. Akira Hatake expressed his thoughts. Chakra is like water. A large amount of water can wash away an entire town, but if the amount of water is not enough, it does not mean that it does not have that power. You mean? Hatake Sakumo gained a little bit, but he still didn't grasp the key point. There is a third change of chakra. Hatake Ming said in surprise. Hatake Sakumo, on the other hand, sat up straight and waited quietly for Hatake Akira's next words. Chapter 32 The Third Imagined Chakra Change. As we all know, there are 2 changes in chakra, changes in the form of chakra and changes in the nature of chakra. Chakra form change is easy to understand. It is to change the shape of ninjutsu to achieve some special effects, such as the ultimate in chakra form change, raise nan. As for the changes in the nature of chakra, this is a bit confusing and makes it more difficult to practice. Take the wind attribute chakra as an example. Its advantage is its sharpness, but its weakness is the fire attribute chakra. Because the wind assists the fire, it can often make the enemy's fire escape ninjutsu more powerful. This is undoubtedly digging a hole for yourself. But if you add the characteristics of fire attribute chakra to wind attribute chakra, you can perfectly avoid the shortcomings of a single wind attribute chakra and greatly increase the power of ninjutsu. This is the change in the nature of chakra, and the main theoretical basis it relies on is the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 types of chakra. But the above examples are not the limit of changes in chakra properties, they can only be said to be the most basic applications of changes in chakra properties. When the changes in the nature of the fusion of the 2 chakras reach the limit, the blood inheritance limit can be formed. For example, wind plus fire equals burning escape blood succession limit, wind plus water equals ice escape blood succession limit, fire plus earth equals melting escape blood succession limit, etc. But if the changes in the nature of the 3 chakras are combined, what will be derived is the elimination of blood stains, such as the dust escape of Tsuchikage Onaki. If the changes in the 5 chakra properties are combined with the yin and yang escape technique, it will form the blood succession snare, a pure 6 paths level figure, and the strength is still top-notch. But precisely because of this, the practice of changing chakra properties is definitely the most difficult. The 3rd chakra change envisaged by Akira Hotaki is far less powerful than the peak chakra property change, but it is much less difficult to practice. Moreover, the 3rd type of chakra change has no bloodline restrictions, and is the best shortcut for ordinary bloodlines to achieve 6-level combat power. Of course, without the blood of the 6 paths immortal, one cannot fully become the 6 paths level, but one can rival the 6 paths level in terms of combat power. In other words, as long as you successfully cultivate the 3rd chakra change, you will be absolutely invincible under the 6 paths, and the limit above the 6 paths will change. What exactly is the 3rd chakra change? After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Hotaki Akira was still thinking and didn't speak, Hotaki Sakumo couldn't help but urge him. After more than 6 years of getting along, Hotaki Sakumo has great trust in Hotaki Akira and is very willing to listen to some of his judgments and suggestions. Moreover, Hotaki Akira has been very smart since he was a child, with all kinds of weird theories emerging one after another. Hotaki Sakumo naturally also has expectations for him. Not only that, many of the things Hotaki Akira said seemed completely off the mark when I first heard them, but after careful consideration, they made a lot of sense. Ahem, I was thinking about something just now and got distracted. Hotaki Ming cleared his throat and explained, and then got to the point. The 3rd chakra change is compression, compressing face into points, concentrate all the characteristics of chakra, and use the same amount of chakra in volume to get the maximum power of the same amount of chakra. From the surface to the point. Hotaki Sakumo seemed to have some understanding. Snapped. Hotaki Akira snapped his fingers. That's what it means. For specific reference, it should be the water release and water break wave of the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Akira Hotaki gave an example: the water flow is compressed to a certain extent and the release space is limited, then the water flow it can be turned into a sharp blade, and it can easily break rocks. The same goes for chakra. When chakra is compressed to a certain extent and controlled within a certain burst range through shape changes, the power of this technique will be jaw-dropping. The sword skills of our Hotaki family obviously fit this setting. After all, the blade is slender and sharp, and so is the sword energy generated when swinging the sword. If the chakra is compressed and injected into the sword energy or combined with the new Hotaki sword technique created by my father, the destructive power it can cause will completely reach the damage caused by the top blood inheritance limit, and can even surpass the blood stain elimination. In my imagination, this third chakra change is a comprehensive change. It combines the shape change and simple property change of chakra, and finally compresses it to form the ultimate form of point Arankar. As long as this idea can be realized, a simple swing of the sword can carry the huge power of splitting seas and slaying mountains. No matter whether it is a single or a group, almost no one is the enemy of Yaihi at this stage. When talking about the excitement, Hitaki Akira's tone became more and more high-spirited, while Hitaki Sakumo, who was listening on the side, was also in high spirits. Akira Hitaki is like a pioneer of theory. Although he cannot bring substantial demonstrations, the inspiration he provides undoubtedly plays the role of enlightenment mentor for Hitaki Sakumo, a genius who has been famous for a long time. Inspiration is really important sometimes. Although realizing inspiration requires a solid foundation and sufficient talent, this is really not a problem for Hitaki Sakumo. How could Konoha White Fang, who could take Hitaki's sword skills to new heights, be mediocre? As for White Fang's ninja sword, it really restricted the development of Hitaki Sakumo, turning the original Hitaki sword technique into an assassination-type Zyujiazukai sword technique. But there is a saying, after Hitaki Akira provided practical inspiration to Hitaki Sakumo, as long as Hitaki Sakumo was given time, he could once again redefine Hitaki swordsmanship. The shape change fixes the elongated shape of the chakra, the property change incorporates the sharpness of the wind attribute, the diffusion and body activation of the thunder attribute, the plasticity and softness of the water attribute, and finally compresses it. Hitaki Sakumo murmured to himself, and the chopsticks in his hands were used as ninja swords and kept dancing there. If this is the case, coupled with a ninja sword with good chakra conductivity, then one strike. Hitaki Sakumo gently waved down the wooden chopsticks in his hand. Puff! There was no sharp sword energy, no earth-shattering visions, and no visible chakra fluctuations. All that was left was that the wooden chopsticks turned into powder and did not need to be blown away by the wind. They just disappeared silently in front of the father and son. This is really scary. Father, you just did it. Akira Hitaki's stammering was enough to show that he was not at peace in his heart. Sakumo Hitaki's talent was too terrifying. This was a change in chakra form, 3 types of chakra properties, plus chakra compression. No, I just got some clues. Hitaki Sakumo came back to his senses and exited the state of enlightenment. Moreover, the chakra conductivity of chopsticks is approaching 0, and the experimental results are not satisfactory. Thank you, Ming. Hitaki Sakumo bowed his head slightly toward Hitaki Akira in a rare move. You must know that the two of them are father and son. By doing this, Hitaki Sakumo put his status in a relatively low position. Hitaki Akira dodged when he saw this, he couldn't bear it. Just kidding, although Akira Hitaki's soul comes from the 21st century, his body is actually a gift from Sakumo Hitaki. The blood relationship cannot be avoided at all. Father, please don't mess with me, I can't bear it. Okay, don't worry about this. You have to know what your suggestion means to me and what it means to the future of the Hitaki family. Hitaki Sakumo waved his hand towards Hitaki Akira, after you put away the dishes and chopsticks, go and rest. I have to go out and ask the Sandame for advice. Although Hitaki Akira doesn't want to work or have anything to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the doctor of the ninja world and is very knowledgeable in the changes in the shape and nature of chakra. Have a certain authority. Hitaki Sakumo is only proficient in thunder escape. Although he has dabbled in wind escape and water escape, he is far from being proficient in it. It is inevitable to ask for advice. Okay, father, but I have one more thing to tell you. Hitaki Akira looked solemn. Since the idea of the third chakra change was expected to succeed, he had to make preparations for subsequent enhancements. Chapter 33 New Year and number 039, S Day in Konoha and number 039, S 44th year. The ninja world is an unfair world, and it becomes more and more unfair the further you go. The hard-working genius turned into a joke in the end. Rock Lee, who has been banned for more than 300 episodes, is the best proof. The same goes for Metkai, the man who almost kicked out of the finale. The price of dancing a tragic song is to burn his life as a gift. It can be said to be the most glorious moment for a person without blood. But this kind of highlight is to exchange lives for lives. All the efforts plus the risk of life can only seriously injure Uchiha Madara. Sad, right? Sad. The Hotaki clan is not a descendant of the Six Paths sage. No matter how hard they try, they will only be a bigger fish in the later stages. This is also the main reason why Hotaki Akira chose salted fish before. As long as he can survive, there is nothing wrong with playing a supporting role. But slowly, Hotaki Akira changed his mind. Hotaki Sakumo is fully capable of realizing his vision and creating powerful ninjutsu for people without blood. Even if he cannot become the Six Paths level, he can definitely compete with the Six Paths level. Of course, if you want to truly compete with the Six Paths, immortality is undoubtedly the key. Father, has Kakashi contracted a psychic beast? Not yet. Hotaki Sakumo has already guessed Hotaki Akira's next plan. Are you planning to ask Kakashi to give up the contracted Ninja Dog clan? I have this idea. After all, the Ninja Dog clan does not have the inheritance of celestial arts. After my father realizes my idea, if I want to break through the shackles again, I can only rely on celestial arts. Hotaki Akira's plan is very simple. It is nothing more than to use Namikaze Minato to allow himself and Kakashi to contract with the Toad clan, so as to practice the magic of MT Mayaboku. When the Hotaki sword technique, which incorporates the third change of chakra, is combined with senjutsu, the power that can be unleashed is no less than that of Six Paths Madara. Although he still doesn't have an advantage in a head-on fight, after all, Uchiha Madara's eye technique Ring Graveside Prison is too rogue. Without the Samsara eye, it would be impossible to see clearly Uchiha Madara's prison clone on the edge of the tomb. However, Hotaki Akira is not in a hurry. He believes that he will definitely figure out a way to deal with it in the future. I can't promise you this. Hotaki Sakumo certainly knows the power of senjutsu, but psychic beasts are psychic beasts and ninjas are ninjas. There is an equal relationship between the two. Apart from fate and each other's wishes, force is not advisable at all. I believe that my father's prestige in Konoha can make Jiraiya sell you some face. Hotaki Akira was not too worried, and with Minato-sensei in front, our Hotaki family can be considered a Hokage family anyway. When necessary, we can still take the path of the third generation. Hotaki Akira's abacus is very loud, and his own advantages will not be used in vain. Just as you said, I'll try my best. Hotaki Sakumo nodded, but don't think too far ahead now. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so you have to consider a preparatory plan. Hotaki Sakumo was right about this. Taking precautions and choosing multiple fallback options can indeed better cope with future emergencies. If that doesn't work, I'm going to contact Orochimaru. Hotaki Akira quickly had an idea. Orochimaru, a scientist in the ninja world, wanted something very simple. Although it was dangerous to come into contact with it, it was also a good fallback option. Orochimaru. Hotaki Sakumo was stunned, and then he told Hotaki Akira earnestly, if you say who is the person who is most unclear to your father, it may be Orochimaru. If you really use him as a backup option, you have to be careful. I will, father. Hotaki Akira nodded solemnly. As long as you have an idea. Hotaki Sakumo stood up and patted Hotaki Akira on the shoulder. I'm going out first. Just have an idea about these things. Go to bed early and don't worry too much. Since Akira Hotaki gave Sakumo Hotaki a new theory, Sakumo Hotaki, who was gradually lost in the future, has regained his direction and his enterprising spirit has returned. Hotaki Sakumo became a frequent visitor to the third Hokage's place. The secret room in the Hokage's building recording various ninjutsu classics also became Hitaki Sakumo's second residence. Although the third-generation Hiruzen Sarutobi criticized this, he still had no secrets to teach, and he was also very interested in the idea put forward by Hitaki Sakumo. But even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was interested, he couldn't be like Hitaki Sakumo and abandon everything to study the new ninjutsu system. There were too many government affairs that needed to be handled by him, which made him somewhat breathless. But no matter what happened to the two of them, time still moved forward slowly and at a constant speed, jumping from the end of September to New Year's Day in December in the blink of an eye. There is no such thing as New Year in the world of Naruto. Although New Year's Day is still lively, it is still not as ritualistic as the New Year's Day in Akira Hitaki's previous life. As soon as it comes, make peace with it, and the flag tree can be seen clearly. Elder brother came back. Hitaki Akira was a little excited. Kakashi, who had been away from home for 3 months, finally returned. He quickly ran out and surrounded Kakashi. After looking around from head to toe, he found no sign of injury to Kakashi, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Came back. It'll be good to come back, it'll be good to come back. Akira Hitaki patted Kakashi on the shoulder, then made a fist with one hand and gave him another blow on the chest. What mission takes so long to go out on? This was originally a B-level mission, but I later discovered that the mission level had reached A level, so I wasted some time. Kakashi did not disclose the specific content of the mission. This was the basic quality of a ninja. Hitaki saw that he was unwilling to tell and did not force him. Although Kakashi said it lightly, Akira Hitaki could still feel the danger during the mission. Gradually becoming a little impatient, Hitaki Akira wanted more and more to graduate from the ninja school and then go on missions with Kakashi. In this way, not only can Kakashi be taken care of during the mission, but also a large amount of gold coins and skill experience can be obtained, which is very important to Hitaki Akira. After today, the Third World War will officially start in a little more than a year. Hitaki Akira must accumulate considerable capital in this little more than a year to deal with future crises. By the way, Kakashi, how do you feel about Namikaze Minato? Minato Jonin. Hitaki Kakashi didn't understand why Hitaki Akira asked, but he still gave his own evaluation of Namikaze Minato. He is a genius and has a good personality. I admire him very much. Then after I graduate, how about we two brothers enter the class led by Minato-sensei? I will go wherever my brother is. Kakashi said without hesitation, as long as I can be with my brother, no matter who my teammates are or who the teacher is, I have no problem. Ha, you're not going to become a brother controller, are you? Hitaki Akira teased. Suddenly, Kakashi blushed. Ming, don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid that you will be harmed in the future, or even die in the mission. Kakashi quibbled, with a tendency to be impatient. Then I really have to thank you. Akira Hitaki stretched out his hand and reached under Kakashi's armpit with lightning speed, tickling him with his hooked fingers. Ha ha ha. A series of laughter resounded throughout Hitaki's house, and the good time for the two brothers to play around had officially arrived. Chapter 34 Class 8. After New Year's Day, a new chapter opens, and time comes to Konoha's 45th year. This year, Akira Hitaki, Kurane Yui, Ebisu, Genma Shiranui, Asuma Sarutobi, Shizune and others graduated from the ninja school. The platinum generation of Konoha have basically completed their studies in ninja schools and started their careers as genin. Konoha, Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Minato, I originally wanted to wait another year for you to become the leader of the team, but Sakumo came to me many times and named you to lead the team. After taking a few puffs of cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Namikaze Minato's opinion. Minato, what do you mean? It's all up to Hokage-sama's arrangement. Namikaze Minato was like a thoughtless tool. He never expressed an opinion in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He only showed compliance, compliance, and compliance. Both Akira and Kakashi are good prospects, and they are twin brothers. Their unique bond is incomparable to other people's, and they fit well with the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, looking a little mysterious in the smoke. Minato, please tell me carefully, how is this child doing? Hokage-sama, you know I have been in contact with you. Apart from being a little lazy, there are no problems with my senses in other aspects. I even have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Namikaze Minato told the truth. It seems you know this child Ming very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's light words made Namikaze Minato sweat on his forehead, and then he knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please forgive me, Hokage-sama, I did have some contact with Akira Hotaki, but I did not teach her the Flying Thunder God technique in private. Don't be so nervous, get up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied. He took a pleasant breath of smoke into his lungs and exhaled it slowly. You are Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya is also my disciple, so naturally I can trust you. It was just a casual question. Namikaze Minato didn't say anything else, stood up and stood respectfully aside, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words. Minato, I value you very much, as well as the father and son of the Hotaki family. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke very slowly, I am getting old. Not only is my strength declining, but my energy is not as good as before. Konoha's the future still depends on you young people. Hokage-sama, you are now in your prime. Namikaze Minato said somewhat against his will. Haha, I know my own body. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, Minato, perform well, there will definitely be something wonderful for you in the future. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for taking this seriously. Namikaze Minato was still filled with sadness and joy, showing caution in his respect. Okay, although Sakumo is a little impatient, it is understandable. You will be the leader and guide Akira and Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed two separate documents to Namikaze Minato. These are the detailed resumes of the two brothers, please take a look. Then he picked through the remaining resumes of genin from other professions, selected a dozen and pushed them in front of Namikaze Minato. Although it has been tentatively decided that you will lead Hotaki Akira and Hotaki Kakashi, there is still one person missing in the three-person team, so you can choose one more person to join your team. I wonder what the Hokage-sama wants from this third person. Namikaze Minato has a very high IQ, so he naturally knows what politeness is, and he can also position himself correctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions seemed to let Minato Namikaze make the decision, but in fact it was a new round of testing. He has no power, only talent and strength, and his teacher Jiraiya has a very non-competitive temperament, so there is basically no one who can help him. After becoming the leading jounin of Akira Hotaki and Kakashi Hotaki, the situation of Nami Feng Shuman will undergo some changes, which will greatly increase the power behind him. Let's not talk about whether Namikaze Minato can become a candidate for Hokage through this, but this layer of nepotism will be a big help to both the Hotaki clan and Namikaze Minato himself. To a greater or lesser extent, it will affect the balance between the three forces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's three advisors, and Hotaki Sakumo. After Namikaze Minato was included in the ranks of one of his own by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Namikaze Minato still had to follow his will in many matters to prevent him from becoming the next political victim. Originally, I planned to leave a place for the Uchiha clan in Team 7, but because of Sakumo, this idea cannot be realized for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Namikaze Minato's attitude, and he immediately did not hide his thoughts and told Namikaze Minato everything. The Uchiha clan is very proud. If Team 7 doesn't have a seat for them, no one knows whether there will be problems in the future, so I can only let you feel aggrieved first. The genin team you lead has changed from the original 7th class to the 8th class. There is no need to put the genin of the Uchiha clan into it. It would be good for you to choose one of them who is talented but relatively weak. After all, Hitaki Akira and Hitaki Kakashi are both geniuses. If another genius is arranged to join, I believe many people will raise objections. I understand, Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato nodded, and then patiently selected from the several genin resumes given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon, Namikaze Minato picked out 2 resumes and then pushed them back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I prefer Metkai and Akabane Riko, but it's hard to choose between them. Please give me a suggestion. Haha, what's so difficult about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very happy. Namikaze Minato was an obedient person. He is like this, Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato pointed at Metkai's resume. Metkai is a pure taijutsu ninja. He is an out-and-out genius in taijutsu, but he is not proficient in ninja. The limitations of the technique are too great, and it meets your requirements very well. However, if he is chosen, Team 8 will lack medical ninjas, and loopholes will inevitably appear when the team operates, so I prefer Akabane Riko. But Akabane Riko also has a big problem. She has been frail and sick since she was a child. Although she has a fair talent for medical ninjutsu, she is not qualified for high-intensity tasks in the future and can easily become a breakthrough. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then choose Metkai, and you may not know that Hitaki Akira has medical ability, and it's very strong. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I really didn't know that Akira Hitaki had the talent of a medical ninja. In fact, Hitaki Akira does not have a very outstanding medical ninja talent. He only has a special healing and auxiliary ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. If cultivated well, Hitaki Akira is likely to grow in the future to the level of Tsunade. Obviously, in order for Hitaki Akira and Hitaki Kakashi to become disciples of Namikaze Minato at the same time, Hitaki Sakumo also made sacrifices and even revealed part of Hitaki Akira's special abilities. This has advantages and disadvantages. I understand, Hokage-sama. The members of Team 8 are Akira Hitaki, Kakashi Hitaki, and Metkai. Minato Namikaze smiled. Then I will hand over the mission and go gather my team. Member. Go ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and after Minato Namikaze left, he leaned back on the Hokage chair and slowly closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 35 Metkai's Gift 996, 997, 998, 999. 1392, 1393, 1394. At the Konoha training ground, Metkai, who had completed his genin mission, was sweating profusely, doing push-ups slowly and powerfully. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing the same green tights as him, holding a loudspeaker and constantly encouraging him. Kai. Passionate youth means perseverance. Kai. If we can't make 2000, our youth will be meaningless. Kai. Remember what Ming told you, hard-working geniuses are the true meaning of youth. Kai. There are only 3 more to go, and you can draw a perfect end to the first stage of youth today. 2000. Metkai finally finished 2000 push-ups. After standing up to move around, he started running circles around the training ground. Self-discipline, hard work, and sweat all together outline Metkai's genin training life. In the eyes of others, the father and son in green tights are just a pair of idiots. It's just these 2 father and son who are noisy at the training ground every day, and the constant youth slogans make me want to vomit. Who says otherwise? If just learning physical skills is useful, then why do you need talent? But don't you think that Metkai, a low-ranking person, has terrifying physical skills? Terror? An illusion can turn him into a sheep for slaughter. Yet, I really don't understand that father and son, they obviously don't have the talent to become ninjas, but they are still wasting their efforts. The surrounding discussions were almost one-sided, but the father and son of Metday and Metkai completely turned a deaf ear. They only had youth, hard work, and sweat in their eyes. Kai. Youth is not understood, but we must persist until youth burns out. Metday stood by and encouraged Metkai. If he didn't have such a father, Metkai's start and finish would really be lost to everyone. He is a good father, otherwise Kai's future will be full of thorns. Hitaki Akira stood watching the farce from a distance and couldn't help but sigh. Next to Akira Hitaki were Kakashi and Minato Namikaze. The three of them came here just to welcome Metkai back to the team. To be honest, Hitaki Akira didn't expect that the last member of Class 8 would be Metkai, which really gave him a surprise. If Akira Hitaki was asked to choose the person he admired most from the Naruto world, he would not choose the second person besides Metkai. Metkai is the most passionate ninja in the Naruto world, fully demonstrating that hard work can also transcend genius, bloodline, and family background. Such a hard-working genius is in Class 8, which gives Akira Hitaki full confidence and a sense of expectation for the future. I remember my father once told me that Kai would be my strongest opponent in the future. Hitaki Kakashi echoed, and then his thoughts were pulled far away, to the time when he had just enrolled in the ninja school. Kai can indeed be your opponent. Sakumo-sama is absolutely right. Namikaze Minato also came to a very pertinent conclusion. When I first looked at Kai's ninja resume, I just thought he was an indomitable ordinary person. But seeing this scene today, I was deeply moved. Listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Akira Hitaki's lips curled up. Metkai was a potential stock, and his future achievements were really exaggerated. Now that he is assigned to the 8th class, Metkai's peak period will definitely arrive many years earlier. By then, the entire 8th class will probably become a new legendary class. I think their training is about to end, let's go over there. Namikaze Minato said, taking the lead and walking at the front. The one with the green vest and yellow hair is Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya-sama's disciple, the elite jonin in the village. Hey, didn't you notice? There are two Hitaki brothers behind him. I saw it, but why did the two brothers Minato Jounin and Hitaki come here? It can't be. It's most likely that Minato Jounin has already started leading the genin class. He should come here to gather the last one. Who is that? I don't know. It can't be either of those idiot father and sons. Along the way, parents and ninjas who knew the brothers Minato Namikaze and Akira Hitaki began to speculate on the reason for Minato Namikaze's trip. Although the words were conclusive, the next scene still shocked everyone present. Metkai, I'm here to pick you up and return to the team. Namikaze Minato led Hitaki, Akira and Kakashi to the Matei father and son. The smile on his face was very gentle, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Me? Return to the team. Metkai, who was sweating profusely, was confused about the situation and pointed at his chest, feeling at a loss. Yes, that's you. Namikaze Minato took a step forward. K, you are the third member of Class 8, and I am your teacher. Happiness came so suddenly and so unbelievably that Metkai opened his mouth wide and fell into a state of shutdown. But Matt was different. He knew what Namikaze Minato's words meant, and his usual stupidity disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Boom! Metei lightly kicked Metkai's leg, and the latter suddenly fell to his knees unprepared, which also made Metkai suddenly come back to his senses. Hurry up and thank Minato Jounin. Metkai urged softly. Minato Jounin. Metkai realized something, but he still had no time to change his words. Kai, from now on, I'm going to call you Minato-sensei. Akira Hitaki leaned slightly sideways and poked his head out from behind Minato Namikaze, reminding Metkai. Minato-sensei. Metkai glanced gratefully at Hitaki Akira, who had retracted, his eyes filled with tears. Metkai knew very well how much he weighed, otherwise no teacher would be willing to accept him within half a year of graduation. Today, Metkai not only has a class, but also a leader, and the leader is the most famous Namikaze Minato in the new generation of Konoha. Boom! Metkai gave a big salute directly, which made Namikaze Minato a little at a loss. Just when he was about to dodge, he was pulled by Akira Hatake behind him. Namikaze Minato turned around in confusion, only to see Hatake Akira shaking his head solemnly, and immediately understood what Hatake Akira meant. Standing still without moving at all, Namikaze Minato condescendingly accepted Metkai's 3 kowtows. "Get up, Kai, because this is my first time as a teacher, so please bear with me if I make any mistakes." Minato Namikaze stretched out his hand to help Metkai up, and even knelt down to wipe the dirt on his knees. The smile on his face was so warm that his heart melted. Akira Hatake, who had witnessed all this, raised his lips sincerely, and the wings he flapped finally produced some ripples that were enough to change the future. The reason why Namikaze Minato was allowed to accept Metkai's gift calmly was because Hatake knew how fragile and sensitive Metkai was at this time. And Metkai, there really is no better way to thank Namikaze Minato. This may be the real difficulty for civilian ninjas in the world of Naruto. Even if they want to fight for a future with their lives and dignity, the chance is very slim. If you want to get ahead, in addition to your own efforts, good opportunities are also indispensable. And Namikaze Minato is an excellent opportunity for Metkai, and he can definitely afford it. Chapter 36 Taigwa Immortality. Some people may think that Namikaze Minato is not worthy of Metkai's 3 ringings. Some people even think that Metkai has lost his youth and put down his dignity, which is inconsistent with his character and personality. But please don't forget what the master-student relationship, the relationship between the leading teacher and the student, is like in the world of Naruto. This relationship may not be as prominent in the other 4 hidden villages, but in Konoha Hidden Village, the master-student relationship, or the relationship between the leading teacher and the student, is definitely no less important than the father-son relationship. Although killing masters and betraying clans were common, such things would never happen to the 8th team currently led by Namikaze Minato. Akira Hatake definitely has that confidence. Moreover, Metkai did need this kind of ritual to soothe his fragile soul and once again build up his self-confidence. Many people may not be able to imagine what Metkai's inner journey is like. Does he really know nothing? He knows better than anyone else, what his family, his talent, and his father are like. Born at the bottom, fighting lifelessly for a goal, isn't this the day you have been waiting for? The kindness of knowing and meeting is greater than God, and coupled with the relationship between the teacher and the students, Metkai did this out of sincerity, and it is currently the only thing he can give. "Okay Kai, come with me." Not paying attention to the buzzing chatter around them or the incredulous looks around them, Namikaze Minato led Hatake Akira and Kakashi and turned around and left. "Go ahead Kai, pursue your long overdue youth." Mat Dai also had tears in his eyes. He stretched out his arms and gave a thumbs up, his front teeth shining brightly when he grinned. Nodding heavily, Metkai stretched out his hand to wipe away his tears, turned around and followed him unswervingly. "Kai, your future youth will be more dazzling than anyone else." Mat Dai watched the 4 people leave and murmured to himself, "I think it's time to hand over the only thing I can pass on to you. This is me, an incompetent father, and the only one who can do it for you. What you have done." Mat Dai had a plan in mind, ignored the people who were gradually gathering to inquire about the specific situation, turned around and ran towards his home. Konoha Forest, Training Ground number 16. Jingle Bell. With a crisp sound, Namikaze Minato took out 2 bells from his ninja tool bag and hung them on his waist in front of Hatake Akira and the others. "I have explained the rules clearly to you, and I have also made the punishment very clear." Namikaze Minato reiterated, "I will suppress my strength to the level of an ordinary jounin, you must work hard. Then, let's begin." As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the 2 brothers Hatake Akira and Hatake Kakashi used the teleportation technique to stay away and hide their aura. Metkai, on the other hand, stood upright and prepared to attack Namikaze Minato to seize the bell that was very important to him. Forward! But soon, Metkai stopped and looked around in horror, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Kai, when facing a ninja 2 levels higher than you, fighting alone is the same as committing suicide. Namikaze Minato used a teleportation technique to get behind Metkai, and the cold kunao pressed against his neck. Metkai felt bitter in his heart, but he couldn't express it. He could only lightly open his lips and utter one word before falling into silence. But just when Metkai's mood hit rock bottom, he suddenly felt that the kunao on his neck was removed, and his shoulders, which were imprisoned by Namikaze Minato, could move again. 2 slippers. Namikaze Minato smiled softly and temporarily gave up on Metkai, who was being treated by him. He used the substitute technique to avoid the purple-red chakra chain shooting from the ground and the snow-white sword light coming from the side and behind. Bang! There was a soft sound accompanied by a puff of smoke. Akira Hatake emerged from the ground and used the art of multiple shadow clones. 2 identical Akira Hatake stood behind Metkai and Kakashi Hatake respectively. Ming! Kakashi! Metkai reacted, I thought you. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we give up on you? Akira Hatake curled his lips, and we really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You even forgot the theory courses in school. The somewhat upright Metkai obviously destroyed the tacit battle plan between Akira Hatake and Kakashi Hatake, but Akira Hatake couldn't say anything serious and could only complain a little. Okay. Even if Minato-sensei suppresses his strength to the level of an ordinary jounin, even if he doesn't use the Flying Thunder God, he won't be able to deal with it. Akira Hatake interrupted Metkai, Kakashi, you are the most experienced. I leave the formulation of the battle plan to you. Good. Hatake Kakashi decisively agreed, holding a ninja sword and getting close to Metkai. Akira Hatake was not idle either. The main body and his shadow clone used purple chakra chains at the same time and tied them to the waists of Kakashi and Metkai respectively. Kai, you are responsible for protecting Ming and supporting me. Understood. Metkai nodded. Brother, I will wrong you next. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Akira Hatake vaguely, and with the light in his eyes, Akira Hatake could naturally understand the meaning. Then, behind me. Hatake Kakashi's combat IQ is very high, which is a talent, and is far superior to ordinary people at all times. He predicted Namikaze Minato's next move. It's really difficult. Namikaze Minato, who was about to sneak attack Hatake Akira, smiled bitterly. Knowing Hatake Akira's ability to assist, he naturally couldn't put his primary target on others. Kakashi's speed and strength just now really made me almost hit him. Namikaze Minato, who missed the attack and hit again, sighed in his heart, Akashi's auxiliary ability is so powerful, Kakashi's strength has now broken away from the Chunin category and has completely reached the Jounin level. As for Kai, in terms of Taijutsu alone, he is not inferior to some elite Chunin, and the 2 of them vaguely formed a 3-talent formation with a gap. Is this flaw intentional? In the flash of lightning, Namikaze Minato had everything planned out in his mind, and he still planned to sneak attack Hatake Akira again. As long as Hatake Akira is eliminated, Kakashi and Metkai without the blessing of his abnormal auxiliary ability are no match for Namikaze Minato after suppressing their strength. Hey, now! When Minato Namikaze once again used his superb teleportation technique to go around to the middle of the Asante formation and hit Hatake Akira with the end of the kunao, Metkai and Kakashi suddenly moved. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Hatake sword technique. One left, one right, one behind the other, Mike K and Kakashi blocked Namikaze Minato's retreat, and the attack came instantly. Bang! At the same time, the Hatake Akira attacked by Namikaze Minato also turned into smoke. It was just a clone created by multiple shadow clones. At the same time, a golden chakra chain struck Namikaze Minato's chest simultaneously. Did you guess my next move? Namikaze Minato was calm in the face of the 3 attacks, and he instantly understood the whole story. One is true and the other is false. This is the information I know. The only thing I don't know is whether Ming's clone is in the gap of the 3 talents formation or in the middle. In order to paralyze the enemy, the one standing in the gap should be the real body, and the center position under heavy protection should be the clone. Ming did the opposite, taking advantage of my psychology and swapping my real body with my clone, putting me at a tactical disadvantage. Unexpectedly, the more I thought about it, the easier it would be for Ming to seize the opportunity. But I really have you, Ming. Boom. Clang. The helpless Namikaze Minato could only take the attacks of Metkai and Kakashi, and faced Akira Hitaki's golden chakra chain, he could only resist. Ming, I will teach you a lesson today. Never let the enemy know the weaknesses of your ninjutsu, otherwise. Yet. Hitaki Akira said calmly, and with the passive attack of his palm, a golden ball of light followed the chakra chain and quickly rushed towards Namikaze Minato's chest. The 3 skills of the Yin Hero template of the Ming dynasty, Taigwa Immortality. Chapter 37 The results of the bell-grabbing test. Crisis consciousness, as long as any living thing has this mysterious feeling. When Hitaki Akira's passive attack and his 3rd skill Taigwa Chongsheng were launched, Namikaze Minato's hair stood on end and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he was really hit by 2 attacks at the same time, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Bang! The half-wooden stake replaced Namikaze Minato's original position. Namikaze Minato, who had a premonition of danger, used the substitute technique to avoid the risk. The passive attack that Hitaki Akira swung out was very straightforward. Although it was a locked attack, it still had weaknesses. The half of wood used as a stand-in was instantly split into 2 halves by Akira Hitaki's passive attack, and a wave of Feng Shui Gate was spared. But what happened? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but be shocked, but the golden ball of chakra light bypassed the substitute technique and quickly hit his chest again. Can't be hardwired. It was just Namikaze Minato's sense of crisis that gave him a warning. After using the stand, Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique again, hoping to avoid Hitaki Akira's strange attack. And Akira Hitaki, who witnessed all this, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, knowing that Namikaze Minato was going to suffer this time. The 3 skills of the Ming Shi Yin Hero template, as long as they are successfully released within 0.75 seconds, will not only automatically detect enemies, but also have a very unnatural attribute. Unable to be avoided and 100% hit. And this time it is truly unavoidable. No matter what method is used, the damage caused by the 3rd skill Taigwa Longevity cannot be avoided. Of course, except for Akira Hitaki, the effects of equipment sold in the equipment mall are also excluded. After all, if we really count, Taigwa Eternal Life is only a skill in the Ming Shi Yin Hero template, and it naturally cannot escape the sanctions of being equipped with equipment. But apart from that, the entire ninja world, even the 6-path sage who crawled out of the Pure Land, was helpless against Hitaki Akira's 3rd skill. S.A. Namikaze Minato's forehead was dripping with sweat. When he appeared again, he was already on the edge of the training session, but the sense of crisis was still with him. Minato-sensei, you can't escape. Hitaki Akira shouted proudly, but at this time, Namikaze Minato had no time to pay attention to him, because the golden ball of chakra light was no more than a stone's throw away from his chest. Once again, the Flying Thunder God was used to dodge. At this time, Namikaze Minato had disappeared from where he was. In less than a blink of an eye, he changed to a farther position. But when he appeared again, the golden ball of chakra light had completely submerged into his chest. Vomit. A rather painful sound of vomiting was heard, and Minato Namikaze's body was thrown backwards, and a coquettish blood flower bloomed in the air. Akira Hitaki and Kakashi looked at each other, and the 2 of them no longer hesitated, and rushed towards Namikaze Minato, who was flying backwards like a whirlwind. Their target was the two bells tied around Minato Namikaze's waist. Metkai, who was one step behind the two, also reacted. Although he realized it later, he caught up with the speeding Akira Hatake in just a few steps, and his speed continued to increase. Soon, Hatake Kakashi and Metkai were 3 steps away from Hatake Akira. If nothing unexpected happened, the bell on Namikaze Minato's waist would fall into their hands in the next second. As expected by Hatake Akira, Hatake Kakashi and Metkai each grabbed the bell on Namikaze Minato's waist, pulled it gently, and took it into their palms. The stupid bird flew first but still couldn't match the speed of Metkai. There was no look of frustration on Akira Hatake's face. He took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and ducked behind Namikaze Minato. "Minato-sensei, you are so heavy." Akira Hatake had a sad face. He underestimated the huge force Minato Namikaze carried when he flew backwards. Not only did he fail to catch Minato Namikaze, but he himself became a human-shaped flesh pad. Ahem! Minato Namikaze covered his chest and coughed a few painful times. Shocking blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. "Ming, you really gave me a big surprise, and it really hurts. Although it's a bit offensive, I can't control the power of this move at all." Hatake Akira lay on his back in embarrassment, scratching his head and feeling a little embarrassed. Namikaze Minato should be the first person injured by a student in a test after the establishment of Konoha village. Sensei underestimated the enemy. Namikaze Minato sighed softly, the gentle smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. "The tactics you formulated were very good and really caught me off guard." "No, it was the battle plan proposed by Kakashi," Akira Hatake explained, not taking the credit without permission. "Kakashi?" Namikaze Minato got off Hatake Akira and lay next to Hatake Akira without any image. "He has an excellent combat IQ, much better than I did back then. And Ming is not bad. Is the move that hurt me also your special ability?" "Yes, it's my trump card." Hatake Akira nodded. "Very good, it's not too shameful to suffer a loss on your trump card." Minato Namikaze comforted himself, and then sat up from the ground after calming down. "You and Kakashi really gave me too many surprises. It scares me a little." "What are you talking about, Minato-sensei? If you hadn't suppressed your strength, we would have been killed instantly when we met." Okay, if you lose, you lose. It's not like you can't afford to lose, sensei." Minato Namikaze stood up unsteadily, then turned to look at Kakashi Hatake and Metkai who were standing there. "Okay, the test is over, Kakashi and Kai have obtained the bell in my hand, then I declare." "Minato-sensei, please wait." At this moment, Metkai suddenly lowered his head, and his shouts mixed with tears and tears were deafening. "Kai!" Namikaze Minato pretended to be confused. "You have passed my test, are you dissatisfied with anything?" "Minato-sensei, this bell belongs to Akira." Metkai raised his head and looked directly at Namikaze Minato with his red eyes. "Teacher Minato, I am very proud that I, a lowly person, have been selected by you to join Class 8 under your leadership." But... Metkai wiped his tears. "I don't deserve it." Metkai turned around and bowed deeply to Hatake Akira, and presented the bell he had just snatched with both hands. "Ming! If you hadn't attracted Minato-sensei's attention, and if it hadn't been for the cooperation of you and Kakashi, I wouldn't have been able to get this bell." Metkai was very sincere. "You deserve this, and I'm only halfway there. I just stole your things. Kai, if the bell is in your hand, it belongs to you." Hatake Akira did not reach out to take the bell handed over by Metkai. Can this bell be answered? Of course not. This simple but direct test of human nature, grabbing the bell, becomes more exciting towards the end. And just now, Akira Hatake also deliberately let Metkai surpass him to get the bell tied to Minato Namikaze's waist. This was not only to test Metkai, but also to increase the favorability of Minato Namikaze. People's hearts are separated from each other, and talking without doing anything is even more deceptive. If he wants to gain the true recognition of Namikaze Minato, how can he know that Hitaki Akira is excellent, and how can he know that Hitaki Akira is a good disciple with good talent, strength, and good character if he doesn't show it? Kai, you need this bell more than me, and I am the eldest son of the Hitaki family. This is not the only opportunity. Hitaki Akira turned around and walked away, waving with his back to the three of them. Kai, you must cherish this opportunity and work hard to become a great ninja like Minato-sensei. I would rather not. With a loud shout, Metkai slammed the bell on the ground. My youth does not allow me to do this, this is an insult to my youth. Plop. Metkai turned towards Namikaze Minato, making a gesture to kneel down again. But this time Namikaze Minato stopped him, and the smile on his face was extremely sincere and warm. He had seen the hearts of the three of them, and had already identified with them. Minato-sensei, I'm sorry, I failed you to treat me. No, you didn't. Minato Namikaze pulled up Metkai and stopped Akira Hitaki. Aira, don't you want to hear the final result before deciding whether to leave? Chapter 38 Namikaze Minato and number 039, S evaluation of the three people. People have to face countless choices in this life, whether they are carefully considered or made on the spur of the moment, the consequences must be borne alone. Obviously, the result Hitaki Akira wanted came. Congratulations, you have successfully completed my test. From now on, you have officially become members of Class 8. Namikaze Minato bent down and picked up the bell on the ground, and then handed it to Metkai, who was a little overwhelmed. Kai, your youth is worthy of admiration. Hard work, arrogance, and perseverance are your characteristics. But today, I saw another you, a cute, kind-hearted, and innocent-hearted you. So please remember, you must go on firmly, toward your youth, toward your dreams, and toward your persistence. I will, Minato-sensei. Metkai burst into tears again, but he cried with a smile, which was both funny and heart-wrenching. What he lacks is always an opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, and Metkai has successfully seized it, his future will become even brighter, and he will no longer be able to just kick Yakai and then fall into decay. Kakashi, you are calm, wise, and insightful. You have unparalleled talents among your peers. You are even better than me. Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi, but you must also remember that no matter how sophisticated the design is, there are also loopholes. Please do not place the people who need your protection in any dangerous position, not even once. I remember, Minato-sensei. Hitaki Kakashi nodded sincerely. When formulating tactics, he did take it for granted and even used Hitaki Akira as bait. Although it is said that this is influenced by Hitaki Akira and is not caused by Kakashi's subjective consciousness, what should be protected is not completely protected in the true sense. This is a fault that he cannot escape. It won't happen again, Ming. Call me brother. Hitaki Akira curled his lips, and wow, it's the brother who protects the brother. You were right just now. But... Kakashi hesitated. Seeing that Hitaki Akira refuted him, and also overturned his previous evaluation to Kakashi, Namikaze Minato did not refute but smiled and explained again. Kakashi, what I just said was not referring to Akira, but everyone except Akira. Namikaze Minato rubbed Kakashi's white hair. You attach too much importance to Akira, but you ignore a lot of things that need you. The people you protect, that's what you should pay attention to. After explaining in depth, Namikaze Minato looked at Hitaki Akira and ignored Kakashi, who was deep in thought. Ming, you are lazy, careless, like to take advantage of loopholes, and don't want to make progress. At first, I didn't see any bright spots in you. All you have is the characteristics of a small person who likes to study and speculate. Namikaze Minato was rude to Hatake Akira's comments, saying that Hatake Akira couldn't bear to lose face, so he looked away helplessly. But later I discovered that this is just your appearance. Enthusiasm, stability, kindness, and thoughtfulness are your real characteristics. Of course, this may be a characteristic that you only activate when you have no other choice, but in my opinion, this is what is so valuable about you. As long as the burden on you is heavy enough, you can explode with jaw-dropping power. So Akira, please maintain your current state. As an older brother, you must protect Kakashi and even Konoha. When everything is peaceful and stable, that will be the time when you can truly relax. The time spent evaluating and instructing Akira Hatake was longer than the time spent by Kakashi and Metkai combined, which made Akira Hatake feel quite uncomfortable. This has a lot to do with his previous attitude towards life. In his previous life, Hatake Akira's grades in his class were in the upper middle range when he was in school. He was in the upper middle range in the college entrance examination. He went to university and was in the upper middle class. After graduation, he worked in the upper middle range. Even when he found a girlfriend, he was in the middle to upper range. In Akira Hatake's life, ordinary, able, and comfortable have become his main themes. He is really the portrayal of most of all living beings. After coming to the world of Naruto, Akira Hatake was the same, with a middle to upper class family background, a middle to upper class talent, and a middle to upper class situation. When did you decide that you would no longer be in the middle or upper reaches? Hatake Akira didn't know very well. It might have been when Kakashi called his brother, it might have been when Hatake Sakumo cooked him delicious but always hot meals, or it might have been when he had some real friends in the ninja school. In short, Akira Hatake began to change without even realizing it. He seemed to have found the meaning of his coming to the world of Naruto and the goal he wanted to fight for. I know Minato-sensei, I will do it. Hatake Akira nodded solemnly, his heart suddenly enlightened, and the previous impulse came to his heart again. I believe you, Ming. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, and a brief test finally came to a perfect end with comments and guarantees. Ahem. But then, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and coughed twice, and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth that he had just wiped clean. Hatake Akira's third skill caused quite a lot of damage to Namikaze Minato, and the physical trauma could not be relieved without a week of training. After realizing it, Hatake Akira smiled innocently, then raised his hand and shot out a purple-red chakra chain, which was tied to Namikaze Minato's waist. Namikaze Minato did not hide, but looked at Hatake Akira expectantly. When he selected Metkai to join Team 8, Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed that Akira Hatake had very powerful healing methods, and this time it was time to try out the quality of Akira Hatake's treatment methods. Seeing that Namikaze Minato didn't dodge, and even put on an expression of waiting and waiting, Hatake Akira understood a lot of things in an instant. There was no pause at all. At the moment when the purple chakra chain tied Namikaze Minato, the same chakra light ball that attacked Namikaze Minato followed the purple chakra chain and quickly shot towards Namikaze Minato. Boom! With a slight muffled sound, Hatake Akira's physical condition visibly weakened, and 1/3 of the life energy in his body was directly dissipated. As for Namikaze Minato, the injuries he suffered just now recovered instantly, and the life energy in his body even made a huge leap. Ming! You are crazy! Namikaze Minato became nervous instantly, and he, who had extraordinary experience, could naturally see Hatake Akira's current physical condition at a glance. And he didn't expect that the special treatment method mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually Hatake Akira's life-for-life treatment method. Taking a sudden step, Namikaze Minato reached out to support the shaky Hatake Akira. He wanted to blame but couldn't say it out loud. He could only whip himself crazily in his heart and secretly cursed his own mistakes. The same was true for Kakashi and Metkai, who nervously came over to observe Hatake Akira's physical condition. Minato-sensei, this is me, ahem. Akira Hatake's weak voice sounded, this is my attempt to make up for what I did just now. I hope Minato-sensei can forgive me for my recklessness. Ming, how could the teacher blame you? How could you be so irresponsible to your body? Minato-sensei, for the sake of my sincere apology, can you agree to accept me as your disciple? When you complete my test that day, you will be my true disciple. Namikaze Minato had tears in his eyes, and hugged Akira Hatake. Hold on, losing your life force is very difficult, but I imagine Tsunade Samashi. Namikaze Minato, who was holding Akira Hatake and was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to Konoha Hospital, suddenly paused and his body began to shake unnaturally. Hatake Akira! A mixed shout rang out, and the gentle and sunny young man disappeared, replaced by the dark-style Minato Namikaze. He looked down at Hatake Akira in his arms with a very unkind look on his face. Hatake Akira, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face, twisting his body and trying to escape from Namikaze Minato's arms, but he felt like the hands holding his body were like two iron pliers. The 3 skills Hatake Akira just released will gradually restore the vitality he lost when he released the 3 skills 3 seconds after being out of combat. The thing about him pretending to be miserable. I can't hide it at all. Thanks to the wine shop book friends for the 500 starting coins. Thanks. Chapter 39 Class 8's First Dinner Party. Snapped. 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 Namikaze Minato's slender palm fell on Hatake Akira's butt, and the dark-style Minato Namikaze gradually returned to normal. However, Hatake Akira is miserable. Being spanked will become the dark history that he least wants to mention in the world of Naruto. Not to mention that behind Namikaze Minato stood Kakashi Hatake and Metkai. The two of them had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, they watched Akira Hatake's execution scene with great interest. Haha, my brother will have this day too. Metkai was embarrassed to express his opinion, but Kakashi had no inhibitions. He laughed softly and narrowed his eyes into crescent moons. Having been oppressed by Akira Hatake, he had long wanted to see Akira Hatake's misery when he was suppressed, and today he got his wish. Kakashi! I'm not done with you. Hatake Akira's face turned red. He had given up struggling long ago and began to twist his body violently, trying to break free from Namikaze Minato's arms. But how could Minato Namikaze let go of Akira Hatake, a troublemaker? Before Kakashi could speak, Namikaze Minato took the lead and increased the strength in his hands. Ming! Do you dare to joke about this kind of thing again? I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Hatake Ming begged repeatedly, Teacher, I was wrong, please let me go. Now you know you were wrong. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, do you know how worried we were about you just now? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Namikaze Minato's falling palm almost formed an afterimage, and he kept slapping Hatake Akira's little buttocks. Minato-sensei, brother, he should know that he was wrong. In the end, Kakashi couldn't bear it anymore and asked for mercy for Hatake Akira. Yes, Minato-sensei, Akira's character is like this, the lesson he has been taught this time should be enough. Metkai also echoed, interceding for Akira Hatake like Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, who was almost sulking in his heart, finally stopped and put Hatake Akira on the ground with a cold snort. Oh, it hurts me so much. I have never suffered such great humiliation in my life. Hatake Akira, who was lying on the ground, yelled, but then the topic changed, it doesn't matter if the teacher taught me a lesson, after all. Master and disciple are like father and son, this is how it should be. Are masters and disciples like father and son? Namikaze Minato repeated it in his mind, and the warm and sunny smile climbed onto his cheeks again, which was very useful to Hatake Akira's words just now. Ming, don't let this happen again. Even though I was feeling exhausted and was elated by Hatake Akira's words, I still had to tell him what I needed to tell him. I will take this as a warning, teacher. Hitaki got up from the ground neatly and solemnly assured Namikaze Minato. Okay, let's gather. After punishing Hitaki Akira, Namikaze Minato shouted, and the members of Class 8 quickly stood in a row. Because it has passed the time to accept the genin mission, we will not carry out the mission today. Minato Namikaze clapped his hands, but from tomorrow on, our 8th class will be on track, and the meeting time will be set at 8 in the morning every day. Yes, I don't want any of you to be late. Also, after gathering at 8 o'clock, I will lead you to complete the genin mission, and after completion, I will supervise and guide you in your training. I will not keep any secrets regarding your training. If nothing else happens, Class 8 will maintain this pattern until you graduate from me. Do you all understand? Clear. The 3 people headed by Hitaki Akira shouted in unison, while Namikaze Minato nodded with a gentle look on his face. Then, disband. After the disbandment order was issued, the 3 of them lost their previous seriousness. Akira Hitaki, who had just settled down, licked his face and moved closer to Namikaze Minato. Teacher, do you have any thoughts after the disbandment? Thoughts? Namikaze Minato was a little confused. You can go home now. I also have to report the specific situation of Class 8 to the Sandaime Hokage. I mean, after the teacher reports to Hokage-sama, do you have any plans for the evening? There is no special arrangement. Namikaze Minato answered truthfully. Teacher, how about we have a dinner together? Hitaki Akira's eyes lit up. On the first day of the establishment of our 8th class, there must be a sense of ceremony. Having a dinner party. Namikaze Minato subconsciously pinched his wallet. It's not impossible. The grown-up boys eat me to death. Hitaki Akira and the 3 of them are just growing up, so their appetites are definitely not small, and the dinner shouldn't be too shabby. Minato Namikaze will inevitably bleed. By the way, Ming, since you brought it up, do you have any good ideas? You can call Master's wife, let's have a picnic. Hitaki Akira was very excited. I still have experience in barbecue, and there are a lot of game in the forest, which can be used as ingredients. That's it. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. This isn't a big problem. Then you go get ready. I'll go to the Sandaime Hokage first. Good. Hitaki Akira nodded and watched as Minato Namikaze disappeared using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kakashi. Brother. Kakashi stepped forward bravely. I didn't mean to laugh at you before, it was just what you did. You brat, is this what I'm talking about? Hitaki Akira was a little funny and a little angry. Kakashi really regarded him as an elder brother who would definitely take revenge. I'll give you and Kai a mission. Akira Hitaki pointed at the forest surrounding the training ground. You guys go catch some game. I'm going to show off my cooking skills tonight. As night fell, a bonfire was set up on training ground number 16. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Hitaki Kakashi, and Metkai were sitting around the campfire, and the sounds of talking and laughing could be heard far away. Not far from the bonfire, Akira Hitaki was busy at the barbecue grill, and the meat skewers grilled on it were already 7 or 8 years old. Soon, Akira Hitaki came over with a large plate with barbecued meats, and placed the plate in front of Uzumaki Kushina very wisely. Master wife, I was honored to entertain you last time. This time you can try my craftsmanship. Ming, how about I do it? Uzumaki Kushina twitched her index finger, but she couldn't fake her expression as if she wanted to show off her cooking skills. Minato Namikaze, who was sitting next to her, showed a trace of panic on his face, while Akira Hitaki also looked embarrassed. No need, master. If we go to bother you next time, you will be busy. But today, just sit back and enjoy the delicious food. Okay, it's rare for you to be filial. Next time I will show off my cooking skills to you. Uzumaki Kushina smiled happily, looking around and boasting, you Minato-sensei have always praised me for my good cooking skills. I will go there tomorrow. I almost swallowed my tongue when I was a guest at Minato-sensei's house. Ahem, the master's wife is right. Her cooking skills are impeccable. She can be regarded as a top chef who was delayed by the profession of ninja. Akira Hitaki echoed, making Uzumaki Kushina very happy, while Kakashi and Metkai also showed a look of admiration. Looking at the expressions on the two people's faces, Hitaki Akira secretly laughed in his heart. Uzumaki Kushina's dark cuisine needs to be wet with both rain and dew, otherwise wouldn't he be at a loss? After laying a hole for Kakashi and Metkai, Akira Hitaki brought over the remaining barbecue, distributed them one by one, and sat down by the campfire. Ming, do you have any dreams? A dinner party is a place to eat, drink, and talk freely. Namikaze Minato, who was holding a barbecue in his hand, asked a question. With Namikaze Minato starting, the rest is easy to say, Hitaki Akira can only yin. Chapter 40 Sarutobi Hiruzen and number 039, S Worries. A dream that can be told is probably not a real dream, and a diary that can be written is probably not a serious diary. But in the world of Naruto, this simple question has become an important reference for judging a person. This is not to say that people in the Naruto world have no vision, but that they have an almost stubborn persistence when it comes to the serious issue of ideals and dreams. For example, Danzo Shimura, an old conspirator, never concealed his ambitions or dreams, and even used this to win over many diehards. The same goes for Orochimaru. If these two people knew how to hide their ambitions and dreams, the future of Konoha would probably be even more confusing. This should be the arrogance unique to ninjas. They disdain to lie about their dreams and their own ninja ways. And Hitaki Akira's dream is not deviant, and there is no big problem in saying it, but it still needs a little processing. My dream is very simple, it is to protect the people I want to protect, do what I should do, and complete the dream that the ancestors of Konoha failed to complete. Hitaki Akira's words were very effective, as if he had said everything, but it was still the same as not saying anything at all. Then who do you want to protect, what do you want to do, and what dreams do you want to fulfill the ancestors of Konoha? However, Namikaze Minato didn't intend to let Hitaki Akira go, and asked more questions. Protect the entire Konoha, do things that don't go against your heart, and fulfill the first Hokage's dream of bringing peace to the ninja world. Hitaki Akira is not that noble, but it does not prevent him from drawing big cakes, and Hitaki Akira also vaguely feels that there is a peeping gaze behind him. Who is the owner of this gaze? Hitaki Akira doesn't need to think carefully to know who it is. It is definitely Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akira Hitaki has not forgotten that Hiruzen Sarutobi has a very special peeping ninjutsu, the telescope technique. Just through a crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen can observe all places inside Konoha like an old witch. The telescope technique can be said to be a powerful tool for peeping and gathering information. After having a premonition, Hitaki Akira had to be on guard. It's a great ideal. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded. What about you, teacher? What is your dream? Hitaki Akira asked. My dream is very simple, to protect. Namikaze Minato looked up at the sky, protect those who need to be protected, and protect the places that need to be protected by me. It's difficult. Hitaki Akira nodded and commented. If it's not difficult, how can you call it a dream? Once you have a goal, just keep moving forward. Namikaze Minato smiled, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, your dream is what? Me. Hitaki Kakashi put down the barbecue in his hand and sat upright. My dream is not much different from Minato-sensei. In addition to protecting, I have also changed. Change? Change what? Namikaze Minato became interested. Change. Hitaki Kakashi paused, aware of the hint Hitaki Akira gave him, change the entire ninja world, so that there will no longer be war in the ninja world, so that everyone can live, grow old, sick and die in peace. It's also a great ideal, but it's more difficult to realize it. Namikaze Minato rubbed Kakashi's hair. If you work so hard, you will encounter more obstacles in the future than you can imagine. I will, Minato-sensei. Kakashi nodded, and then added in his mind, if it is difficult to change the entire ninja world, let's start with Konoha. What about you, Kai? Ah? Me? Metkai came back to his senses after devouring his food, scratched his head and chuckled, haha, my wish is very simple. May my youthful blood never fade. As expected of Kai, I hope you can always remember what I said today. Namikaze Minato looked at Metkai with deep meaning, your dream is the most difficult in the world. If you want to constantly surpass yourself, it is really the most difficult thing. Difficult things. As long as I work hard enough and live up to my youth, it doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. Metkai shook his head, as long as I work harder today than I did yesterday, no matter how difficult it is, it will eventually pass. Kai, you remind me of a character in the book The Legend of Endurance. Namikaze Minato said with emotion, I hope you can keep up this momentum, then I don't need to worry about your future at all. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. The place was filled with smoke and bright lights. Hidden in the smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back on the Hokage's chair and stared intently at the crystal ball placed on the desk. The figure reflected inside was all the members of Team 8 at the dinner party, plus the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. With 3 disciples with such bright futures, I hope you won't be blinded and do something disappointing. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, looked at Namikaze Minato in the crystal ball, and slowly uttered a sentence. Namikaze Minato is the leader of the new generation that Sarutobi Hiruzen values most, so naturally there will be no less attention on him. But now, the 3 disciples of Namikaze Minato have also shown their strength and potential, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen a little worried. The power behind Namikaze Minato had unknowingly expanded to a certain extent. Although it will take a long time to fully reveal the power behind it, Namikaze Minato already has the possibility of becoming a shogi player. Sakumo, Minato, you two really gave me a difficult problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his forehead in frustration, and then pulled out the evaluation report for Class 8 submitted by Minato Namikaze. Now I have a rough impression of Akira Hotaki's ability, but no matter how you look at it, this is a very powerful blood successor, not even weaker than the Uchiha clan. It can assist in strengthening, attack, and weaken enemies, and can also treat non-fatal injuries. With such a comprehensive ability, as long as it is properly developed, it will definitely reach the height of the shadow level in the future. And Hotaki Kakashi's talent is not weaker than Hotaki Akira. Even if he is not as good as Hotaki Akira in the future, he should not be much different. As for Metkai, although he specializes in taijutsu, with Minato's ability, training him to become an elite ninja is not a big problem. If you calculate it this way, in the future there will be 3 cage level and 1 elite jounin in Team 8, plus Sakumo, there will be 4 cage level. Such a powerful force makes me a little worried. Ah! Smoke filled the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were cloudy, and then a heavy sigh came. Forget it. There is no problem at all with Team 8 and Sakumo's loyalty to Konoha. Then I should have a serious talk with Danzo. I hope he can stop. Touching the crystal ball with one hand, the scene inside disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, put on the Hokage hat and left the office. Thanks to the wine shop book friends for the 100 starting coin reward. Thanks. Chapter 41 Orochimaru is sinking. The roots of Konoha, the underground secret laboratory. Red, blue, purple, potions of various colors are meticulously displayed on the shelves. Large culture tanks are arranged on the left and right, with bubbles rising in them and some strange embryo samples soaked in them. Orochimaru, how's your research going? Danzo Shimura stepped forward with a gloomy look on his face, his one eye flashing with a soul-piercing cold light. He had gradually lost patience with Orochimaru. Same as usual. Orochimaru did not stop what he was doing, and when he answered Shimura Danzo, he was calm and did not give him a good look at all. You! Danzo Shimura wanted to accuse, but in the end he suppressed it. Orochimaru, we don't have much time left. I know, but research on Hashirama cells is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Orochimaru still looked indifferent. Isn't the experimental subject named Yamato serving you? I think his blood should be enough to suppress the negative impact of your Sharingan. But this is not enough. Danzo Shimura took a step forward. Minato Namikaze has now become the leading teacher, and his two disciples are the two Hotaki brothers. My current situation is not good. So what? Orochimaru didn't care at all. Namikaze Minato is not qualified to be the next Hokage regardless of his qualifications or strength. Instead of worrying about him, we should worry about Sakumo. Don't you think I don't want to? Shimura Danzo looked displeased. Hotaki Sakumo is flawless in his work. Apart from assassinating him, I can't find any chance to bring him down. Then just wait. Orochimaru finally put down what he was doing. Sakumo is a very pure ninja. He is not a politician who is dark to the core like you or my teacher. Oh, but that's not why you use my resources and don't work hard to do things for me. Danzo Shimura became angry. Except for the success of Yamato's experimental subject, you have basically done nothing in the research on Hashirama cells in the past few years. Make a difference. Shimura Danzo pointed to the biological specimens in the culture tank, and don't think that I don't know what you are doing with the power and resources I gave you. The technique you are studying is very dangerous. This is none of Danzo-sama's business, and. Orochimaru threw a test tube to Danzo Shimura. I have already made new results in the research on Hashirama cells. This is. Danzo Shimura observed the test tube in his hand, with some joy and curiosity on his face. As you wish, this is a diluted version of Hashirama's cells, which can enhance your physique in all aspects and is safer to a certain extent. What does it mean to have a certain degree and what does it mean to be relatively safe? Danzo Shimura was a little unhappy and was not satisfied with Orochimaru's research results this time. Used in conjunction with the 3 Magatama Sharingan in your eyes, this version of Hashirama cells is very safe. However, due to the limitations of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, there is an upper limit to the improvement of your physique and vitality. Once the upper limit is exceeded, there is a risk of lignification of the body. Orochimaru gave a brief explanation, and his face was full of amusement. Lord Danzo, I am very grateful to you for providing me with the materials needed for research, but this is the limit of what I can do now. If you want to go further, consider the Uchiha clan. What's the meaning? Change the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru said calmly. Are you kidding me? Danzo Shimura spoke fiercely, but the flowing eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Do you think this is possible? Why not? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and spread his long tongue wantonly. In the field of scientific research, I am the authority, and you, Danzo-sama, is also a very good research material. Ha ha ha. Looking at Shimura Danzo's gloomy face, Orochimaru opened his snake eyes and smiled happily. The Sharingan and even the Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama cells are restrained and interdependent. I am more and more aware of the relationship between them. The more interested I become. But don't worry, I'm already confident. As long as Danzo-sama can get the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can guarantee that your strength will reach a higher level. It's not impossible to become Hokage with your own strength in the future. Humph. Shimura Danzo waved his sleeves, then turned and left. I will find a solution for the Mangekyo Sharingan, but you have to hurry up, Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo's voice gradually faded away, and soon only Orochimaru and his bottles were left in the underground laboratory. The crazy smile on his face disappeared, and Orochimaru glanced in the direction of the Hokage building with concern. Teacher, Danzo's ambition can no longer be stopped. Although I am also using his ambition to provide convenience for me, if things continue like this. Konoha will completely decay. At this time, Orochimaru, even though the things he did were gradually out of control and deviated even more from Tsunada's ethics, Orochimaru still had deep feelings for his mentor Hiruzen Sarutobi and Konoha, which gave birth to him and raised him. But the things you did are so disappointing. Orochimaru shook his head. Teacher, you will regret it one day. Having said that, Orochimaru no longer cared about these things, and focused his gaze on the bottles and jars. The inquisitive light in his eyes was strong, and he stretched out his hand to touch them gently with some fascination, as if he were looking at his own wife. Whether it is a force or a person, his life is always fragile. After 100 or 1,000 years, it will always be dissolved into dust, leaving no trace in the world. But knowledge is different. It will be passed down forever along with our will. One day after we disappear, there will still be those who come after us to remember our names and pass on our will. For example, every time I study the many forbidden techniques developed by the Nidaime, I can see his former genius and wisdom, which is so impressive. But in the end, I found that there was really too much knowledge that I wanted to learn, and there were really too many things that I wanted to study. There were so many things that I just couldn't master them all my life. I'm not willing to give in. Orochimaru muttered to himself for a while, then clenched his fists, with a slightly ferocious expression on his face. So, I want to live forever, and I want to have enough power to protect me. Orochimaru finally glanced in the direction of the Hokage building. I'm sorry, teacher, I may let you down. But before I disappoint you, I should still be able to do something for you, such as making you completely determined to deal with Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru, he was never a good person. It can only be said that he is a mad scientist whose deviance is not tolerated by the world, and a complete egoist. But precisely because of this, many of Orochimaru's research results are enough to amaze the world. But before he fell completely, Orochimaru still had some conscience, and he decided to use his own way to repay Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha for giving birth to him and raising him. Squeak! There was a heartbreaking sound of the door closing, and Orochimaru walked out of the underground laboratory. After adjusting his clothes, he walked towards the Hotaki residence. Chapter 42 Heroes and Hypocrites. Konoha, Roots. Danzo, how long has it been since we had a good talk? The reason why Shimura Danzo left Orochimaru's secret testing base in a hurry was naturally because of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could this guy suddenly visit the Roots so late? Isn't it that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid that he will assassinate him at the root, and then take advantage of the opportunity to take the position of Hokage? But complaints are complaints. After the complaints, even if Shimura Danzo was given 100 courages, he would not dare to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen at the root. Humph, I don't know. Shimura Danzo turned his head, but then there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes, probably after winning the first ninja war, when we had differences of opinion, we never spoke seriously. Yes, you have your ideals, and I have my persistence. Hiruzen Sarutobi found a place to sit down, but differences of opinion are not the reason for you to let Konoha engage in internal strife. Oh, I knew that when you came to see me today, you had no intention of having a good talk with me. Shimura Danzo showed a true expression. Are you trying to use your Hokage power to suppress me again? But I haven't done anything inappropriate recently. It's nothing extraordinary, and I don't intend to talk to you as Hokage this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. Danzo, do you still remember Kagami? Him. Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then the details of his relationship with Uchiha Kagami when he was young emerged in his mind. Why are you mentioning that guy? Because the mirror represents that the teacher's attitude towards the Uchiha clan has changed, and he is ready to adopt a gentle policy towards the Uchiha clan. Haha, a mirror cannot represent the Uchiha clan at all. Shimura Danzo said disdainfully. It does not represent the entire Uchiha clan, but since Kagami became the teacher's disciple, until today, the Uchiha clan has been very peaceful. Being calm does not mean having no ambition. Shimura Danzo insisted, it was the teacher's biggest failure when he chose you to become Hokage. Your character is too weak. All the turmoil in Konoha was caused by you. I am indeed too weak, that's why I am reluctant to attack you. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, Danzo, I am here as a friend to persuade you to stop, otherwise. Otherwise, what do you want? Kill me? Or kill the entire route? Shimura Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can do it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed his thoughts, now Konoha is far more powerful than before. There are Sunan, Sakumo, Minato, and some rookies who have not yet grown up. So, stop Danzo and fight for 50 years of peace for Konoha in the future. This is the scene the teacher has always wanted to see. Stop dreaming, Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura's tone softened slightly, do you think the other 4 hidden villages will just sit back and ignore Konoha? You shouldn't think that the Third Ninja War will never break out, right? This is inevitable, so I'm here to advise you to stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly, leave some energy for Konoha so that we can more easily cope with future crises. Instead of trying to persuade me here, wouldn't you think about it, let's take the initiative and forcefully unify the entire ninja world. Shimura Danzo said in a high tone, this is the source of your weakness. If I were to be the Hokage now, if that happens, the entire ninja world will be included in Konoha's territory. All of them, and no one will be left. At that time, there will be no more wars in the ninja world, and you and I will complete the ideal that the teacher has not completed and create a new era in the ninja world. Hiruzen, believe me. Shimura Danzo stretched out his hand towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, let us go back to the time when we once joined hands to fight against the enemy. As long as you agree to Konoha's war on the 4 hidden villages, I can give up my position. Naruto, give up internal friction. Looking at Shimura Danzo's palm hanging in mid-air, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed hesitation. Impossible. However, after thinking about it for a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had no idea of agreeing with Danzo of the Will Village, and he rejected him word for word. Ha, this is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo looked disdainful, I don't see any hope for Konoha in your hands. You are weak, passive, and stuck in your ways. This will become Konoha's new label. Your ideas are against the teacher's teachings and against the will of fire. The will of fire. Shimura Danzo was even more disdainful, don't take out things that are meant to deceive children. You pat your chest and ask, have you ever done this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. You have nothing to say, right? Danzo Shimura unveiled his last fig leaf, where have the Senju clan gone? Who is in power in Konoha? Who is your chosen successor? How are you doing? I don't need to go into details about choosing a successor, right? That's enough, Danzo. Not enough, far from enough. Danzo Shimura persisted, in order to quickly integrate the common people into Konoha, the teacher made sacrifices and asked the Senju clan to give up their surnames and join common people's families. But what did you do after you became Hokage? The collection of books of the Senju clan is in the secret room of your Sarutobi clan, and in the sealed book you control. On the battlefield of World War II, the Senju clan was sent to the battlefield to be exhausted, but their descendants could only go to ninja school incognito, learn ordinary ninjutsu, and then disappear from everyone. You eliminated the influence of the Senju clan on Konoha, pushed the Uchiha clan to the political fringes, and completely consolidated the political status of the Sarutobi clan. What next? You modified the teacher's will of fire, added your understanding, and gave it your name, making Konoha's will to build the village a plaything in your hands. And look at the heir you choose. Hitaki Sakumo? He has enough strength and prestige, but he was once your subordinate, your ANBU minister, and he is a pure ninja. He will definitely adopt your opinions politically. You dare to say that he is not your political extension. Look at Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, whom you have high hopes for. Do you dare to say that they have no similarities with Hatake Sakumo and that you don't have any selfish motives in them? Hiruzen, these are all things you did, so why do you stand on the moral high ground and criticize me at will? You and I are the same kind of people. It's just that you are better at hiding than me, you are more tolerant than me, and you know how to leave a way out for some people. I said, enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, with a very distorted expression on his face, you know my situation at that time, with internal and external troubles and an unstable foothold. If I didn't do this, Konoha would there's a chance it could fall apart again. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Shimura Danzo also laughed loudly, but more of it was taunting Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have a reason for doing this, then I also have a reason for doing what I do, is this wrong? Don't boast that you are the light of Konoha, you just need to understand that whoever sits in your seat is the light of Konoha. Don't think it's your fault that Konoha has become what it is today. It's the road paved with the bones of the dead on the battlefield. You are just a worm who rests on your laurels, has no intention of making progress, is not good at reform, and enjoys himself wantonly. The light in Danzo Shimura's one eye was so bright that it made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel panicked. In the face of politics, you should not talk about human morality. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. We will see in the future. Danzo Shimura issued an expulsion order. When I became Hokage, no matter what I did, I will become the light, just like you before. But one thing is clear. I will bring war to Konoha, and let Konoha use the lives of 2 generations to fight for a unified and war-free country for future Konoha and the ninja world. Danzo Shimura's ambition completely exploded at this time. He didn't care about human lives or methods. All he cared about was what he wanted and what he wanted to accomplish. The confrontation between hypocrites and heroes came to an end in the Dark Roots. The future of Konoha is still moving slowly along its inherent trajectory. But what the two of them didn't know was that Orochimaru's fate had changed, which might have a different impact on Konoha's inherent future. Chapter 43 Orochimaru visits Hatake House. Konoha, Hatake House. The family was enjoying themselves happily. The father and son were sitting on their knees in front of a coffee table, each holding a cup of hot tea in their hands. Ming, you are going to start your real genin career tomorrow, how do you feel? That's it, it's not very difficult. Hatake Akira gave it a light peck, and with Kakashi here, I don't feel any pressure at all. Brother, don't always count on me, you have to work hard. Kakashi curled his lips, not forgetting to urge Hatake Akira to work hard and improve. It's not like you haven't performed genin missions before. They are all tasks such as finding cats, doing farm work, and cleaning sewers. They are of no use at all. Akira Hatake really looked down upon genin missions. What I really care about is completing the mission. After the genin mission, follow-up guidance and targeted training from the teacher. What Hatake said was true, and Kakashi had no objection. He just lowered his head and sipped the hot tea in the cup. Okay Ming, although the genin mission does not have much value, it is a good way to improve the team's understanding in a short period of time. You still can't slack off. Hatake Sakumo knocked on the coffee table with one finger and gave Hatake a message. I understand, father. Hatake Akira nodded, don't worry, I will take it seriously. That's good. Hatake Sakumo smiled, and then there was a trace of the happy smile of an old father on his face. Yesterday I met Ui Zhenhong, and he told me an interesting thing. Aha, what did Uncle Zhenhong tell you? Hatake Ming felt a little embarrassed and reached out to scratch his hair, obviously realizing something. Kakashi, who was sitting next to Hatake Akira, raised his head again, the fire of gossip burning in his eyes. After looking at Hatake Sakumo, his eyes locked on Hatake Akira, trying to see something from his micro-expression. What? Are you very close to Ui Hong recently? Well, we are just good friends. Is he so good that he can use other people's private money at will? Hitaki Sakumo rolled his eyes at Hitaki Akira. The real red people have sued me, which makes me very embarrassed. She insists on giving it, but I can't let her down. Besides, when I receive more advanced tasks in the future and receive the commission, I will save up money to pay her back. Seeing what Hitaki Akira said, Hitaki Sakumo lost his temper. Kurane Yui and her son were indeed a match made in heaven, and one was willing to fight while the other was willing to suffer. There was no problem with Akira Hitaki in this matter. But the main reason why I don't blame Hitaki Akira harshly is because Hitaki Akira is a boy. If she were a girl, it is estimated that Hitaki Sakumo had already taken a knife to settle the score with the real owner, so there was no way he could sit here and drink tea leisurely. But everything has its limits, and you and Yui Kurane are still young, so there are many things you should pay attention to. Hitaki Sakumo put down the teacup. At least don't let my father come to me to complain. This makes me very sad. Being passive is also embarrassing. After that, Hitaki Sakumo took out his wallet, counted out a denomination of about 10,000 taels, and stuffed it into Hitaki Akira's hand. If you go to visit Minato, just use this money. It's enough to buy some gifts or something. Thank you, father. Hitaki Akira happily took it and bowed to express his thanks, looking like a money geek. But the dirty talk is ahead. Since I gave you the money, you should stop trying to take advantage of this little girl's private money. Hitaki Sakumo warned uneasily, and then looked at Ka, who had a gossipy look on his face. Cassie. Kakashi, don't always focus on performing tasks, otherwise you will miss a lot of sincere feelings when you were young, but you will really miss it. This, father, what do you want me to do? Kakashi was a little embarrassed, and the delicate and pretty faces that had smiled at him appeared in his mind, but then he shook his head and threw them all away. A bunch of brainless nymphos, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Kakashi said decisively, making Hitaki Sakumo a little funny. It's great that you have this awareness. Besides, I'm just talking about it, not forcing it. After all, I still focus on my studies and practice now. It's best if I don't get distracted. Although Hitaki Sakumo is a father, he also hopes that his little piggy will harm a few more cabbages, but just think about this kind of thing, and it doesn't matter if you mention it a little, but if you really want to be honest, speaking out the 8 classics of children seems to be somewhat disrespectful for the elderly. Soon, the matter of the 2 brothers' puppy love came to an end. After Hitaki Sakumo drank all the tea in his cup, he got up and went to the study. Ming, Kakashi, I have 2 things for you. They can be considered as congratulatory gifts for you to enter Class 8. Before he finished speaking, Hitaki Sakumo entered as quickly as he came out. When he walked out of the study, he already had 2 long wooden boxes in his hands. Ming, this is yours. Hitaki Sakumo sat down on his knees and handed over a long box tied with a red ribbon and written with Hitaki Akira's name. At the same time, another identical long box was also handed to Kakashi's hand. This is your Kakashi, open it and take a look. In fact, Hitaki Sakumo didn't need to speak. Hitaki Akira had already begun to untie the red ribbon on the long box, and Kakashi did the same. The red ribbon slipped to the ground, and the 2 brothers opened the long box in their hands almost simultaneously. After opening, 2 ninja swords of the same standard revealed their original appearance. Beautiful, bright and cold. This was Hitaki Akira's first sense after seeing the long sword. He couldn't help but gently touch the scabbard with his little hand, feeling the delicate workmanship of the long sword. This is a long knife that I specially asked someone to customize from the land of craftsmen. Although the chakram metal content in it is not high, it should be enough for you at this stage. Hitaki Sakumo smiled and briefly introduced, also, I have revised the Hitaki sword technique. It is now very suitable for the use of long swords. It can be regarded as recreating the peak of the ancestors' sword skills. Father, are you done? Akira Hataki's attention moved away from the long sword, and his eyes returned to Hatake Sakumo's face. It's half done. What's missing now is a real chakra metal sword. Hatake Sakumo was high-spirited and proud, and his look was uniquely charming. Is it, the idea proposed by my brother that I told my father half a year ago? Kakashi was also shocked, but more of it was admiration and joy. His father is indeed a living legendary ninja. Yes, it's almost completed. The only thing missing now is metal with good chakra conductivity. Otherwise, ordinary ninja swords will not be able to withstand the power of the blood-stained elimination sword technique. Blood-stained elimination sword technique. Kakashi tilted his little head. What kind of sword technique is this? Can I learn it? Of course, I plan to. The beaming Hatake Sakumo suddenly paused, and the smile on his face was gradually replaced by coldness. It seems that we are not going to be able to do it today. You should go back to your room and rest first. I will go out to meet old friends for a while. Hatake Sakumo stood up, opened the door and left without waiting for the two brothers to reply. Kakashi was a little overwhelmed by the sudden change. After looking at Akira Hatake, he was about to quietly follow him out to take a look, but Akira Hatake held him back. Stop your curiosity and believe that father can solve everything. Hatake Akira shook his head. Come back to the room with me. Father will tell us what he wants to say. Oh well. Kakashi nodded and followed Akira Hatake back to the bedroom. Outside Hatake's house, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips. Ignoring Hatake Sakumo's gloomy expression, he stepped forward and greeted with a smile. Sakumo, long time no see. Chapter 44 The Causal Clues That Are Gradually Connected. Hatake Sakumo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade can be regarded as the mainstay of Konoha now. The four people have a lot of intersections whether they are performing missions, conquering the battlefield, or in Konoha's internal affairs, and they are so familiar with each other. Hatake Sakumo and Orochimaru have always met by chance. The two of them would only communicate when they were on a mission or on the battlefield. And Hatake Sakumo once said that the person he couldn't understand the most was Orochimaru. Since they can't see through, the personal relationship between the two of them will naturally not be good enough to visit the mansion at night. So Orochimaru's trip is definitely not just to reminisce about the past. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Hatake Sakumo nodded and responded, then asked Orochimaru the purpose of his trip. It's not like you to come to see me at home so late. It is indeed not in line with my style, but there are exceptions to everything. What do you think? Lord Sakumo. Stop being polite, it's better for everyone to get straight to the point. Hatake Sakumo had already grabbed the dagger behind his back with one hand. You're really welcome, Sakumo. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with interest. Sure enough, even a pure ninja who holds a high position can know many unknown secrets. Orochimaru is not stupid. After seeing Hatake Sakumo act like this, he naturally knew that Hatake Sakumo already knew a lot of things, including the scandalous things he did behind the scenes. Orochimaru also understood many things. What he did under Konoha's nose was definitely not foolproof. It was just that some people indulged, some covered it up, and some didn't want to mention it. Although you no longer trust me, it doesn't mean that I no longer trust you. Orochimaru looked deeply at Hatake Sakumo, then turned around and walked forward. Sakumo, this is not the place to talk. I don't know how dare you dare to go out alone with me. Why don't I dare? Hatake Sakumo sneered and followed immediately. He is not afraid of Orochimaru at all, nor does he think that Orochimaru and Danzo behind him can do something that will lower his IQ. For example, the dirty work of assassins and others. Even if it could be done, it would not be possible inside Konoha village. Konoha, Orochimaru's secret testing base. Hatake Sakumo, who followed Orochimaru here, was trembling all over. He had previously known that Orochimaru was conducting some secret experiments and had also investigated the missing children in villages near Konoha. The conclusion drawn naturally points to Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, but this matter was suppressed by the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But knowing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another thing. Hatake Sakumo can't accept it. Sakumo, I heard that your breathing is not as steady as before. Do you feel anything? Orochimaru asked knowingly. Look what you have done. Hatake Sakumo pointed at the embryos in the culture tank. You are simply insulting the name of the Sunin. This is the teacher's tacit approval. Orochimaru chuckled. You are not yet the Hokage, but you are too lenient. You. Hatake Sakumo was trembling all over, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Haha, Sakumo, although calling you that is a bit disrespectful, the fact is that you are just a political victim. What on earth do you want to say? Hatake Sakumo stared at Orochimaru coldly. What I want to say is that it's time for you to take action. Orochimaru looked directly into Hatake Sakumo's eyes. Kill Shimura Danzo, force the teacher to abdicate, and then, put everything on my head. Hatake Sakumo gradually came back to his senses and looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. He did not expect that Orochimaru would say or do this. Don't be surprised, this should be the last thing I do for Konoha. Orochimaru's expression gradually became crazy. Konoha's decay has become a foregone conclusion. If we don't use more force, we will treat the symptoms but not the root cause. But what is your purpose? My purpose? Orochimaru pointed at himself. I have no purpose, I just do things based on my own preferences. The person I am now is no longer the person I used to be. My pursuit has changed. I no longer stick to one village or one country, and I no longer focus on 10 years and 100 years. What I want is eternal life and eternal life. Endless knowledge. It's dangerous for you to do this. Hatake Sakumo said in a deep voice. Who lives in this world without danger? Even if you eat a meal, you may choke to death. This is the fragility of life. Endless accidents will take away everyone's life, and the same goes for you and me. Orochimaru was like a philosopher at this time, and what he said made Hatake Sakumo disagree and didn't quite approve of it. But regardless of these things, Orochimaru's previous proposal still moved Hatake Sakumo. What exactly is your plan? I have all the evidence of Shimura Danzo here, enough to make him die 7 or 8 times, but the premise is that the teacher is willing to do it. Orochimaru took out a pile of evidence and handed it to Hatake Sakumo. You just take it, seriously injure me, and then go to the teacher's place, and I believe the matter will come to an end. Hatake Sakumo did not reach out to pick it up, but shook his head. There is a 90% chance that the Sandaime Hokage will not take action. Of course I know this. Orochimaru's emotions did not fluctuate at all, but in this case, you will have a reason and an opportunity to eradicate Konoha's cancer. But this is very risky. Hatake Sakumo was very calm. He had already anticipated the consequences of his actions. It's indeed risky, but does it have anything to do with whether you want to do it or not? Orochimaru's words hit the point directly, which made Hatake Sakumo stunned and stared at Orochimaru with a somewhat straight look, trying to see some conspiracy in his snake eyes. Hatake Sakumo left, walking heavily with a series of evidence against Shimura Danzo provided by Orochimaru. However, Hatake Sakumo did not choose to take action against Orochimaru. He was still undecided. Moreover, Hatake Akira and Kakashi still need time to grow up, and he doesn't want to take risks now. If it succeeds, it's okay, but if it fails, the entire Hatake family will be buried with Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Akira and Kakashi, who have not yet grown up, will naturally not escape the fate of being buried together. He simply did not dare to underestimate the power in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If they were not careful, they would be shattered into pieces. Not only that, Hatake Sakumo couldn't believe everything Orochimaru said. Who knows if this was a trap dug for himself by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo? With his thoughts on his mind, Hatake Sakumo returned home. But when he entered the door, Hatake Sakumo first saw Akira Hatake and Kakashi sitting in the living room quietly waiting for his return. "Father!" the two brothers said in unison, stood up and faced Hatake Sakumo. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hatake Sakumo glanced at Hatake Akira, his words somewhat reproachful. "I can't sleep." Akira Hatake saw the information in Sakumo Hatake's hand. "Did father go out to meet someone?" "Yes, Orochimaru came to me and gave me all the evidence against Danzo Shimura." Sakumo Hatake put away the information in his hand and explained that he had no intention of showing it to Akira Hatake. "It seems that Orochimaru still has some conscience, and it will take some years before he goes completely crazy." Akira Hatake guessed the matter after a brief thought. "Father, Orochimaru wants to kill you through your hands. Did Danzo Shimura force the Sandame to step down?" "It has to be you, Akira." Hatake Sakumo sighed. "This is Orochimaru's plan, but I don't want to take action now. Father is right to do this. It's not the right time yet. After all, the power of the Hatake family is too weak." Akira Hatake pulled Hatake Sakumo to sit down. "Father, you just need to be aware of these things. Don't get involved for now. There will be an excellent opportunity in the future." Hatake Akira didn't expect that Orochimaru would suddenly take action. Although the tactics used were clumsy, if Hatake Akira hadn't changed some things, Hatake Sakumo would have jumped into the pit by himself. In other words, Hatake Akira has connected all the reasons for Hatake Sakumo's suicide, and understands why such a powerful ninja would choose to commit suicide to understand his own life. Hatake Sakumo was completely forced, and there was no way that a one-sided attack on public opinion could achieve the desired effect. Gradually, Hatake Akira's eyes became cold. Now that we understand the whole story, the arrangements for many things should be put on the agenda. Thanks to book friend Higashino Tatsumaki for the 100 starting coins. Thanks. Chapter 45 Hatake Sakumo bets his life. The mental endurance of ninjas is far beyond that of ordinary people. Previously, Akira Hatake was very confused as to why a great ninja would have his psychological defenses collapse due to a public opinion that seemed like a farce and choose to commit suicide. But tonight, Hatake Akira has figured out the cause and effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, these two figures who dominated Konoha openly and secretly, definitely reached a consensus to eradicate Hatake Sakumo because of an unknown incident. What this thing is 100% because of what happened tonight. It would be fine if people who were not in power didn't know what Orochimaru was doing in the village, but as the Hokage of the first village, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not know? The reason why he knew it but didn't stop it was naturally because Orochimaru's research would do more good than harm to Konoha. This is just like the series of forbidden techniques studied by the second-generation Senju Tobirama. When studying forbidden techniques, he definitely did some forbidden experiments. But the benefits are obvious to all. This allows Konoha's forbidden jutsu reserves to directly suppress the 4 hidden villages, giving Konoha a stronger ninjutsu capital. So Orochimaru's research, after weighing the pros and cons, what choice to make is already clear. Although there are certain risks, fortunately Danzo Shimura stepped forward to take the blame, so Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally let it go. As long as it didn't cause a big mess, he would pretend that he didn't know about Orochimaru's human experiments. But what if Hatake Sakumo has evidence provided by Orochimaru, or Hatake Sakumo himself collected? This is a big deal. Judging from Hatake Sakumo's willingness to give up the mission and rescue his teammates, it was impossible for him to endure such a thing. The choice he made would not be other than to bring evidence of guilt to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this case, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's own political career, Shimura Danzo's wealth and life, and Orochimaru, a potential stock that can grow into the second Senju Tobirama, the choice Sarutobi Hiruzen has made is already clear. Hatake's family is thin, his power is weak, and his talented descendants have not yet fully grown up. Such a Hotake family would naturally be unable to withstand the joint suppression of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, so in order to preserve the family and his own descendants, Hotake Sakumo's choice was naturally the most humiliating suicide. Thinking of this, Hotake Akira trembled all over, and an unknown fire rushed from the bottom of his heart to his forehead. Why? Just because they offend the interests of some people, those who uphold conscience and morality should be slandered and suppressed, and even threatened with the lives of their families and future generations. Just because Hiruzen Sarutobi is backed by the big family, and Hiruzen Sarutobi is the Hokage of Konoha? Akira Hotake also admitted that there is not only black and white in the world, grey is also popular. If this kind of thing happened to others, Hotake would help if he could. If he couldn't help, he would only care about his own safety and act like a deaf mute. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, Hotake Akira had not been severely beaten by society in his previous life, and he had no lack of awareness. With my small arms and legs, why should I have a fight with some big black, white, or grey forces? But it's different now. It's Hotake Akira himself, Hotake Sakumo, Kakashi, and the entire Hotake family who are threatened. If they still let things go, then Hotake Akira might as well travel through time again as soon as possible. Father, no matter whether Orochimaru is well-intentioned or malicious, from the moment you took over this information, you have entered a dead end. After hearing what Akira Hotake said, Sakumo Hotake didn't make any rebuttal, and the look of sadness on his face became more intense. Although he knew that what he did had brought a huge crisis to the Hotake family, if he was given another chance to choose again, he would still accept the evidence handed over by Orochimaru. If not for anything else, just for the innocent souls within Konoha who died in vain. If it were a member of a hostile force, Hotake Sakumo would not care at all, and would even be more ruthless than Orochimaru. After all, the title of Konoha White Fang was given by Hotake Sakumo on the battlefield in the past. Hotake Sakumo is definitely not a good person to his enemies, but to his own people, what he does is absolutely impeccable. Such a pure ninja, even if he knew that there was a pit and hell ahead, he would jump down without hesitation. I know, but if I don't do it, who can? Although Hotake Sakumo was smiling bitterly, the determination on his face did not waver at all. My sensei, Minato Namikaze. Hotake Akira had no choice but to place his hope on Namikaze Minato. This is not because he does not trust Hotake Sakumo, nor does it mean that he must follow the timeline of the Naruto world in his impression, but that no one except Namikaze Minato can solve the current dilemma between the Hotake family and Konoha. Minato's words are still a bit immature, but considering his character. If the teacher is backed by our Hotake family and Kushina-san, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then his potential is endless. Akira Hotake clenched his fists. Father, you can contact the teacher secretly. But in this case, Hotake Sakumo still hesitated. I don't know how far the evil deeds of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo will develop in the future. That's what I say, but relying on yourself now will not help at all. Instead, it will cost your own life and the future of the Hotake family. Akira Hotake said earnestly, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this, he will definitely attack you, and then your chance to retreat will come. From the moment I received this evidence of guilt, there was no chance to withdraw. Hotake Sakumo lowered his head. I will use my method to end this internal turmoil. No, there is a chance. Hotake's bright eyes were frighteningly bright. Do you still remember the birthday gift I gave you? You mean this short-sleeved shirt? Hotake Sakumo pointed to the resurrection armor he was wearing next to his body, with a slightly subtle expression. He really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Hotake was selling in Minggord. Yes, it is actually an artifact that can resurrect people after death. Hotake Akira explained hastily, and then handed over the ninja sword given to him by Hotake Sakumo. Father, practice your newly created bloodstain elimination sword technique. It is best to have some accidents. You mean? Hitaki Sakumo was a little confused, but he quickly realized what he was doing, and his fingers squeezed the corner of the resurrection armor tighter and tighter. I understand, then you should read carefully and study hard. This may be the last wonderful thing about being a father. Brother. What kind of riddles are you and your father going on? Kakashi stretched out his hand to stop Hitaki Sakumo, and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Isn't my father's sword skills just half completed? There is no ninja who can take advantage of him. The knife will kill my father. This is the result we want." Akira Hitaki brushed Kakashi away. "This is the best reason for my father to withdraw from the political whirlpool, bar none. Can. Believe me, you must also believe in father, and if you do this, it may have some beneficial effects on father. And it may even be an opportunity for the Hitaki clan to rise again." "Okay, I believe Ming." Hitaki Sakumo smiled, and walked to the courtyard of Hitaki's house with his ninja sword. As soon as he closed and opened his eyes, his whole body's energy reached its peak in an instant, and the aura of the cage level was rippling from his body. A scene where life is used to teach begins in the next second. Chapter 46, Survival from a Narrow Escape. The power born from the extreme changes in the nature of the two chakras is called the blood succession limit. Not only can you use ninjutsu that is independent of the 5 chakra attributes, but you can also benefit future generations. As long as the blood succession limit begins, then a few generations later, a brand new blood succession limit family will stand in the ninja world. So can the extreme changes in the properties of the 3 chakras and the elimination of blood stains derived from them be passed on to future generations? There is no need to elaborate on the answer, it is simply impossible. As for why it is impossible, it is naturally because the elimination of blood stains is too overbearing. Whether it is flesh, blood, or objects, as long as they come into contact with this power, they will be decomposed into the most primitive molecular state. How can the flesh and blood of the human body withstand this power and pass it on to future generations engraved in the blood? Therefore, the second generation Tsuchikage, who was the first to be eliminated through blood stains, only dared to store the 3 chakras that had changed to the extreme in his body, and when used, synthesized them into the dust escape eliminated by blood stains. This also makes the elimination of blood stains something similar to a forbidden technique and does not belong to the category of blood. So far, the only person left in the ninja world who can use dust release is Onoki. What Hitaki Sakumo has to do now is to practice and teach the bloodstain elimination knife technique, while at the same time transforming the ability of bloodstain elimination, which is similar to the forbidden technique, into bloodline power. If there was no resurrection armor, Hitaki Sakumo would definitely die, completely returning to dust, without even a trace of ashes left behind. Father. Kakashi's eyes widened, and tears had long blurred his vision. Hitaki Sakumo had already practiced all the sword moves, and had tried his best to explain the changes in the nature of the 3 chakras of thunder, wind, and water. He also eliminated the blood stains formed by the extreme changes in the properties of the 3 chakras, and demonstrated it completely. However, due to the poor chakra conduction of the ninja sword, the blood-stained elimination power formed by the 3 escaped chakras has destroyed the ninja sword and even injured Hitaki Sakumo himself. Now Hitaki Sakumo's hands have mysteriously disappeared. Although the edges of the wounds are jagged, they are very smooth, as if they were born this way. I feel very good now. Hitaki Sakumo glanced at Kakashi, then looked at Ming. I worry about you the most, because you are the laziest. Did you understand my demonstration just now? I saw it clearly and took note of it. Hitaki Akira's nose was sore and his eyes were red and he couldn't help crying. That's good, then I'll get started. Hitaki Sakumo smiled faintly, and then focused on the 3 chakra properties that were arranged in the body and did not interfere with each other. He was ready to fuse them. Light. Glare. Dazzling light. Since the power of eliminating blood stains can be integrated into the sword technique, it is not too difficult to put aside life and death and dissolve this power into oneself and even imprint it into the body's genes. However, the power of blood stain elimination is far greater than the limit of blood inheritance, and the damage caused to the body is exactly the same as the consequences of being hit by the dust escape from the front. Bloodstain disease can occur at any boundary of blood. If the blood stains are reduced and dissolved into themselves, the damage caused will be directly increased by tens of thousands of times. Hatake Sakumo's body began to fall apart, gradually disintegrating from the inside out, and the power eliminated by the blood gradually decomposed into molecules. First came the bone marrow, bones, flesh and blood, and fascia. Finally, Hatake Sakumo completed the steps of eliminating the blood stains and integrating them into himself, and his entire body almost turned into a transparent humanoid outline glowing with white light. If it's true as you said, I think, the future of the Hatake clan will have bloodline power that dwarfs the entire ninja world. Hatake Sakumo's last heroic words ended, and as a white light exploded from the elimination of blood stains, his whole person completely disappeared between heaven and earth, as if he had never existed before. If you must look for evidence that Sakumo Hatake existed just now, then the gold-patterned cloth slowly falling from mid-air becomes the only evidence. That was the leftover material of the manifested resurrection armor. Under the intervention of the power of blood elimination, only such a small piece of it remained. Boom! A very powerful fist hit Akira Hatake's face. Kakashi, who had never touched Akira Hatake before, was like a irritable little lion, baring his teeth and looking fierce. Aki Hatake! If my father cannot be resurrected, I will never recognize you as my brother again, let alone a member of the Hatake family. After the punch, Kakashi seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He knelt down on the spot where Hatake Sakumo had just died. He lowered his head and cried, his shoulders shaking constantly. Father will be resurrected. Hatake Akira, who was knocked to the ground, now lacked the certainty of what he had just said, and only had self-blame and guilty conscience. If the resurrection armor doesn't work, he will become the murderer of Hatake Sakumo, and he will never forgive himself in his life. Buzz! 3 seconds passed, and the unique sound effect when the resurrection armor was activated sounded. Kakashi, who was bowing his head and weeping, suddenly raised his head, and Hatake Akira's darkened eyes also lit up again. The fragment of resurrection armor fabric that had fallen to the ground was shining with a dark golden light. At the same time, under the outline of the dark golden light, Hatake Sakumo's shadow gradually solidified, with fascia, flesh, and bones constantly filling the outline of the shadow. Buzz! There was another burst of the same sound effect, and Hatake Sakumo's body was reorganized in less than 2 seconds, and the naked Hatake Sakumo also opened his eyes. At the same time, the fragments of resurrection armor cloth that exuded dark golden light also transformed into the resurrection armor style at the same speed, and then reappeared on Hatake Sakumo. Sage's Asylum, the user's resurrection effect is successfully triggered, and the remaining number of triggers for this effect is 1. Note: this equipment has been damaged and has no function other than its appearance. If you want to use this equipment again, please go to the equipment store to purchase it yourself, or give it to others after purchasing it. Hey! Just be okay, be okay. Hatake Akira wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and after a cursory glance at the prompt, he finally felt relieved. Father! While Hatake Akira was in a daze, Kakashi had already taken 3 steps and 2 steps at a time and pounced on the newly resurrected Hatake Sakumo. Slow down! Although Hatake Sakumo caught the flying Kakashi, he had just resurrected, and the weakness in his body made him stagger back very uncomfortable. Father, what's wrong with you? Kakashi got off Hatake Sakumo nervously, and then reached out to brush away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. The feeling of physical weakness, the burning feeling in the internal organs, and the feeling of mental chaos all erupted immediately after Hatake Sakumo's resurrection. It's okay, I just feel that my body has been weakened in all aspects, and my overall strength is probably only 1/5 of what I was in my heyday. Hatake Sakumo showed a cheerful smile as if he was surviving a disaster, reached out and touched Kakashi's head, and spoke softly to comfort him. "Don't worry, I can feel that my body still has the possibility of recovery. Anyway, it's good to survive." Hatake Sakumo then looked at Hatake Akira, looking at the swollen right side of his face, which was inevitably a little funny. This should be the first time Hatake Akira has been put in such a miserable state by Kakashi. "Ming, go to Konoha Hospital to find Tsunade. Remember to tell me about my physical condition and ask her to help you remove the bruise on your cheek." "I know, father." Hatake Akira stood up and prepared to go straight to Konoha Hospital. "By the way, Ming, let me tell Tsunade that the blood-stained elimination power in my body is awakening, but it has put a huge load on my body." Hatake Akira raised his eyebrows, then nodded heavily, and disappeared into Hatake's house with a few ups and downs of his body. He knew that his plan had been successful, but he didn't know how long the blood elimination power that had been integrated into his blood could last Hatake Sakumo's body. All this can only be understood clearly after Tsunade comes over. But in general, the harvest this time is quite rich, and Hatake Akira also has a backup plan, which is enough to save Hatake Sakumo's life. But tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 47: The Impatient Shimura Danzo. Konoha Hospital, Special Care Ward. The ward, which was not very large, was already full of people. Looking around, almost all the powerful people in Konoha were missing. The leader was Hiruzen Sarutobi, and standing behind him were Danzo Shimura, Koharu and Mito Munin. Further back in the row were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the heads of various ninja clans, and the younger generation of Konoha headed by Namikaze Minato. Tsunade, Sakumo's physical condition. Teacher, Sakumo's current situation is very critical. There is an extremely destructive force destroying his body. Even if follow-up treatment can curb this situation, Sakumo will no longer have a chance to be a ninja. How so? Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and pinched his forehead with a painful expression. Hatake Sakumo was suddenly seriously injured at this time and lost the qualification to continue to become a ninja. This undoubtedly caused ripples to the internal struggle that had stabilized. Glancing at Shimura Danzo standing beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sad in his heart, and Shimura Danzo's little thoughts were completely written on his face. "Tsunade, is it possible for Sakumo to recover?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, unwilling to give up. "Yes." Tsunade nodded, but then poured cold water on her, "but the possibility is less than 1%. This." Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his lips, then shook his head and sighed deeply. Hatake Sakumo's card is considered useless, and he will be very busy in the future. Taking 2 steps forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on Hatake Sakumo's hospital bed, stretched out his hand to straighten the quilt for Hatake Sakumo, and then raised his head to look at Tsunade. "Tsunade, what is Sakumo's physical condition? Is it someone else's conspiracy, or is it?" While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes swept across Shimura Danzo's cheek intentionally or unintentionally, but to his disappointment, he did not see any useful information. "It's not a conspiracy, it was Sakumo who made himself look like this." Tsunade also shook her head helplessly. "I don't understand why Sakumo would do such a dangerous thing. What did Sakumo do?" "After my inspection, the power in Sakumo's body that constantly destroyed his body fell into the category of blood stain elimination." "What? Eliminated with blood?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, memories of Hatake Sakumo's past flashing through his mind quickly. He seemed to understand something, but he was even more confused in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that in the past half a year or so, Hatake Sakumo had completely given up on government affairs, and went into the secret room of the Hokage building to read various books, and asked him about the changes in the nature of chakra every now and then. He asked the reason, but Hatake Sakumo said that it was to improve Hatake's swordsmanship and to incorporate the power of blood elimination into it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still very interested at the time. After all, he had experienced the power of blood stain elimination in the hands of Onaki. That kind of power that wipes out everything makes Sarutobi Hiruzen afraid. If Hatake Sakumo succeeds, then Konoha will once again give birth to a very powerful forbidden jutsu, and the village's ninjutsu reserve will be filled with another general. But today, Hatake Sakumo used the blood stain elimination on himself, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen puzzled. Obviously you have succeeded, why do you have to commit suicide? This was not in line with Hatake Sakumo's character at all, and made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel that there was a conspiracy behind it. But then, Tsunade's explanation completely stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. Yes, sensei, it is indeed blood stain elimination. Tsunade pointed at Hatake Sakumo, but the blood stain elimination on Sakumo's body is different from the dust escape of Tsuchikage Onaki. Tsuchikage Onaki's dust release is just a forbidden jutsu power that surpasses the blood succession limit in most ninjutsu, and the blood elimination in Sakumo's body already has some appearance of the blood succession limit. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He suddenly understood the reason why Hatake Sakumo wanted to die. He wanted Fukuzawa's descendants. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who thought he had figured it out, looked down at Hatake Sakumo, who was still in a coma, and shook his head with pity on his face. The idea is good, but the result is... Haha, if you want to dissolve the power of eliminating blood stains into your own blood, Sakumo really dares to think about it. Shimura Danzo finally spoke, and he was sarcastic when he spoke. And soon he brought the topic to the position of Hokage, without any concern for Hatake Sakumo's life or death. Sarutobi, Sakumo is the one who brought it upon himself to die, but Konoha cannot stop moving forward, and the next Hokage will be prepared. It's time to put the matter on the agenda. Danzo-sama, Sakumo is not dead yet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say this now? Tsunade had a straightforward temper, and she couldn't stand Shimura Danzo. She directly said, and as long as Sakumo is still alive and he doesn't resign from the position of reserve Hokage, you don't have the right to unilaterally remove him without making a big mistake. Tsunade, Hatake Sakumo has become a useless person. Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face, looking directly into Tsunade's cold eyes, with an air of not giving in. No, Sakumo still has a chance. Oh, are you going to plunge Konoha into turmoil just for the 1% chance you said before? There are still teachers in Konoha. Even if the post of preparatory Hokage is just a decoration, Konoha will not be in chaos. The tit-for-tat confrontation between the two made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more upset. He did not expect that after Hatake Sakumo fell, the sequelae would come so quickly. And Danzo Shimura is a little too impatient. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi showed his majesty, and Tsunade and Danzo Shimura immediately fell silent. After the situation was under control, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade again. Tsunade, tell me what the 1% hope is. Teacher, the power of blood stain elimination is indeed very overbearing. No matter it is the body, object, or ninjutsu, it will fall apart under that kind of power. But Sakumo was able to resist this forbidden power with his own body. This has to be said to be a miracle. And if there is a miracle, there must be a blessing. Sakumo has successfully integrated the power of blood elimination into himself. Now he is in a state similar to the beginning of the birth of the blood succession limit. As long as he can survive it, Konoha will be in 30 years. Add another powerful blood family. Hiss. After Tsunade said this, everyone present took a breath. The most powerful thing about the blood inheritance limit is not its power, but that it can be passed down to future generations along the bloodline. As long as he is a blood ninja, his lower limit is to start as a Chunin. This has become the endpoint of the life of ordinary civilian ninjas almost from birth. then the potential and importance of the blood successor family are self-evident. If Hatake Sakumo can really successfully eliminate the blood stains that surpass 90% of things in the ninja world and integrate them into his own blood, then the future of the Hatake clan and the future of Konoha will be so bright that no one dares to look directly at it. So what? Shimura Danzo didn't care about this at all. Even if Hatake Sakumo can survive, the time it takes him will be long enough. What do you guarantee Konoha will be like at that time? Tsunade pointed at Danzo Shimura, obviously very angry at his words. Okay Danzo, I will have a special meeting to talk about the Hokage preparations. Don't mention it in the ward now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor did not fluctuate much. He stood up from the hospital bed and patted Tsunade on the shoulder. Tsunade, Sakumo will be relying on you from now on. I will. Leave the rest of the time to brothers Tsunade and Hatake. It won't do any good if we stay here. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the ward door. Gather in the conference room later and we will discuss how to deal with the aftermath. Chapter 48 This damn gentle town. You two come in. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and others left, Tsunade waved to Akira Hatake and Kakashi who were standing outside the door, with a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. Tsunade has a very good relationship with Hatake Sakumo, but now something happened to Hatake Sakumo. As his relatives, Hatake Akira and Kakashi can only wait outside the door, which is somewhat unreasonable. Although this is not Tsunade's fault, she is somewhat responsible due to emotions and reasons. If she had been tougher at that time, Akira Hatake and Kakashi, as family members, would not have to suffer so much. Tsunade-sama, my father. Although Kakashi was already a Chunin, his character was not completely mature at this time. In addition, his father was lying on the hospital bed, which made Kakashi seem very urgent. Don't worry Kakashi, Sakumo will be fine. Tsunade still planned to conceal the truth. Go in and see Sakumo, but don't disturb him, he needs to rest now. Thank you. Akira Hatake pulled Kakashi and bowed to Tsunade, and then the two of them entered the ward, standing next to the bed and looking at Sakumo Hatake. Although Hatake Sakumo is now in a coma, judging by his frown and slightly distorted face, he should be suffering from unbearable pain and torture at this time. Tsunade-sama, can I ask how you plan to treat father? Akira Hatake turned to look at Tsunade. I have a special ability that may be helpful in treating father's injuries. Akira Hatake planned it very carefully from the beginning, making full use of Ming Xian's hero template and the equipment sold in the equipment mall. Hatake Akira has now upgraded his skill level to level 4, and all 4 skill points he has obtained have been distributed. One of the skills, Dog Leash, is level 2, and the second skill, Form Switching, and the third skill, Taigwa Eternal Life, are both level 1. But even at the first level, the effect of Taigwa immortality in the world of Naruto is still unparalleled. Just the fact that it injects a large amount of life energy into the person connected by the dog chain is enough to rival the 6 paths level Yang release ninjutsu in one aspect. And because the third skill is passive, Hatake Akira only needs to consider the cooldown time of the skill, not his own life energy loss. In other words, Hatake Akira can completely use the 3 skills to build up a person's physique to the level of 9-tailed Naruto. You must know that no matter how strong a person is, the life energy contained in his body is countless. This is also the reason why Senju Hashirama, the number 1 person in the ninja world, died young. When the life energy is used up, the lifespan of the body will naturally come to an end. But Hatake Akira's third skill happens to be to transmit his own life energy to achieve the purpose of treating injuries. If Hatake Akira's milk volume is large enough, the excess life energy will enter the body of the person being treated, thereby improving his physique. If you think about it carefully, if Akira Hatake is stuck on the cooldown time of the third skill and is determined to suffer more, then as long as a person is not injured, Akira Hatake can keep injecting life energy into him. Until Hatake Akira wanted to stop. A simple conversion, the cooldown time of Hatake Akira's third skill is 40 seconds, plus the time it takes for him to restore his own life energy, it takes less than 1 minute for a full attack. Even if calculated on a 1-minute basis, Hatake Akira's current 3 skills can be used 1,440 times 24 hours a day, which is enough to take a person's physique up a notch. Although it becomes more difficult in the later stages, Hatake Akira will also grow, and when the time comes. Akira Hatake couldn't even imagine that scene. Sakumo's body, there is basically no cure for it, unless... Tsunade frowned, a little unbearable, but out of her duty as a doctor, she hesitated for a while and told Hatake Akira the truth. Unless my great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, is alive and uses the special characteristics of his physique to treat Sakumo, whether he can survive or not depends entirely on Sakumo himself. Although I have also thought of a treatment method to replace this harsh condition, I will not use it on Sakumo unless it is absolutely necessary. Akira Hatake had already guessed what the alternative method Tsunade mentioned was. It was nothing more than letting Hatake Sakumo use Hashirama cells. However, the benefits and risks of Hashirama cells coexist, and the risks are even much higher than the benefits. If used rashly, it will definitely harm others and yourself. Tsunade-sama, according to you, what my father lacks most now is vitality. Hatake Akira concluded. After hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Akira Hatake in surprise. She didn't expect Akira Hatake to know so much. That's true. Tsunade nodded. The bloodstain elimination power in Sakumo's body is constantly destroying his body, and based on the special nature of the bloodstain elimination power, all drugs or chakra enter Sakumo's body, it will all be broken down by it. I don't understand why Sakumo didn't die immediately, but one thing is clear, that is, the life energy in Sakumo's body is competing with the bloodstained elimination, and even trying to completely dissolve the bloodstained elimination into the blood. But unfortunately, regardless of how long it takes to eliminate the bloodstains and dissolve them in the blood, the life energy consumed alone is a very huge amount. With Sakumo's body, it is impossible to support him until that time. In other words, Sakumo's current physical condition is like blood-stain disease, or even more serious than blood-stain disease. Tsunade also knew that saying so much would have no effect at all, but for some reason, when she met Hatake Akira's expectant and confident eyes, she unconsciously told everything. Tsunade-sama, I have the ability to inject life energy into my father. Hatake Akira struck while the iron was hot and immediately said the response method he had prepared long ago. No. However, Tsunade decisively refused, not even wanting to ask Hatake Akira how to operate it. In Tsunade's understanding, the human body's life energy is used less and less. Even if there is a way to inject one's own life energy into other people's bodies, the price paid is equivalent to one life for one. Tsunade-sama, please don't refuse in a hurry. Hatake Akira looked at Tsunade with firm eyes and began to play the emotional card. Now my father's life and death are uncertain, the pillar of the Hatake family has fallen, and the future of Kakashi and I has become confusing. You are one of the few true friends of my father, so I want to ask you, are you worthy of me and Kakashi? Does Cassie trust you? Tsunade's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Hatake Sakumo who was lying on the hospital bed, and then remembered her past and many things she hated. After about 5 seconds of silence, Tsunade nodded firmly. You can trust me, just like Sakumo trusted me before. I'm relieved now. Hatake Akira grinned, and then threw out a purple-red chakra chain with one hand, connecting to Hatake Sakumo who was lying on the hospital bed. Ming, what are you going to do? Tsunade was stunned and blurted out her question. Tsunade-sama, this is one of my abilities. It can assist, attack, and heal. It is very comprehensive and very versatile. Akira Hatake explained, and then a purple-red chakra light group followed the purple-red chain, rushing towards Hatake Sakumo. How is this possible? Tsunade was suddenly startled, and then hurriedly stretched out her hand to stop Hatake Akira, who was shaking. Are you going to die? Hitaki Akira, who was pulled into Tsunade's arms, felt the warmth and pressure on his face. The weakness of his body made his face sink deeper. Damn soft and Ravini. Hitaki Ming cursed in his heart. He was in the ward now, and the person lying on the bed was his father in this life. How could he fall into the land of tenderness? I struggled twice, but fell deeper and deeper, almost out of breath. Tsunade, who finally felt something was wrong, pulled Akira Hitaki away from her arms. Without thinking much, she immediately began to check Akira Hitaki's physical condition. But then her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, her lips slightly opened and she exclaimed again. This is impossible. Chapter 49 is over for now. Tsunade, she is the only member of the Senju clan who still has a surname, and she is a powerful ninja who is proficient in medical ninjutsu. Coming from a big family, coupled with Tsunade's own achievements, her vision is naturally beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Even in terms of medical treatment, Tsunade can now be called the best in the ninja world. The various indicators of the body are inseparable from medical ninjutsu, and all the subtle changes in Akira Hitaki's body cannot be hidden from Tsunade. 1 second ago, about 1/3 of the life energy in Akira Hitaki's body was lost, but 3 seconds later, the life energy in Akira Hitaki's body was rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than 10 seconds for Hitaki Akira to replenish the life energy he had just lost. In other words, Hitaki Akira can transfer his life energy to others without any sequelae. Thinking of this, Tsunade's eyes suddenly changed when she looked at Hitaki Akira, a little emotional, a little envious, and even a little greedy. Ming, can you tell me the specific functions and limitations of your special ability? Tsunade quickly regained her composure and even took the time to observe Hitaki Sakumo. After receiving the life energy from Akira Hitaki, Sakumo Hitaki's face turned a lot more rosy, and his injuries were obviously contained and improved. If I treat the enemy, my ability will give the enemy the most realistic attack. To put it simply, it ignores any defense, and the damage caused is the most direct reduction of the enemy's vitality. If it is one of my own, then my ability will be to enhance attack, defense, heal injuries, and transfer 1/3 of my own life energy. If there are restrictions, the release interval of my ability is 40 seconds, plus the time to recover one's own lost vitality. If it is full, it can be used once every minute. What the fuck? Tsunade cursed directly. A sudden curse word made Hitaki Akira stunned, and then he became a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he had never seen Tsunade use such foul language. But drama is drama, but this just shows that Tsunade's mood is not calm at all. Ming, who else knows about this ability of yours? After a curse word, Tsunade came back to her senses and her expression became very serious. My father, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, and you. Akira Hitaki counted on his fingers, and then seemed to remember something. By the way, the Sandaime Hokage doesn't know much about this, I don't know if it counts. How much does he know, old man? Tsunade was a little anxious and didn't even use the honorific title of the Sandaime. Well, I should only know about treatment. That's good, that's good. Tsunade's tense expression finally gave way, and then she stroked Hitaki Akira's hair and said, Ming, no matter who asks about your ability in the future, don't ask for it. Explain. And don't use your healing ability unless it's absolutely necessary, otherwise, no one can protect you. Of course, Tsunade's words were not without purpose. Her understanding of some of the dark sides of the ninja world was too deep. To put it bluntly, Hitaki Akira's ability is an alternative Hashirama cell that is completely non-toxic and pollution-free. As long as it lasts for a long time, the person who controls Hitaki Akira will become the next Senju Hashirama. Life energy, in a small way, is the constitution, but in a big way, it is lifespan. Let me ask, who doesn't want to stay young forever and at the same time have the power to destroy the world? Tsunade thought about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, Shimura Danzo thought about it even more. But Tsunade will definitely abide by Hotaki Akira's wishes and will not force him at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only use coercion and inducement at best, but Shimura Danzo, apart from using various means to control Hotaki Akira, will not use the second method. I understand, Tsunade-sama. Hotaki Akira nodded solemnly, and then asked knowingly, Tsunade-sama, did my ability just now have an effect on my father's injury? It worked, and the effect is very good. Tsunade smiled. In my estimation, if you can insist on injecting life energy into Sakumo all day and night, you should be able to stabilize his injury to a relatively good condition. Category. If that's the case, then I'll start. Hotaki Akira has already rested well. After all, he is only 7 years old and does not have enough life energy in his body. He relies on the third skill to passively restore life energy very quickly. The day after Hotaki Sakumo's accident, the morning sun rose as usual. A person's life and death situation cannot affect the normal operation of the world at all, and Konoha village naturally has to continue to operate normally. Have you heard that Sakumo-sama completely ruined his ninja career because he developed an unknown forbidden technique? I heard. It's a pity, Sakumo-sama. Who says otherwise? Lord Sakumo is the most suitable person in my opinion to become the next Hokage. I also support Sakumo-sama to become the next Hokage, but now Sakumo-sama has. Alas. No matter what, it's good that Lord Sakumo is still alive. That's the truth, and we still have the Sandame Hokage, the Sunin, and many rising stars. The village is still brilliant and strong. On the streets of Konoha, both pedestrians and ninjas were discussing what happened to Hotaki Sakumo last night. I don't know who is adding fuel to the fire. What should have been a top-secret incident spreads through the village at an incredible speed. The incident of Hotaki Sakumo number cannot become a ninja has become the primary topic of discussion for everyone after dinner, and the popularity remains high. Lord Danzo, what you ordered has been completed. At the root base, a root ninja wearing an animal mask knelt on one knee and reported to Shimura Danzo very respectfully. Well, what's the reaction from Sandai? Danzo-sama, the Sandame Hokage did not take any measures, but he stayed at Konoha Hospital for about an hour this morning. Ah, a futile struggle. Danzo Shimura's mouth curved in an arc, and it was getting worse. Ha ha ha. Soon, the smile turned into a wild laugh. Hiruzen, I want to see how you plan to attack without Hotaki Sakumo. In Shimura Danzo's view, without Hotaki Sakumo, the only cards Sarutobi Hiruzen could play were his 3 apprentices. Tsunade is obviously not suitable. Although Jiraiya has all the conditions, his character and ambition directly declare that he is not destined to be the Hokage. The only remaining Orochimaru was under the control of Danzo Shimura. Although Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo only have a cooperative relationship and are not superiors and subordinates, as long as the two of them cooperate, Shimura Danzo will definitely have a series of evidence against Orochimaru. Just like Orochimaru holds a series of evidence of Shimura Danzo's crimes in his hand, how can two vicious people not have something against each other? Give me the order to closely monitor Sarutobi Hiruzen's every move, and the 3 ninjas can't let it go. I want to know when and what they did, who they met in a certain place, and how long they stayed there. Time. Yes, Lord Danzo. After the root ninja took the order and left, Shimura Danzo sat back on his leader's chair, found a comfortable position, and leaned on the back of the chair. Hiruzen, even if you can delay the decision on who will be the next Hokage, this is not something you can stop by wishful thinking. Let's wait and see. I can't wait for the position of Hokage. Shimura Danzo squeezed the armrest of the chair hard, and his exposed single eye flashed with a heart-stopping light. Chapter 52 Brothers Bargaining. After Hotaki Sakumo was seriously injured, it only took a day and a half for him to wake up. But with Akira Hotaki admonishing him and Tsunade coordinating him, the true condition of Sakumo Hotaki's body was hidden. In the eyes of most people, Hitaki Sakumo has become a useless person and has retired early. But in the eyes of Tsunade, an insider, she saw a new blood-step family that was about to rise in Konoha. With the help of Hitaki Akira's 3 skills, the life energy and blood stain elimination power in Hitaki Sakumo's body are already in a balanced state. Although the 2 powers are still consuming each other, this consumption has a negative impact on Hitaki Sakumo himself. Not only is it harmless, but it is also very beneficial. At the beginning of its birth, the blood inheritance boundary must go through this disaster before this power can be imprinted in the blood and passed down. Obviously, the life energy and blood stain elimination power, which are already in balance, have begun to merge. As time goes by, the blood stain elimination power will be completely integrated into Hitaki Sakumo's bloodline. However, this will take time. According to Tsunade's estimation, this time should be around 5 to 7 years. When he learned of Tsunade's judgment, Hitaki Akira felt very uneasy, because in his impression, the Third Ninja War only lasted so long. In other words, during the period when Hitaki Sakumo was eliminating the bloodstains and integrating them into his bloodline, he was in a very safe situation and could carry out the fusion process without any distractions. "Father, I brought your favorite fruit." As the ward door was pushed open, Hitaki Akira led Kakashi into the ward. The 2 brothers also carried a basket of fruits and a flower basket in their hands. "Uncle Sakumo, my name is Yui Kurane. I heard that you were ill, so I came here to see you." After the Hitaki brothers entered, a small head poked out from the door of the ward, with red eyes that were very recognizable. "It's Kurane Yui. My uncle's health is fine. It's rare that you have a heart." Lying on the hospital bed, Hitaki Sakumo poked his head, and then a kind smile appeared on his face. In fact, Hitaki Sakumo was able to get out of bed and move around a long time ago, but in order to hide his actions from others, he had to pretend for a while. This was undoubtedly a kind of torture for Hitaki Sakumo. From the moment he woke up, his temper was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately for Kakashi, Hitaki Sakumo would not criticize him harshly except for his cold face. But Akira Hitaki is different. Sakumo Hitaki has been provoking troubles these days. Whenever he gets the opportunity, he will scold Akira Hitaki bloody. Naturally, Hitaki Akira would not get angry with a patient, and the patient was his father. Hitaki Akira did not dare to make a mistake, so he could only endure it. However, the arrival of Kurane Yui today made Hitaki Sakumo feel much better, and he immediately forgot to teach Hitaki Akira a lesson. "Kuren, come here and let uncle take a good look at you." Hitaki Sakumo waved towards Yui Kurane, but then he frowned. Where has the usual cleverness gone? Glancing at Akira Hitaki who was standing in front of him, Sakumo Hitaki looked very impatient. "Don't just stand there stupidly, go and bring Kurane a stool." "Oh." Hitaki Akira nodded, and then ran out of the ward as fast as he could. As for Hitaki Sakumo's growing temper these days, Hitaki Akira didn't want to touch him at all. Fortunately, Hitaki Akira met Yui Kurane today and pulled her into the ward to attract Hitaki Sakumo's firepower. Otherwise, Hitaki Akira would definitely not be able to please today. Soon, Akira Hitaki moved the stool over and invited Yui Kurane to sit very close to Sakumo Hitaki. Seeing Hitaki Sakumo and Yui Kurane chatting happily, Hitaki Akira felt very happy. At least he didn't need to worry about family conflicts in the future. And thanks to Yui Kurane, Hitaki Akira will have a good day today. It is said that when a mother-in-law looks at a son-in-law, the more she looks at her, the more she likes her. The father-in-law looks at his daughter-in-law for the same reason. In short, Kurane Yui and Hitaki Sakumo got along very happily this time, and her young sister-in-law's young heart was also ready to move. She wanted to take Akira Hitaki to meet Yui Mahong. "Red, if you want to visit Uncle Red, we'd better wait for another day." Hitaki said it was difficult for him to do so. "My father can't get out of bed yet." After I complete my genin tasks and complete the training arranged by my teacher every day, I have to meet Kakashi. To take care of him in the ward, time may not allow me to go to your home. That's it. Yui Hong was a little disappointed, but she didn't lose her temper. She knew her priorities clearly. Then when Uncle Sakumo recovers, you must come. Yui Hong smiled sweetly, my father has talked about you several times. This, haha, definitely, definitely. Hatake Akira scratched his head, the smile on his face was extremely unnatural. Silly girl, your father is talking about me because I want to take care of his little cabbage, and he is going to deal with me. It's really a good thing for you. Hatake Akira cursed in his heart, and then said in a few words so he coaxed Yuri Hong back home. Brother, you lied again. Kakashi said without a smile. Stop talking, we haven't gone far yet. Hatake understood Kakashi and said, I asked you why you don't have a girlfriend. It turns out that it was all sincerity that caused the trouble. There should be no deception in the relationship between men and women. Kakashi said nonsense seriously. However, Hatake Akira didn't tolerate him, and stretched out his hand to give Kakashi a slap on the back of his head. Can I call it a lie if I coax my girlfriend? At most, it's just a white lie. This is for the sake of our future. TCH. Kakashi left a disdainful voice and turned away. He was still angry with Hatake Akira in his heart. As for why he was angry, of course it was because Hatake Akira made Hatake Sakumo do such a dangerous thing, which was completely different from what Kakashi insisted on in his heart. Kakashi is the kind of person who would rather suffer than hurt the people he cares about, and under the influence of Hatake Akira, his character has become even more intense. Shaking his head, Hatake Akira quickly followed, putting his hand on Kakashi's shoulder as usual. Kakashi struggled twice, and then simply gave up after finding that he couldn't get away, but still had a straight face and didn't give Hatake Akira any good looks. Kakashi, how about I join you tonight and give you a few mouthfuls of life energy? You should stay close to your father first. I don't want him to stay depressed like this forever. Kakashi was eager in his heart, but he still refused decisively. Didn't you listen to Tsunade-sama about my father's body? What my father lacks now is time, not more life energy. Akira Hatake said earnestly, I only need to help my father make up for it 2 or 3 times a day, you have the final say for the rest of the time. Feeling Kakashi's shoulders tremble under his wrist, Hatake Akira knew that his heart was moved, and he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Although physical strength and weakness are innate, with my brother here, nurture is not a problem at all. Hatake Akira smiled and held Kakashi in his arms, as if he was pressing against him. He goes the same way. What about Kakashi, do you want to enjoy it? Humph, why not? Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but still maintained his cold expression. No, 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 you owe me this. Why do I owe you again? Hatake Mingming didn't understand. You don't need to know this, you just know that you owe me. Kakashi turned his head away from Hatake Akira. Okay, I owe you what I owe you. Hatake Akira rolled his eyes, I owe you everything anyway, so it doesn't matter if I owe you a few more times. What are you going to do? Kakashi suddenly felt bad. Hey, when we get to the ward later, you can draw some firepower for me, make some mistakes and let father scold you, so that I can feel more relaxed. You caused it yourself, why do you let me share your father's anger for you? Kakashi's voice was somewhat aggrieved. Because you are the younger brother, and I am the elder brother. Hatake Akira said the most shameless words seriously, when my brother is in trouble, shouldn't he step forward? Besides, it's not like I won't pay you reward. So today, how many times do you plan to transfer life energy to me? Kakashi asked tentatively. 10 times. Hatake Akira stretched out a finger with a serious look. No, 100 starts. Make a deal. Damn it, what a loss! When Kakashi saw Hatake Akira agreeing so decisively, he immediately regretted it and secretly swore in his heart that he would add a 0 after 100 when he has the next chance. He's so exhausted. Chapter 51: The Art of Cheating and Practicing with Multiple Shadow Clones. The skill of Taigwa immortality has become a complete bug in the world of Naruto. Let's talk about treatment first. As long as the injury is not fatal, such as half of the head being lost, the heart being pierced, or the waist being pinched, and the injured person is still breathing, Hatake Akira can save the person with a sip of milk. Of course, how far the injured can be treated depends on the skill level of Taigwa Chongsheng and Hatake Akira's personal strength, as well as how many pieces of equipment Hatake Akira has purchased from the equipment mall. It is worth mentioning that because the equipment sold in the equipment mall is embodied and used, Hatake Akira naturally has no restrictions on the equipment column. As long as Hatake Akira has enough gold coins, he can equip more than a dozen pieces of equipment at once. There is no problem. Next, let's talk about Taigwa Changshen's most buggy ability in the world of Naruto: life energy injection. After these days of continuously injecting life energy into Hatake Sakumo, Hatake Akira was more or less aware of it. Because Hatake Akira only has Ming Xian's hero template and has not digitized all his abilities, he is currently unable to come up with a very accurate number. However, he had a rough idea in mind, which was completely sufficient for the current stage. And Akira Hatake didn't expect that he could turn Kakashi or anyone else into a Senju Hashirama with just one gulp of milk. That's not realistic, so we can only rely on Hatake Akira to slowly grind it out over time. With Akira Hatake's current Chunin level strength, without any equipment support, the life energy that Akira Hatake can infuse in one gulp is about 1/5 of that of an ordinary adult. In other words, after 5 infusions, an average adult's physique can be doubled. This level of improvement was placed in Akira Hatake's previous life, and a special soldier was born in 5 minutes. But the problem is that the world Akira Hatake lives in is the world of Naruto. Life energy has many uses in the world of Naruto, such as increasing the amount of chakra, increasing the body's recovery speed, increasing the chakra recovery speed, using more powerful ninjutsu, etc. Therefore, the life energy that Hatake Akira's 3 skills focus on cannot be measured simply from the single direction of physical fitness. According to Akira Hatake's estimation, when he injects life energy into Kakashi 100 times, Kakashi's chakra amount will double. After 1000 times, Kakashi's chakra amount will be about 8 times the original, and at this time, Kakashi's body will enter the next stage. As for what is the next stage, in Hatake Akira's understanding, this stage is a stage for the quality purification of Kakashi's chakra. In other words, when Kakashi releases ninjutsu in the future, he will use the least consumption of chakra to release ninjutsu that is more powerful than others. If I had to find a reference, Kakashi at this stage should be similar to a humanoid-tailed beast like Kisame Iniki Keiki. But after reaching this stage, it will take a long time to go further. Based on the fact that Akira Hatake transfers life energy to Kakashi 100 times a day, it would take about 3 years for Kakashi to break through this stage. When Kakashi breaks through this stage, his physique will enter the second stage of evolution under the influence of life energy. This second stage will be the beginning of Kakashi's journey to becoming a super god. Kakashi will rely on the huge life energy in his body to derive the Yang escape chakra that is independent of the 5 elements ninjutsu chakra. After reaching this stage, Kakashi will be completely on par with Senju Hashirama. All he lacks is wood escape, but Hatake Sakumo has already paved a way for Kakashi, and the blood-stained elimination sword technique is no longer weak. Yumu escapes. However, in the third stage, Hatake Akira didn't dare to think about it. Not only did it take 10 years to start, but the difficulty was not as easy as Black Zetsu's saving his mother. But once Kakashi is raised to this point by Akira Hatake, Kakashi will use his extremely pure Yang escape chakra to break through the shackles of blood and reach the 6 levels. Of course, the 6 paths level created by pure Yang escape is not as good as Uchiha Madara, who has Yin and Yang dual cultivation and the blessing of the Samsara Eye, but there is no big problem in the fight. Moreover, after Akira Hatake raises Kakashi, he may not necessarily give Madara Uchiha a chance to resurrect. But there is another question. If Akira Hatake gives up training Kakashi and focuses his energy on Namikaze Minato, what kind of monster will be raised in more than 10 years? But after this idea grew, Hatake Akira decisively gave up this crazy idea. Even though Namikaze Minato is Hatake Akira's teacher, compared with Kakashi, the twin brother, it is not worth Akira Hatake's efforts. He was not a philanthropist, and he spent so much energy on raising Namikaze Minato, an outsider, and it was definitely not safer to raise Kakashi. And he was raised from a young age. How old is Minato Namikaze now? The optimal cultivation period has passed long ago. Therefore, for Kakashi to be able to use Akira Hatake, the best assistant in the ninja world, it is a stroke of luck. Okay, 100 times is enough. Hatake Akira almost collapsed. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Brother, I will take all the blame tomorrow. How about doing it 100 times again? Kakashi licked his lips, feeling the unreal surging power in his body, somewhat reluctant to let go. Why, if I don't satisfy you today, you won't take the blame tomorrow. Hatake Akira rolled his eyes, having a new understanding of Kakashi's integrity. But in Kakashi's opinion, what is moral integrity? Can integrity be exchanged for soaring strength? Does not. So don't worry about moral integrity. Licking his face and leaning forward, Kakashi turned on his good brother mode. He didn't need Akira Hatake to force him to sign various unequal treaties. He talked a lot about it himself as if he was pouring the beans. Brother, do you think this is okay? I'll cook after dinner, clean the house, wash the smelly socks, take care of you when you cause trouble, take care of my father, and I'll keep my commission. Stop. Hatake Akira felt more and more uncomfortable as he listened. Did Kakashi get the wrong script? I'm not asking for a child bride, what you said doesn't work. Hatake Akira refused again, and even tried to dissuade her. Kakashi, the growing power of the body is indeed very eye-catching, but how to use this power to manifest it, you need to polish it bit by bit. It is true that I can transfer life energy to you all day long, but it is meaningless at all. The power you cannot control still does not belong to you. There are only 100 reps today. When you get used to the soaring strength of your body, I will increase the reps as appropriate in the future. Good. Kakashi stopped talking because what Hatake Ming said made sense. The wealth of the body is not the real wealth. Only when the wealth is embodied and used on the blade can the treasure be truly grasped. However, Kakashi's subsequent actions shocked Akira Hatake. He missed a very fatal cheating method. Sure enough, after a series of smoke rose and dissipated, more than a dozen Kakashi huddled together, using the technique of multiple shadow clones. You can't be. Cold sweat broke out on Hatake Akira's forehead. Brother guessed it. Kakashi scratched his head, and then his shadow clones dispersed to work on the training. Brother's ability is really suitable for this kind of training. Even if you use the training of multiple shadow clones, the side effects that come with it can also be perfectly solved. Aren't you afraid that your brain will be burned out? Then I need my brother to cooperate with me. There's really nothing I can do about you. If you try so hard, it makes my blood boil. Hatake Ming made up his mind to work hard this time, and naturally he has to keep up with Kakashi's training pace this time. After all, as he works as an assistant for a long time, he will inevitably have the urge to give it a try. Puff puff. With 3 slight noises, Hatake Akira only separated 3 shadow clones. Although it was a bit embarrassing, but there were too many and his body might not be able to withstand the multi-shadow clone technique. Doctors cannot heal themselves. This may be Hitaki Akira's biggest pain in his life. Glancing at Kakashi, who was so good at taking advantage of the situation, Hitaki Akira felt a little uncomfortable. He was looking forward to the upcoming 3 battles more and more. At that time, Akira Hitaki can purchase various equipment to achieve straight-line overtaking. Sample, wait for me. Chapter 52. The opportunity finally came. Half a month has passed, and undercurrents are raging within Konoha, and Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura are having a great time fighting. But Hitaki Sakumo, who was still lying on the bed of Konoha Hospital at public expense, was quite relaxed, and the nameless anger in the first few days after he woke up had completely dissipated. It is worth mentioning that in just this month, under the training of Hitaki Akira, Kakashi's specific strength has reached the Jounin level, and the Hitaki sword technique, which was once again improved by Hitaki Sakumo, is also effective. Yes. And it's not just sword skills, Kakashi has already achieved a leap in the nature of Thunder Attribute Chakra with the help of the Shadow Clone. His achievements in Light Thunder Ninjutsu are no less than those of some long-established elite Jounin. Perhaps because of Hitaki Akira's influence, Kakashi did not develop Thunder Release Chidori like in the original work, but instead honed Hitaki's sword skills in a down-to-earth manner and embarked on the journey of Hitaki Sakumo. That shining road. Now Kakashi only has one understanding of power in his heart, and that is to cut off lakes and seas with one sword, and level mountains with one sword. No matter how famous you are, you must first take my sword to see if you die. If it doesn't die, then take another stab. Akira Hitaki was very happy about this, but it was still a bit of a pity. Hitaki Kakashi is somewhat incomplete without Chidori and Reikari. As for Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, don't forget it. Moreover, under the intervention of Akira Hitaki, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi really just met by chance. If we must say that the two have an intersection, then only Nohara Rin is left, who is still secretly in love with Kakashi. Akira Hitaki has nothing to do about this. After all, wise men never fall in love. Once you fall in love, be prepared for your IQ to plummet. Fortunately, Kakashi and Nohara Rin don't have much interaction now, and after joining Team 8, they won't be able to have close communication in the future. But instead of caring about Kakashi's love triangle, it would be better to give Hitaki Sakumo some good advice. Father, I have seen you and Inicho Yunin getting very close recently. Ming, please shut up. Hitaki Sakumo rolled his eyes while chewing an apple. Yesterday you asked me about my relationship with Tsunade. Well. I'm not in a hurry. Hitaki Akira scratched his head in embarrassment and glanced vaguely at Kakashi standing next to him. The latter immediately understood that Kakashi had gone to great lengths to get Hitaki Akito to give him more life energy. Father, I think you should think about the future of the Hitaki family. It's time to think about the issue of branching out. Kakashi's face was a little distorted under the mask, but he still managed to finish. Boom! Half of the apple in Hitaki Sakumo's hand was thrown directly to Kakashi, and the falling apple hit Hitaki Akira's head. Akira Hitaki showed a very happy expression, stretched out his hand to catch the fallen apple, picked a place that Sakumo Hitaki had not bitten before, and just chewed without saying a word. Kakashi, when did you need to take care of my affairs? Hitaki Sakumo was furious, because with the level of loyalty of couples in the Naruto world, remarrying is a very rare thing. I'm thinking about the future of the Hitaki family. It's really time for you to renew your relationship. Now that he had opened his mouth, the blame had been laid on his back, and Kakashi simply threw the pot away. You are so angry with me. Hitaki Sakumo hammered the bed, but that was all. Today, Hitaki Sakumo was a bit unusual. Era, Kakashi. He calmed down and glanced at Hitaki Akira, who was snickering. Don't think that I don't know whose attention this is, but we should wait for a while before discussing this matter. Father, you agree? Hitaki Akira raised his head, and he heard Hitaki Sakumo's voice over. So be it. Hatake Sakumo nodded, with a somewhat bitter smile on his face. I can feel the power forming in my body, and I know what this means to the future of the Hatake family, but I really can't get out. There were tears in the corners of Hatake Sakumo's eyes. I rarely tell you about your mother, so I will tell you this time. Your mother is not from the land of fire, and she is not even a ninja. I met her during a mission. Slowly, Hatake Sakumo began to talk. His words contained happiness, sadness, regret, and struggle. A touching love story unfolded in front of the two brothers, and both Hatake Akira and Kakashi fell silent. After all, no matter how beautiful the story is, knowing the ending will only make them sad. After a long time, Hatake Sakumo stopped and said, "That's all I have to say. Please let me think about it during this period. When my body fully recovers, I can think about it again." "I understand, father." The two brothers nodded, and Akira Hatake changed the topic to talk about what genin missions he and Kakashi performed, how much commission they earned, and what Minato Namikaze taught them today. In fact, Akira Hatake has an impression of his biological mother in this life. The reason why he frequently mentioned the matter of letting Hatake Sakumo continue his relationship was because of Hatake Sakumo's poor mental state. After all, a great ninja has now become like this, and the sense of gap is inevitably hard to accept. Although there is a possibility of rising again in the future, there is still a long time to come, and Hatake Akira has to find something for Hatake Sakumo to do. Never mind whether it was right to continue the relationship, whether Hatake Sakumo would accept it, whether he was kidnapped by his family. In short, having such a reason can make Hatake Sakumo feel better. For Hatake Sakumo and for Kakashi, Hatake Akira has been heartbroken for this period of time. It's not easy. But it's not without good news. Hatake Akira is about to have a small bumper harvest. Kakashi is about to break through the shackles of his body, and Akira Hatake, with the help of Namikaze Minato, gets Sarutobi Hiruzan's approval and agrees with him to learn the art of Flying Thunder God. More importantly, Minato Namikaze accepted a B-level mission. In the Naruto world, employers often conceal the nature of mission levels. If nothing goes wrong, it is likely to evolve into an A-level or even S-level mission. As long as the mission level increases, it means there will be a confrontation between ninjas. With the current strength of Team 8, as long as the S-level mission is not too outrageous, the probability of successful completion is very high. As long as there is confrontation between ninjas, killing is inevitable. Now that there is death, Akira Hatake will receive a large amount of gold coins for the first time after 7 years of dormancy. It doesn't take a lot, just enough gold coins to buy the Book of Blood and Big Stick in the equipment mall, and Akira Hatake can laugh wildly. Book of Blood, due to the influence of the Naruto world, the attributes of this equipment have changed. When embodied and carried on the body, the user's all ninjutsu talents will be increased by 7.5%, and the user will also gain a 10% cooldown reduction effect on skills. Passive Bloodthirsty, when the user releases ninjutsu or skills, as long as it causes damage to the enemy, 20% of the damage caused will be converted into the same amount of life energy and injected into the user himself. Big Stick, due to the influence of the Naruto world, the attributes of this equipment have changed. When embodied and carried on the body, the user will increase all ninjutsu talents by 12%, and at the same time gain the ability to release ninjutsu without forming seals. Is it strong? Powerful? Greedy or not? Greedy. But these two pieces of equipment together cost 2060 gold coins. If you remove the 300 gold coins that Hatake Akira spent on purchasing spell books, and also erase the gold coins that he got from automatically jumping money this year, Hatake Akira is still short of 1,500 gold coins. In other words, 5 famous ninjas need to die in the hands of Hatake Akira, and 16 Chunin are needed. If these gold coins are obtained by assists alone, the number of Jounin or Chunin required will be even higher. Double. This kind of intense ninja conflict is no less than a border conflict between major powers. You can imagine the difficulty. However, Hatake Akira is very optimistic. Maybe he will encounter such a good thing when he performs the mission? If it really doesn't work, then discuss it with Kakashi or Minato Namikaze. Picking up people's heads shouldn't be an unreasonable request. But tonight, the most important thing for Akira Hatake is to turn Kakashi into an elite jounin and prepare his thugs in advance. Chapter 53 Kakashi's Wild Ideas. It was night. Akira Hatake and Kakashi returned to Hatake's house. As for Hatake Sakumo, the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital will take good care of him, so there is no need for Hatake Akira to worry. Brother, let's start. Kakashi looked anxious. He couldn't wait to experience the feeling of soaring strength again. Akira Hatake had told Kakashi before today that Kakashi's body would make a leap tonight. Remember, when we carry out the mission tomorrow, leave the last-ditch job to me, and you can just support me from the side. Akira Hatake reiterated. He was very afraid that Kakashi would do anything to protect him. Don't worry, brother, although your request is strange, I will definitely abide by our agreement. Kakashi was already sitting cross-legged in front of Hatake Akira, and solemnly assured Hatake Akira. After receiving Kakashi's assurance again, Hatake Akira did not waste any time. With a wave of his hand, a purple-red chakra chain was tied around Kakashi's waist. Here we go. Hatake Akira reminded him, and then a ball of chakra light containing a large amount of life energy followed the chakra chain and was injected into Kakashi's body in an instant. Well! The moment the life energy was injected into Kakashi's body, he let out a moan of great enjoyment, which was far more ecstatic than a man doing a big health care. Don't make any weird noises. Even though Hatake Akira had heard it 1,000 times, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Kakashi's ecstasy scream again, and his tone was not very good. Kakashi didn't utter a rebuttal, but half-closed his eyes very comfortably, feeling the life energy rising by a small amount in his body with all his heart. Brother, I have a hunch that if I do it more than 200 times, I will be able to enter the first stage you mentioned. Kakashi had an expression of expectation on his little face. During this period of time, he had fully realized the power of Akira Hatake's auxiliary ability, and he was already 10,000% convinced of what Akira Hatake said. Akira Hatake did not refute this. Although there were some discrepancies with his estimate, it did not affect the overall effect. Kakashi's current chakra amount was already among the top few among ninjas of the same level. Okay, hurry up and come out with the shadow clone, and do as much training as possible so that you can adapt to the sudden increase in strength as quickly as possible. Akira Hatake reminded him, and Kakashi nodded and obeyed. Puff puff. A series of smoke sounds sounded, and the place where the two practiced was already crowded with Kakashi's shadow clones. Although it cannot reach the level of perversion like Naruto, if you count carefully, the number of shadow clones created by Kakashi is now 50. In other words, Kakashi's current speed in simply practicing a certain ability is 50 times that of his previous body alone. During this month, Kakashi has been using shadow clones to assist in his training. No matter how many times Hatake Akira transfers life energy to Kakashi that day, Kakashi can turn it into his own real energy as quickly as possible. Strength. And because of the excellent cooperation between the two brothers, Kakashi didn't have any side effects when he released the shadow clone. The process of cooperation between the two brothers is also very simple. When Kakashi removes a shadow clone, Akira Hatake will always inject a mouthful of life energy into him at the same time to offset its side effects. This is similar to how Naruto used the art of multiple shadow clones to practice in the original work. Akira Hatake's role in it is not only Kyuubi, but also part-time as Kakashi's Uzumaki bloodline. Where can I find such a good brother? In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke had to kneel when he came. By the way, Kakashi, did the Raise Nan developed by Sensei inspire you in any way? While waiting for his skills to cool down and his body's life energy to recover, Akira Hotaki couldn't help but ask Kakashi. He always felt that without Chidori and the advanced version of Reikari, Kakashi's life would lack a shining point, which should be considered a regret. Yes, there is, but after thinking about it, I don't think it is necessary. Kakashi told the truth. The elimination of blood stains by combining the 3 changes in chakra properties is much stronger than a single change in chakra form. There is nothing wrong with what Kakashi said. Just considering the power without considering anything else, the blood-stained elimination is indeed stronger than the Raise Nan. Moreover, the blood stain elimination developed by Hotaki Sakumo and taking into account the change of form is completely different from Onaki's dust escape. The former is a ninja sword made of chakra metal, and combined with the Hotaki sword technique, it changes the blood stains into sword energy through shape changes. Every move carries the power of blood stains elimination. It is powerful without being destructive, and in the form of sword energy, it can be regarded as an instant ninjutsu. Onoki's dust release requires forming seals and accumulating energy. Not only does the preparation time take a long time, but there is no form change to integrate it, which makes his dust release less plastic. Although the power is still huge, the relatively long preparation time and single form of expression have become Chen Dun's obvious weaknesses. The blood-stained elimination knife method perfectly solves this weakness. In addition to the fact that chakra metal requires some effort, as long as Kakashi masters this ability, he will have more potential than Chidori and Reikari. You're right. Other people's is not necessarily the best, just go your own way quietly. Hotaki Akira said this, which meant that he was relieved. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is right. Now that he has come to the Naruto world and has successfully deviated from the inherent timeline of the Naruto world, it seems that Hotaki Akira is too short-sighted to continue to pursue some moves in the original work. Kakashi looks good like this. At least he has jumped out of his previous fate. Kakashi will become stronger. I'm well rested, you can release a shadow clone. 1 minute passed quickly, Hotaki Akira reminded. Puff. With a soft sound, a shadow clone that was practicing Hotaki's sword skills assiduously disappeared. Hotaki Akiya's eyesight and quick hands simultaneously passed a mouthful of life energy to Kakashi. This feeling is really wonderful. Kakashi took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. My sword skills have improved a bit, and I can adapt to the increased life energy in my body immediately, and immediately transform it into combat effectiveness. Okay, calm down, we have enough to survive tonight. I know, brother. Kakashi nodded, and then created another shadow clone to fill the gap. Brother. After my body breaks through to the first stage you mentioned, I should be able to try to fuse the 2 chakras of thunder and water. Don't be anxious yet. Have you forgotten your father's warning? Akira Hotaki thought for a while and stopped Kakashi's aggressive ideas. Bloodstain elimination is different from the blood successor limit. It requires 3 types of chakra changes. Only through fusion can we finally complete the practice of eliminating blood stains. I know, brother, what I mean is to use the shadow clone to fuse the chakras of the 2 changing properties to form a power similar to the blood successor limit, Kakashi explained. When I break through to the first stage, I will back up the body with the huge total amount and quality of chakra. I can use the multi-shadow clone technique to flexibly display 3 different blood inheritance limits. This. Hotaki Akira was stunned, and then looked at Kakashi meaningfully. As expected of Kaden. Hotaki Akira sighed in his heart. Kakashi's unconstrained ideas completely astonished him. Kakashi's meaning is actually easy to understand. If you want to use blood stains to eliminate this power, you must fuse 3 changes in chakra properties at the same time. Before completing the training, the fusion of the 2 changes in chakra properties is not allowed. If he does this, then Kakashi will gain the power of the blood-stained limit, and he will be completely eliminated by the blood-stained elimination. Since you can't do things that are far away at the expense of the near, then it's always right to adopt a roundabout strategy. If the shadow clone is used to fuse the power of the blood-stained Kaikai, it will have almost no impact on the main body, and it can also provide Kakashi with valuable fusion experience when he is eliminated from the blood-stained training in the future. Tell me about your plan and I'll hear how feasible it is. I have now completed the practice of changing the nature of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and with the help of the Shadow Clone, I have also completed the practice of changing the nature of the Water Attribute Chakra. I plan to combine the two chakra properties of thunder and water into the shadow body to form Lan Dun. In this case, before I complete the practice of blood stain elimination, I can temporarily gain a power second only to blood stain elimination, which will be of great help to my strength improvement. Kakashi's explanation cannot be said to be the same as Hatake Akira's inner thoughts, it can only be said that they are exactly the same. Just do it. Hatake Akira clenched his fists, the main body uses sword skills, and the shadow clone uses Lan Dun. And after you complete the change of wind chakra properties, the shadow clone can also use ice escape and explosion escape. At this stage, he is almost invincible at the same level, okay. The more Akira Hatake thought about it, the more excited he became, and he excitedly pulled Kakashi to try out his new idea. The stronger Kakashi is, the higher Hatake Akira's income will be, and of course his sense of accomplishment will also increase. Isn't it just to wait for this moment to cultivate something? P.S. Thunder plus wind equals explosive escape, thunder plus water equals Lan escape, wind plus water equals ice escape. As long as you have these three changes in chakra properties and fuse them, you can give birth to these three kinds of limited blood successors. Escape Technique. Chapter 54, Leaving the Village. The art of multiple shadow clones. If you don't consider other things, then this ninjutsu is definitely one of the top ninjutsu in the ninja world. The main reason is that the ability of multiple shadow clones to assist training is too strong. As long as the sequelae of using multiple shadow clones to assist training can be solved, the ninja's training speed will be accelerated to a very exaggerated level. With Akira Hatake, Kakashi can use the multiple shadow clone technique without any scruples to fully realize his thoughts. At the beginning, Kakashi's progress was not very fast, and even Akira Hatake, who was assisting at the side, could not keep up. As a result, Kakashi's body suffered some backlash when the shadow clone dissipated. But slowly, Kakashi used his superb talent, combined with a large number of shadow clones to conduct trial and error and sum up experience. Lan Dun already had a practical prototype. It's just that no matter how fast Kakashi's progress is, it's impossible for the shadow clone to completely complete the Lan Dun fusion in one night. This is still a waste of time, and rushing to get angry will not have any effect. Brother, thank you for your hard work. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window into the room where the two were practicing. Kakashi stopped what he was doing with some hesitation. Akira Hatake, who was sitting cross-legged next to him, suddenly raised his head, quickly reached out and wiped the corners of his mouth, and his eyes, which were somewhat distracted, regained focus. Ah! I will give you another life energy right now. Hatake Akira, who had just been taking a nap, answered the question incorrectly, which made Kakashi standing beside him laugh so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Brother, practice is over. Oh, then I'll sleep a little longer. Hatake Ming replied vaguely, then lowered his head and fell asleep. Hatake Akira's three skills cannot affect himself, and he loses life energy over and over again, relying on the passive replenishment of his three skills over and over again, which consumes a lot of Hatake Akira's energy. Kakashi didn't speak, and looked at Akira Hatake, who was lying on the floor and fell asleep instantly, with a somewhat distressed look on his face. Turning around silently, Kakashi returned to his bedroom and came out carrying a thin blanket on the bed. Kakashi covered Akira Hatake with a thin blanket, moving very gently, for fear of waking up Akira Hatake again. Glancing at Akira Hatake, who had drool at the corner of his mouth and was sleeping in a deep sleep, Kakashi clenched his fists, turned around and left here again. Carefully walking to the backyard of Hotaki's house, Kakashi began to prepare all the items needed for the mission. Bring the ninja sword given by Sakumo Hotaki. Kunao, shuriken, detonating talisman, soldier food pill, bring 2 base numbers. 1 base number is for my own use, and the rest is naturally prepared for Hotaki Akira. I also brought 2 sealing scrolls, which contained daily necessities and some medicines for treating emergency internal and external injuries. After doing all this, Kakashi was ready to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, he turned back again. After tiptoeing through the ninja tool rack, Kakashi found a damaged and somewhat disfigured ninja tool bag from the corner. Picking up the ninja tool bag, Kakashi pulled out a little book, the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowing from his eyes. This is the one Hotaki Akira gave him more than a year ago. However, the little book that should have been treasured now had a crack in the middle. The fracture was smooth and neat, and it looked like it was caused by cutting with a sharp blade. Carefully raising his hand to flick away the unnecessary dust on the villain's book, Kakashi put it into the brand new ninja bag on his waist. Brother, I didn't protect the gift you gave me last time, but there will definitely be no accidents this time. Kakashi's face suddenly turned cold. No matter who it is, I will not allow them to hurt anyone. Everything about you. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Konoha time, at the gate of Konoha. The 8th class led by Namikaze Minato completed the assembly of all members. Hey, Minato Jonin, are you going on a mission? Yes, this is my certificate of leaving the village. Please sign it. At this period, the ones guarding the gate of Konoha were not Izuki Kamizuki and Koto Kotetsu, whom Akira Hotaki was familiar with, but 2 special jounin of Konoha whom he was not very familiar with. It's already signed. The special jounin guarding the gate handed the certificate of leaving the village to Minato Namikaze. Have a safe journey, Minato jounin. Thanks. Namikaze Minato smiled softly, waved behind him, and took the lead to step out of Konoha's gate. Yawn. Akira Hotaki, who was following Minato Namikaze, yawned and looked sluggish as if he hadn't woken up. This made Minato Namikaze look back at him. It's your first time to perform a mission outside the village. It's inevitable that you will be a little nervous. This kind of thing is inevitable. Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi and Metkai's cheeks again. Everyone didn't have a good rest last night. I don't want to. I will blame you, and I have also set aside enough rest time. But there is one thing I must explain to you. Although the B-level mission is just an escort mission, during the escort, there will often be confrontations between ninjas, which will lead to an increase in the mission level, and casualties are inevitable. So I hope you will put away your luck and be prepared to kill and be killed. The task is different from training. If you slack off even a little bit, you will lose your life. Got it? Minato Namikaze yelled, causing Akira Hotaki, who was still a little sleepy, to suddenly become alert. No. Akira Hotaki shouted and gave immediate feedback, and Kakashi and Metkai also responded at the same time. Then let's go. Namikaze Minato nodded, quite satisfied with the reaction of the 3 of them, and with a wave of his hand, he opened his posture and ran forward. Because of the confidentiality regulations, I can now tell you the contents of the mission in detail. On the way, Namikaze Minato began to recount the contents of the mission. This B-level mission requires us to reach the border between the country of fire and the country of grass and escort a team of intelligence ninjas from the country of grass. Although there are only 3 targets that need to be escorted, the grass ninja village will also send an accompanying ninja squadron of 15 people, which is why this mission is rated B. But one thing needs to be added. Because we are performing missions outside the land of fire, the probability of accidents will skyrocket. Therefore, no one is allowed to leave the team without my permission, let alone take action without permission. Kakashi. Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi who was running on his right. Minato-sensei, I'm here. You are the only Chunin in Team 8 and the only one with experience in carrying out missions outside the village. So for this mission, I ask you to be their captain. I understand, Minato-sensei. Well, protect Akira and Kai. Minato Namikaze ordered again, and then began to lay out the mission plan. My plan is this. After arriving in the country of grass and contacting the mission target, I will explore the path in front, and the 15 ninjas accompanying them will be arranged on the flanks. As for Ming, we need to be at the back of the team with Kakashi to ensure that we will not be attacked by sneak attacks and to prevent possible pursuers behind us. Kai, you are to protect the 3 escort targets personally. You must not pay attention to any disturbance in the front, flanks, or rear without my order. Your mission is only to protect the 3 targets. Do you understand everything? After talking about the plan, Namikaze Minato asked loudly. I understand. X3. Start at full speed and try to reach the first scheduled location before sunset. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze suddenly accelerated his pace, and Akira Hitaki and 3 others followed him with serious faces. The road ahead is always unknown, but you have to try it. The difference is that some people are not prepared and are badly injured by thorns, while some people have thought of everything in advance and have a complete plan. Akira Hitaki is the latter. Not only is he ready, but he also seems impatient. After being dormant for so long and supporting for so long, it was finally Hitaki Akira's turn to improve his strength. Even if you are an assistant, you should get C when you should be C. Chapter 55 The Mystery Behind the Mission. When performing a mission, a ninja can go 3 days without eating, drinking, or sleeping. However, Namikaze Minato took very good care of Akira Hitaki and Metkai who were going out on a mission for the first time, and set aside sufficient rest time. Before sunset, Class 8 arrived at the first repair location arranged by Namikaze Minato in advance. Stop! Namikaze Minato raised his right arm and took the lead to stop his progress. We have reached the scheduled rest point. Hurry up, eat, drink and rest, but be careful not to light a fire and don't leave my sight. The resting point chosen by Namikaze Minato was deep in the mountains and old forests. Although it was inaccessible, the more remote the place, the more favored it was by ninjas. Because whether they are ambushing or rushing, they are very secretive, which is of great help in completing the scheduled tasks. It is not allowed to make a fire for cooking. This is the first rule of ninjas when performing tasks, otherwise Kakashi would not carry 2 seal scrolls. But Metkai was miserable. With his family background and the meager salary he earned from doing genin tasks, it was only enough for the father and son to feed themselves and buy some simple training props and ninja tools. Metkai couldn't afford sealing scrolls or anything like that. So after Namikaze Minato gave the order to eat and rest, Metkai could only sit under a big tree and silently eat some rice balls he carried. Metkai, who doesn't have a sealing scroll, can bring so many things. Give. Hitaki Akira said softly and stuffed half a kilogram of beef jerky into Metkai's hand. Thank you. Metkai fell into his old habit again, and the tear ducts in the corners of his eyes seemed to have no switches. We are friends and teammates. Although we are not brothers, we are still good. Hitaki Akira's eyes were clear and his words were impeccable. Although Hitaki Akira has some small thoughts, it cannot be said that Hitaki Akira is utilitarian. He admires Metkai very much and is naturally willing to make friends with him, and the things Hitaki Akira did in the past were not excessive. Although small favors are not very noticeable at the time, the favor formed after a small number becomes a large number will require the life of the person who owes the favor to repay it when necessary in the future. But even so, Hitaki Akira also had reservations. After all, it is not uncommon for a fight between love and hatred to arise. Metkai may not be this kind of person, but Akira Hitaki's wisdom on how to behave in the world passed down from his ancestors in his previous life is still applicable to Metkai, a young master. Akira Hatake is trying his best to avoid this kind of situation where good intentions lead to bad things, and until now, Akira Hatake has been very good at controlling the situation and has not had any counter effects. Namikaze Minato, who was on guard at the side, nodded when he saw this scene. He smiled softly and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already jumped to the branch of a big tree. Observe the surrounding situation seriously and carefully in order to respond to possible dangerous situations as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, Hatake, Akira and the other three were full. "Brother, let me do it." Although Kakashi called him brother, his actions didn't look like a younger brother at all. He pressed down Akira Hatake, who was about to stand up to take over for Minato Namikaze. Without waiting for Akira Hatake to nod in agreement, he used the teleportation technique and came to Minato Namikaze. "Minato-sensei, it's my turn." "Okay." Namikaze Minato nodded, "The next step is up to you." Namikaze Minato jumped down from the tree branch, walked to Hatake, Akira and Metkai and sat down. An inverted triangle shape was vaguely formed between the three of them. This is a formation that ninjas will only form when they are resting or protecting important people. It is easy to react quickly and coordinate with each other when encountering danger. Moreover, the space reserved between the three of them can also avoid being overwhelmed by a wide range of ninjutsu. In general, when a ninja goes out to perform a mission, there are details everywhere. If you make a mistake or omit it, it may bring disaster to yourself. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato included this item in his usual teachings, which made Class 8 like a precise gear, not only matching seamlessly, but also running very smoothly and tacitly. After eating and drinking without saying a word, Namikaze Minato made a gesture, and the three of them stayed in their positions, leaning or sitting with their eyes closed to rest, and fell asleep in a short time. Kakashi, who was standing on the branch of a tree, kept changing his position around him while concealing his aura, fulfilling his duty of guarding responsibly. Time moved forward quietly for a distance, and the crescent moon had reached the middle of the starry sky. "Kakashi, go down and rest." The first time Minato Namikaze opened his eyes, he went to take over Kakashi's position. During the change of guard, he didn't forget to pat Kakashi on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi, you did a very good job." "Thank you, Minato-sensei." Kakashi nodded, glanced at the sleeping Akira Hatake, then retracted his gaze and focused his attention on Namikaze Minato's face again. "Minato-sensei, will we encounter danger in the next mission?" "It's very likely." Namikaze Minato said with a serious expression, "When I first accepted the mission, I felt something was wrong. This mission in the Land of Grass seemed to be a cover-up." "I think so too." Kakashi nodded, "The 15-man ninja squadron, plus us led by you, let alone how important the intelligence is, such a huge team alone is eye-catching enough. Conducive to the transmission of information. You are very keen." Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi with admiration, "But this is a task assigned by the village. As ninjas, we can only execute it. Even if we know there is a problem, we can only make full preparations and do our best. Do your best to complete the mission." "I understand the truth." Kakashi's voice was a little low, "But Minato-sensei, can I ask if this mission was assigned by the Hokage, or someone specifically designated it?" "Kakashi, you." Namikaze Minato was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he told the truth truthfully, "Since you are the executor of the task, you naturally have the right to know. This mission was indeed not assigned by Hokage-sama, but a task list submitted by Danzo-sama. The list clearly designated our 8th squad to carry out this mission." "Then I understand, Minato-sensei." Kakashi nodded, then jumped down from the branch with great skill, formed a formation with Akira Hatake and Metkai, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Although Kakashi questioned the true purpose of this mission, he trusted Namikaze Minato, and naturally he would not worry about accidents while resting. "Minato Namikaze, who took Kakashi's place. Glanced deeply at the two brothers, Akira Hatake and Kakashi, with a wry smile on his lips, and shook his head helplessly. After going through twists and turns from a commoner to his current position, how could Minato Namikaze know nothing, but why he knows everything but can't do anything is even more painful. Shimura Danzo has already begun. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has an old problem that has only surfaced in recent years. Being indecisive in everything, weighing the pros and cons of doing things and striving to be balanced. Although there is nothing wrong with it at first glance, if things go on like this, it will lead to an increase in internal conflicts in Konoha and constant internal conflicts. Because Danzo Shimura is a complete tyrant. Huero is the greatest indulgence for him. Chapter 56, Use Equipment to Assist. Although Akira Hatake has the advantage of foresight and has more than 20 years of life experience than his peers, he is not sensitive enough to the ninja mission in the world of Naruto. To put it bluntly, Hatake Akira has never killed anyone in his 2 lives, let alone performed a ninja mission. He doesn't know many of the techniques very well. But even if Hatake Akira couldn't figure it out for a moment, Kakashi, who had already noticed the abnormality, would not hide it from him. In the early morning of the next day, Class 8 continued on their way after completing their corrections. They were in a very energetic state and were considered to be at their personal peak. "Brother, I have something to tell you." Kakashi, who was hanging at the back of the team, followed Akira Hatake and walked side by side with him, with a rare seriousness and coldness on his face. This was an attitude that Kakashi had never shown when talking to Akira Hatake before. "What's wrong?" Hatake Akira suddenly thought, Kakashi's attitude was too abnormal. "This mission is most likely man-made," Kakashi said concisely. "A 15-person ninja squadron, 3 intelligence personnel who need to be protected, plus the 4 of our 8th squad, this team is responsible for delivering intelligence. Don't you think the goal is too big?" Indeed. Akira Hatake's mind has always been very active, especially in the world of Naruto. Akira Hatake has raised his desire for survival and vigilance to the highest level. If you are not careful, you will die. It will happen to anyone. Transmitting information needs to be done secretly. There are only 2 possibilities for delivering information with such a big fanfare. Akira Hatake figured out the key. One is that we become a bait, attracting firepower for the real intelligence personnel. The second is that someone they want to use the name of the mission to ambush us. My brother's guess is not different from what I think, but I prefer the second one. Kakashi glanced at Akira Hatake with some worry, and then focused his attention on Namikaze Minato, who was leading the way. Someone wants to take action against Namikaze Minato-sensei. Kakashi made his own judgment. Although with Minato-sensei's strength, there is no possibility of mission failure when encountering most ninjas, but there are 3 more of us. Drag the oil bottle. Kakashi still had something to say, but why couldn't Akira Hatake hear the subtext? If the situation is true as the 2 brothers judged, then Minato Namikaze's situation is almost exactly the same as that of Hatake Sakumo in the original work. To complete the mission, give up on your disciples. To give up on the mission is to ruin your own bright future. And with Namikaze Minato's character, he would most likely choose the latter. However, Hatake Akira didn't pay much attention to this, but smiled indifferently. He was very confident in his preparations, and the person behind the arrangement of this farce was too underestimated. "Kakashi, believe in Minato-sensei, and please believe in my ability." Akira Hatake encouraged Kakashi. "Think about your current strength, think about Minato-sensei's strength, and with me assisting you, let alone a squadron of ninjas, even if a brigade of ninjas comes, we are not afraid at all." "I'm not afraid of these." Kakashi looked deeply at Hatake Akira, with these indescribable intersections in his eyes. "I'm worried about you, brother. In a battle between ninjas, the first priority is to clear out the medical, sensory, and auxiliary ninjas in each other's teams. Once we are surrounded, you will definitely be their first target." But Kakashi paused, and then his voice was gentle and steady. Before I die, my brother will be fine. Please give us something to look forward to. Hatake Akira was moved in his heart, but he was merciless. Where did the previous arrogance go? Also, don't underestimate me, I also have a trump card, okay? Even so, if there is any force majeure danger during the mission, my brother must escape. Hatake Akira interrupted Kakashi with a smile. This is impossible. I will never give my back to the enemy. This is no different from committing suicide, and I should have the consciousness not lacking at all. Now that he has come to the world of Naruto, Akira Hatake has adjusted his attitude in the past 7 years, and his hard work for more than a year has somewhat made up for the sequelae of his previous laziness. Even though he is not as good as Kakashi, but with the help of Akira Shien's hero template, taken together, Hatake Akira is still the best among his peers. Kakashi, concentrate on your journey. The timing of Namikaze Minato's reminder was just right, which was in line with his gentle and thoughtful character. Although the tone was harsh, it still warmed the hearts of Hatake Akira and Kakashi when it reached their ears. The everlasting sister Minato Namikaze is still as reassuring as ever, and his personality charm is the undisputed #1 among ninjas of the same period. At the speed of a ninja, without any accidents, it would only take about 2 days to set off from Konoha village to the grass country on the border. However, in order to meet the next challenge, Namikaze Minato made a very detailed plan before going on the mission and set up several places for Team 8 to rest so they did not arrive at the country of grass until the evening of the 3rd day. Within the territory, in the grass ninja village, Namikaze Minato has completed the task handover with the grass ninja of the 1st squadron. Then let's set off. Go early and come back early. Okay. One of the 3 protected Kusanagi nodded in agreement. Next, I'll bother you Minato Namikaze, we will obey all your arrangements. In that case, let me tell you about the escort plan I made before. The rest of Namikaze Minato's retelling was exactly the same as the content of the plan he had told Hatake Akira and others before, and after finishing it, none of the Kusanagi ninja raised any objections. Hatake Akira, who was standing on one side and silently observing, lowered his head slightly, hiding the greed and desire in his eyes. The 15 grass ninjas who serve as flank protectors for the 3 intelligence officers are all at Chunin level, and one has even reached the level of Special Jounin. The strength of the 3 intelligence officers was a bit weak, 2 of them were genin, and the leading intelligence ninja was a Chunin. But even so, Hatake Akira very much hopes that all the 15 grass ninja Chunin will rebel. In this case, Hatake Akira's gold coins will be at most 1,410 and at least 750. This shortened the distance between him and purchasing the scheduled equipment. As he thought about it, Hatake Akira became a little excited. He simply couldn't refuse the temptation brought by the improvement in strength. Whether you are the initiator or not, I hope you can arrange more back UPS, otherwise these few people alone won't be enough for me. Secretly expecting in his heart, after seeing Namikaze Minato's forward gesture, Hatake Akira put away his thoughts and walked side by side with Kakashi, at the back of the team. The slightly bloated escort team marched for a while. When the stars in the sky began to work, the surroundings of the team's route were a bit eerily quiet. Akira Hatake, who was performing this kind of mission for the first time, could already feel the storm coming, and Minato Namikaze, who was leading the mission, was even more keen than Akira Hatake. Namikaze Minato raised his right arm and made a gesture that only Class 8 could understand. Within a moment, Akira Hatake and Kakashi, who were at the end of the team, accelerated a distance and approached Namikaze Minato at the front. Listen, there is a high probability that there will be an ambush ahead. I will separate 7 people from the Kusanagi escort team to be responsible for breaking up with me, while you will take my place and continue the escort mission. We got it, Minato-sensei. In fact, Hatake Akira was a little worried that this was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but when Namikaze Minato handed Hatake Akira a Flying Thunder God Kunao, Hatake Akira understood everything instantly. Riding the tiger away from the mountain is indeed a very practical tactic, but for Namikaze Minato, it is just a worry of using the Flying Thunder God technique a few more times. However, Hatake Akira didn't want to give up the opportunity to get assists. After thinking about it, he still reluctantly bought the cheapest equipment from the equipment mall, the Alchemy Talisman. As long as the buff effect exerted by Hatake Akira is there when Namikaze Minato kills the enemy, then Hatake Akira can get an assist. And in addition to the actual skill assistance, the equipment sold in the equipment mall is also included, which gives Hatake Akira a lot more room for operation. Teacher, this is a small prop that can restore chakra, which will be useful for your next battle. Hatake Akira handed a light blue pendant to Namikaze Minato, and the latter did not refuse. He took it and put it around his neck. Be careful. The look of surprise on Namikaze Minato's face flashed away, and he felt some subtle changes taking place within his body. But now they were on a mission. Namikaze Minato didn't ask or say much. Instead, after giving instructions to Hatake Akira and Kakashi, he led the 7 grass ninjas and suddenly accelerated forward. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 57 The Beautiful Sound of Jumping Money. Hatake Akira's feeling and Namikaze Minato's judgment were not wrong at all. There was indeed a group of ninjas ambushing in front of the planned route. The 7 grass ninjas led by Namikaze Minato rushed into the encirclement without hesitation, while the team led by Hatake Akira and Kakashi turned a corner and bypassed the center of the battle. However, when he was completely far away from the center of the battle, Hatake Akira looked back. He saw 3 of the 7 grass ninjas led by Namikaze Minato suddenly rebelled and stabbed their teammates in the back with kunao. Kakashi! Hatake Akira roared, and the latter suddenly reacted, unsheathed the ninja sword behind his back, and blocked the incoming kunao. Hatake Akira, who warned aloud, was not idle either. He instantly raised his hand and shot out a purple-red chakra chain, and at the same time waved a passive normal attack with one hand. Boom! The grass ninja who had just rushed forward flew backwards at the same speed as he had just sprinted. The clothes on his chest were all broken, and the blood spat out from his mouth was mixed with some pieces of internal organs. When Hatake Akira was only a genin, passive attack with various bonuses was equivalent to an offensive C-level ninjutsu. Now that Hatake Akira's strength has risen to the level of an elite Chunin, his passive attack with a single wave has already broken through the scope of C-level ninjutsu, and its power and destructive power has reached the threshold of B-level ninjutsu. The attack power of C-level ninjutsu, if the individual's physique is strong, may only cause serious injury or even coma if the person is hit hard, which is still far from immediate death. However, the power of B-level ninjutsu is not something that a squishy assassin like a ninja can withstand. In just one moment, the grass ninja traitor lurking in the team became the first life of Akira Hatake. Ding! Kill the grass ninja Chunin and get plus 94 gold coins. Then, a very beautiful sound of jumping money sounded in Hatake Akira's mind, which diluted the disgusting feeling he had just killed, and finally made his attention come out of the haze of killing. Looking at Kakashi, Hatake Akira used the teleportation technique to come to Metkai and whispered to him in a low voice. Kai, I'll leave the mission target to your protection. Kakashi and I will deal with the traitors in the team first. With that said, Hatake Akira handed the Flying Thunder God Kunao that Namikaze Minato gave him to Metkai. Okay, I'll wait for you at the predetermined location. Metkai reached out and took the Flying Thunder God Kunao without any intention of giving in to Mog. He understood the task he shouldered very well. By the way Kai, even if these 3 people are the targets of our mission, you have to cheer up. Akira Hatake also asked, after all, there are traitors in the escort team of the Kusanagi. Among these 3 people it is inevitable that similar situations will arise. I understand. Metkai nodded, and then led the 3 intelligence officers of Kusanagi to take a detour again. And during these short conversations, Hitaki Akira suddenly received a series of money-dumping reminders. Ding! Assist the attack to kill the Kunin Chunin, gold coins plus 47. Ding! Assist the attack to kill the Kunin Chunin, gold coins plus 47. Ding! 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 There were almost continuous sounds, and as many as 9 money-jumping prompts. Hitaki Akira instantly understood what was going on. It was Namikaze Minato who had just cut off his back, and he used his strength. Only Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God can kill Chunin like eating and drinking water, and destroy the Jounin team like chopping melons and vegetables. However, Kakashi was not without his merits. After Namikaze Minato donated gold coins, Kakashi had also seriously injured 3 grass ninja traders. Hitaki Akira didn't hesitate, turned around and rushed forward with a kunao. Puff puff. 3 sounds of metal penetrating into flesh were heard. Akira Hitaki used his superb kunao throwing technique to accurately hit the chests of 3 seriously injured Kusanagi traders. Although he was still a little uncomfortable, the 3 exciting sounds of jumping money still played a considerable soothing role, allowing Hitaki Akira to quickly adapt to the bloody scene created by himself. Brother, the traders in the team should be these 3, but... Kakashi hesitated a little, glancing at a grass ninja who was holding his abdomen and leaning against a big tree. He was seriously injured in the trader's sneak attack just now, can no longer keep up with us. Kakashi's subtext was easy to understand, but Akira Hitaki decided to treat the seriously injured ally. A purple-red chakra chain was tied around the seriously injured Kusanaga's waist, and a ball of chakra rich in life force was injected into his body. Kakashi, who was standing next to Akira Hitaki, helped Akira Hitaki with quick eyesight and quick hands, and then glanced coldly at the friendly Kusanagi who were no longer seriously injured. This, am I okay? The grass ninja didn't notice Kakashi's cold gaze, but jumped on the spot a few times, pulling the clothes on his abdomen with both hands, and checking over and over again the wounds that had been restored to the original state. Gather and hurry up. Kakashi said coldly, and then asked Hitaki Akira in a low voice, Brother, do you want me to carry you? No, it only takes a minute. Hitaki Akira shook his head, and then walked side by side with Kakashi, leading the remaining 5 grass ninjas in the team to pursue Metkai at full speed in the direction he left. At the same time, Namikaze Minato also completed clearing the first wave of ambush enemies. He looked at the Kusanagi allies who were only breathing, shook his head and sighed. Death by being stabbed in the back is definitely the most painful way for a ninja to die. This is healing medicine. Although it can't save your life, it will make your departure somewhat less painful. Namikaze Minato handed over a small bottle with utmost kindness, and then instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique. Following the perception of the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't breathe, and when he reappeared, he was already at Metkai's side. Kai! Where are Akira and Kakashi? When he saw that there were only 3 intelligence ninjas, Metkai and Kusanagi, in the team, Namikaze Minato's heart skipped a beat. Minato-sensei, there is a traitor among the remaining Kusanagi escort team. In order to eliminate these dangers and prepare for subsequent ambush, Akira and Kakashi stayed behind. Metkai looked determined, but his voice was trembling. I understand. Namikaze Minato turned and glanced behind him. Continue on your way. I believe Akira and Kakashi can handle it. This is not because Namikaze Minato is too arrogant, but because of the combined strength of the 2 brothers, Akira Hitaki and Kakashi. If they encounter an average cage-level powerhouse, they may be able to escape as long as they pay a certain price. Moreover, with Hitaki Akira's stable and thoughtful character, he would never do anything foolish and dangerous. After all, the mission target is not in danger. And Hitaki Akira and Kakashi will definitely not hesitate at all when retreating. Friendly troops are just friendly troops, far from reaching the level of ninjas from the same village. When it's time to sell, Akira Hatake will never be soft-hearted. However, Namikaze Minato did not expect that under the temptation of a large number of gold coins, Hatake Akira pulled Kakashi into another encirclement without hesitation. It has been 7 years since I adopted my brother, so today is the time for Hatake Akira to welcome the harvest. Chapter 58 Akira Hatake was targeted. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by the firelight that shot up into the sky, and a thick column of gunpowder smoke rose up, making the choking person unable to open his eyes. When Akira Hatake led Kakashi and the only 5 Kusanagi behind him into another encirclement, what greeted them was the detonating charm trap that had been arranged in advance. Ahem! As the smoke dissipated, a cough broke the brief silence after the explosion, and 2 small figures, back to back, emerged from it. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hatake Akira stopped coughing. "If you hadn't given me a hand just now, I might have ended up here." "I said, as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to my brother." "Ha ha ha, what a deep brotherhood." Before Hatake Akira could reply, a rough laughter suddenly sounded. In the surrounding bushes and deep in the forest, ninjas wearing grass ninja forehead protectors, standing or squatting on the trees, appeared one after another. At a glance, Hatake Akira roughly estimated the number of ninjas in the ambush circle. "Haha, you really think highly of us. The number of 30 people entering the ambush really makes me flattered." Hatake Akira smiled faintly, and his eyes turned into money. Although the ambush set by so many people seems very dangerous, the strength of these people is somewhat insufficient. The leading ninja was the one who had just teased the Hatake Akira brothers. His strength was comparable to that of a jonin, and he was at the bottom among the jonin. The strength of the remaining ninjas can be described as mixed, with the chunin and genin almost evenly divided. "Humph, there will be a bigger surprise waiting for you later." The leading ninja snorted and waved his hand, then whispered to the ninja beside him, "You can seriously injure them, but don't kill them. We need to use them to threaten Namikaze Minato. My subordinate understands." Naturally, Hatake Akira couldn't hear the conversation between the two, but looking at the slowly tightening encirclement, Hatake Akira knew that the time had come to test him. "Kakashi, are you afraid?" Akira Hatake asked softly. "Don't be afraid, it's them who should be afraid." Kakashi's eyes were cold, they were just small fish, not enough for him to kill. But in this case, Kakashi can no longer control the intensity of his attacks, and can hardly kill Hatake Akira in a team battle. Hatake Akira naturally understood this, and immediately told Kakashi, "Don't hold back, kill them directly." "Good." Puff puff puff. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, a series of white smoke came out. The smoke was like an attack signal. The surrounding ninjas ran a few steps quickly. With various ninja tools and various ninjutsu in their hands, they rushed towards the flag overwhelmingly. Muming and Kakashi. The purple chakra chain was tied around Kakashi's waist, which increased Kakashi's physical data considerably, raising Kakashi's Jounin strength to the elite Jounin level almost instantly. Not good. The face of the leading ninja who was watching the battle changed. He was about to join the team fight, but suddenly the hair on his body stood on end. He stopped his forward movement and then retreated at the fastest speed in his life. Whoosh! When the leading ninja retreated, a thin purple-blue line similar to a laser swept across the position where he had just been. A circle of thick trees around him had been cut off, and the cuts were smooth and neat, like a wooden mirror. "Well done, Kakashi!" Akira Hatake was as excited as a monkey after witnessing all this. He had just received a reminder that a lot of gold coins had been credited to his account. However, after this moment of excitement, Hatake Akira calmed down again. "Kakashi, those who were killed by Landun just now were some genin and a few less powerful chunin. According to the prompts of the gold coins entering the account, Hatake Akira can accurately distinguish how many ninjas Kakashi's Landun killed just now, and what the specific strength of the ninjas is. Then I'll do it, Brother. Kakashi's shadow clones have already dissipated after releasing Lan Dun. After all, the training of Kakashi's shadow clone to merge with Lan Dun has not been completely completed. Basically, the shadow clones have to dissipate after one use. The shadow clone Lan Dun at this stage is equivalent to a self-destruction style. It is more than enough to clear the field, but it is still a little short of time to put this move on the table. Kakashi's current amount of chakra does not allow him to squander it as much as Naruto. Therefore, what Kakashi trusts most now is the ninja sword in his hand. Akira Hatake, on the other hand, was very conscientious in tying Kakashi with a purple chakra chain, and would launch a passive attack on the surrounding enemies every 5 seconds. With the help of Akira Hatake, a ninja was killed by Kakashi. Ding! Assist the attack to kill the Chunin Chunin, gold coins plus 47. Immediately afterwards, a ninja was shot through the chest by Hatake Akira's passive attack, and there was another blood flower in the air. Ding! Assist the attack to kill the Chunin Chunin, gold coins plus 47. The teleportation technique evaded the attack of the three ninjas. Akira Hatake and Kakashi changed positions, and the purple-red chakra chain also passed through the waists of the three ninjas, causing damage to them. Their bodies temporarily became somewhat stiff. New Hatake knife technique sweep. The extremely simple sword move is paired with the extremely fast sword swing speed and the powerful changes in the properties of Thunder Chakra. A crescent-shaped sword carrying Thunder Sword energy with changes in the properties of Thunder Chakra can be seen with the naked eye. It spreads forward at an unprecedented speed. Thunder Attribute Chakra has the advantages of activating the body, paralyzing the body, thrusting with power, etc. When the arcing sword energy passed through the bodies of the three ninjas, the unabated aftermath also affected several ninjas behind them who had no time to react. The three ninjas who had just besieged Akira Hatake and Kakashi were obviously not going to survive, and the several ninjas behind them who had affected Chaihu opened their eyes tremblingly, watching a snow-white sword light getting more and more intense. Close. Move. Move. The body paralyzed by the Thunder Attribute Chakra remained motionless. And the last thought in his heart was recalled in the fallen head. But it's too late. Kakashi's sword is just like Hatake Sakumo's, fast, accurate, and cruel. However, when Kakashi was about to kill the next enemy, a wall of earth suddenly blocked the white sword light that Kakashi swung out, and the leader who was temporarily away from the battlefield took action. Earth Escape 2Lu Return. This is a sea-level ninjutsu. Although the level is not high, the defensive attribute is very strong. Although Thunder Escape restrains Earth Escape, for Kakashi, who only incorporates changes in the nature of Thunder Attribute Chakra into his sword skills at this stage, it is still a relatively difficult barrier to penetrate. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dirt fell down, and the two ninjas protected by the thick earth wall finally saved their lives from Kakashi's sword. But this is only temporary. But Kakashi didn't come back even if he missed a hit. The teleportation technique was activated instantly, and his body instantly retreated a long distance. But no matter how far the distance is, it still does not break through the 15-meter range of Hatake Akika's skill. The increase exerted by Hatake Akika's skill still exists. I restrained the boy wearing the mask, and you guys killed the other one as quickly as possible. The leading ninja quickly noticed Hatake Akira's supporting role and immediately made a decision that all ninjas would make. As long as there is a fight between ninjas, priority must be given to killing medical, sensory, and auxiliary ninjas. Don't even think about it. Kakashi clenched his silver teeth hidden under his mask, holding a long sword and facing the oncoming leader of the ninja. Don't worry about me. Hatake Akira reminded Kakashi loudly from behind. He didn't want Kakashi to be distracted when dealing with Jonin of the same level. Both of them are Jounin. Although Kakashi is stronger, the battle at the same level will never be as simple as Kakashi killing the Chunin just now. It is only after the two have passed 40 or 50 moves that they can separate. Win or lose. During these 40 or 50 moves, Hatake Akira would face the siege of more than 10 Chunin level combatants alone. I can handle it, don't forget I'm your brother. Hatake clearly knew Kakashi's character and how dedicated Kakashi was to protecting him now, so he gave him another instruction. Seeing that Kakashi was not impatient or eager to make progress, Hatake Akira finally felt relieved. After glancing at the crowd of ninjas gathered around him and then at his own gold coin balance, Hatake Akira immediately had something to worry about. Thanks to book friends Lao Muzhen Zi Zhou Furen, book friend Tired of Everything, and the 2 cuties for the 100 starting coins, thank you. Chapter 59, Swapping a Shotgun for a Cannon. This B-level mission outside the village has risen to the level of an A-level mission, and its intensity has even reached the threshold of an S-level mission. Although it was dangerous, Hatake Akira enjoyed it. 911. This is Hatake Akira's current gold coin balance, plus the bulk spell books he previously owned. If he wants to buy the intermediate equipment of the Book of Blood, there is only 29 gold coins left. In other words, Akira Hatake only needs to get an assist or kill a genin with his own hands, and he can achieve a small leap in strength in an instant. It was too late, but it was too soon. Akira Hatake made a move in an instant. A ninja who was injured under the influence of Kakashi's shadow clone Arashi was on Hatake Akira's hunting list. His body activated at high speed, and he raised his hand to fire out a passive attack. At the same time, Hatake Akira quickly formed seals with his hands. Thunder Escape Earth Walk. A power grid was in the shape of a spider web, spreading rapidly forward close to the ground. Although the spread distance is relatively short, the range is very large, and it also has considerable lethality and a very significant body paralysis effect. This caused the ninjas surrounding Hatake Akira to jump up and disperse, trying to avoid the attack range of Thunder Release and Earth Walk. Not surprisingly, they were more successful than before, but Akira Hatake's goal was also achieved. Behind the group of people surrounding Akira Hatake, there was no longer any obstacle between the injured ninja and Akira Hatake, and the passive attack he had unleashed in advance locked onto him like a poisonous snake and struck him fiercely. Attack him on the chest. SA. Akira Hatake has not learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu yet, but the prerequisite for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is the Ninjutsu Shutsu, and Hatake Akira's current attainments are quite high. Almost instantly, Hatake Akira appeared behind the injured ninja with a kunao in his hand, and the kunao in his hand stabbed hard towards the artery in his neck. Bang! As a result, Hatake stabbed the sky, and the ninja used the substitute technique to temporarily escape the disaster. But Akira Hatake was not surprised. This scene was also something he expected. Goodbye, never see you again. Hatake Akira murmured softly, the substitution technique can avoid his kunao attack, and when the time is right, it can also avoid Hatake Akira's passive attack. But the substitution technique cannot be used continuously in a short period of time, otherwise the substitution technique will become a bug instead of a last resort for many ninjas to save their lives. It didn't matter that Akira Hatake dodged the first attack. The power was equivalent to a passive attack of B-level ninjutsu, but it actually hit the injured ninja's chest. How can ninjutsu automatically detect enemies and turn corners? This was the last thought of the injured ninja. What greeted him next was darkness and coldness, and his consciousness was dragged into the abyss and completely silenced. Ding! Kill the grass ninja Chunin and get plus 94 gold coins. Done. The corners of Hatake Akira's mouth curled up, not caring at all about the various attacks that were coming from behind. As quickly as possible, Hatake Akira spent almost all the gold coins he had on him to buy the Book of Blood in the equipment mall and manifest it. SA. Hatake Akira used the teleportation technique to avoid the attack from behind, and when using the teleportation technique, all the ninjutsu talents provided by the Book of Blood increased, allowing him to use the teleportation technique more skillfully. It is no exaggeration to say that Akira Hatake, who has the hands of the vampires, has become one of the top few in the entire human ninja world just from the ninjutsu of instant body. When the teleportation technique is properly used, its effect in a small-scale battlefield is definitely 70% as powerful as the Flying Thunder God technique. The silky smooth teleportation technique makes Hatake Akira's figure look like a ghost. Often, a passing shadow can take away the life of a grass ninja. Moreover, the load that Hatake Akira puts on himself by continuously using the blink technique has also been reduced a lot. The number of times he can use the blink technique continuously has exceeded Hatake Akira's maximum number of 11 times, reaching 18 times. This also marks that the time before Hatake Akira successfully used the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique has been advanced some distance. Ding! Kill the grass ninja Chunin and get plus 94 gold coins. Ding! Kill the grass ninja Chunin and get plus 94 gold coins. Ding! 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 The series of prompts made Hatake Akira completely ignore that he was currently harvesting fresh human lives. It also made Hatake Akira, who was killing someone for the first time in his 2 lifetimes, not feel any resistance or discomfort at all. White-haired ghost, he is a white-haired ghost. Finally, as after images flickered again and again, accompanied by the Chunin who kept falling one after another, this powerless and shocking scene deeply hurt the remaining Chunin ninjas. Run! This was the answer given to them by their fear and sense of crisis. The remaining ninjas immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. They each threw a shuriken at random and fled in all directions. The idea of using a wide range of shuriken attacks to block Hatake Akira's attack was a good idea, but in Hatake Akira's opinion, these tricks were really signs of insanity in times of crisis. With Akira Hatake's current proficiency in the teleportation technique, how could a mere shuriken stop him? Exposing one's backside to the enemy is really no different from committing suicide. It is better to risk one's life and fight. Calling the names, Akira Hatake called the names one by one, showing no mercy with the kunao in his hand. The 4 or 5 ninjas who dispersed as birds and beasts all became the dead souls of Hatake Akira in less than 2 seconds. Ding! Kill the undercover Chunin at the root of Konoha, get plus 94 gold coins. When Akira Hatake killed the last ninja, he was stunned by the money prompt. This mission really has the shadow of Shimura Danzo. Glancing at Kakashi, who had already gained the upper hand and could take down the grass ninja leader in less than a dozen moves, Hatake Akira felt relieved, and then squatted down to check the root of the undercover ninja who died in his hands. Vomit. Warm, viscous, and fishy blood touched Hatake Akira's hand, and the excitement of jumping money covered up the discomfort that had hit Hatake Akira's forehead. Killing people is really not something you can adapt to right away. Covering his mouth and nose with one hand, Hatake Akira endured the turbulence in his stomach and continued his great work of touching corpses even though he felt uncomfortable. What if this undercover ninja has some important information or clues? However, after groping for a while, Hatake Akira stood up in disappointment. Apart from being sure that this ninja was an undercover agent lurking in the grass ninja village, he did not get any other useful information. The teleportation technique was activated instantly. Hatake Akira came behind the leading Kusanagi ninja, and the purple-red chakra chain was instantly tied to it. Before the latter could react, Hatake Akira instantly activated his third skill, Taigwa, Chongsheng, and a ball of chakra light followed the chakra chain and hit his back. Puff! The grass ninja Jonin took a bite of Hatake Akira's third skill, and 1/3 of the vitality in his body was directly lost, and it completely disappeared. This was going to be fatal. After losing his vitality, the Kusanagi Jounin immediately fell into a weak state. Kakashi, who was attacking him from the front, took the opportunity and stabbed him directly with his ninja sword. And Akira Hatake is not idle either. If he doesn't grab heads at this time, how long will he wait? 300 gold coins is really greedy. As Hatake Akira made the final blow, the Jounin of Kusanagi village stopped struggling, and the body temperature gradually disappeared from the body that lay limply on the ground. Ding! Kill the grass ninja Murjo nin Kamijo Koaki and get plus 300 gold coins. As the sound of jumping money sounded again, Hatake Akira looked at the balance of gold coins on his body and immediately became happy again. After purchasing the Book of Blood, Hatake Akira's gold coin balance was basically at the bottom. However, after spending all his money, he had just killed 1 jounin, 12 chuyunin, and 4 genin. The current gold coin balance has reached 4 digits. 1,680. These gold coins are enough for Hatake Ming to synthesize a large piece of equipment, and there is even some left over to buy some intermediate equipment. However, after thinking about it, Hatake Akira gave up spending 850 gold coins to synthesize the God-Eating Book, because the attributes of the God-Eating Book were not applicable to Hatake Akira at this stage. Book of God-Eating Gods, due to the influence of Naruto World, the attributes of this equipment have changed. When embodied and carried on the body, the user's all ninjutsu talents will be increased by 18%, the skill cooldown will be reduced by 10%, and the maximum life energy will be increased by 10%. Passive, bloodthirsty, when the user releases ninjutsu or skills, as long as it causes damage to the enemy, 25% of the damage caused will be converted into the same amount of life energy and injected into the user himself. From the perspective of attributes, the God-Eating Book is more focused on battery life and self-development, and its improvement in strength is relatively smooth and stable, making it the icing on the cake. But what Hatake Akira urgently needs now is an explosive improvement in strength. So the God-Eating Book is definitely not his best choice at the moment. As for the big stick worth 820 gold coins, in addition to its relatively single attributes, the improvement for the current Hatake Akira is simply ridiculous. A 12% increase in all ninjutsu talents, as well as the ability to instantly cast various types of ninjutsu. These two buffs are a natural fit for the current Hatake Akira. Without any hesitation, Hatake Akira directly purchased 2 big sticks and materialized them, holding one on the left and one on the right. And the increase that Hatake Akira's equipment now has on him has reached a very exaggerated level. The improvement rate of all ninjutsu talents is 31.5%. However, the 2 big sticks that appeared put Hatake Akira in a difficult position. Although the description of the equipment in the city was called Big Stick, when it was realized, it turned into a one-handed cane that was completely purple and resembled a tin staff. With a purple cane in each hand, Akira Hatake's current appearance looks a bit weird, and in the face of the questioning look from Kakashi, Akira Hatake is also a little big-headed. How should we explain these two things in our hands? Chapter 60 Metkai's debut. The equipment in the equipment mall can be realized and used. This method really frees Hatake Akira from the constraints of the equipment column, giving him a broader space for development in the future. But one thing to say is that many of the equipment in the King of Glory equipment store are somewhat abstract in appearance and do not match the style of the Naruto world. Let's not talk about whether it's going to happen or not. Just looking at the 2 purple canes in his left and right hands made Hatake Akira a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Hatake Akira took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool bag and sealed the big stick in his left hand. When the seal was put into the scroll, Akira Hatake didn't feel that the blessing effect brought by the equipment was weakened. In other words, carrying it on the body, the prerequisite for triggering the equipment effect, is really just a literal meaning. If you think too much, you will easily lead yourself into a pit. Regardless of whether the embodied equipment is sealed in a scroll or stored in a different space, as long as the final condition is met to carry it on the body, the effect of the equipment will be triggered. In this way, Hatake Akira's worries instantly disappeared without a trace. He followed the same pattern again and sealed the purple cane in his right hand into the scroll. After doing all this, Hatake Akira put the seal scroll back into his ninja bag, and then turned his attention to Kakashi. Kakashi, let's hurry up and support the teacher and guy. Yes. Kakashi returned the sword to its sheath and responded, but still couldn't hold back his curiosity. Brother, those 2 purple canes just now. You said the cane, that's my trophy. Hitaki Akira randomly found an excuse to fool him, and although Kakashi didn't really believe it, he didn't ask any more questions. When Akira Hitaki and Kakashi destroyed the second wave of ambushed ninjas, Minato Namikaze, who escorted the mission target forward with Metkai, also encountered trouble. In front of the team led by Namikaze Minato, there lies a bottomless cliff, and the only way to pass the cliff is a rope bridge connecting both sides of the cliff. Although Namikaze Minato has another way to pass this cliff, carrying others through the Flying Thunder God Jutsu will intensify Namikaze Minato's chakra consumption. When a ninja performs a mission, he will definitely try his best to control the consumption of chakra, and the same is naturally true for Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato would not try to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape unless it was absolutely necessary. He needs to reserve enough chakra to deal with all possible accidents. Then the rope bridge in front of them became the only way for Namikaze Minato and others to pass. Stop! Namikaze Minato made gestures and shouted simultaneously. At the other end of the rope bridge connecting the cliff, a large group of ambushing ninjas showed their heads without concealment, with fearlessness written all over their faces. The reason why they are confident is because they think they have taken advantage of the right time, place, people. In terms of number of people, they were about 8 times the number of Namikaze Minato's 5. Taking advantage of the terrain, they occupied the suspension bridge on this cliff. Moreover, the ninja squadron ambushing behind them should have captured Akira Hitaki and Kakashi at this time. Although his personal strength is not as good as Namikaze Minato, as long as the personnel they arrange successfully capture Hitaki, Akira and Kakashi, they can force Namikaze Minato to submit. Namikaze Minato, I know you are very fast, so fast that you almost killed a squadron of my men in one encounter. On the other side of the cliff, a grass ninja spoke loudly, but it is a pity that your 2 disciples it has fallen into my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to them, then give up on this escort mission. Listening to the other parties shouting, Namikaze Minato's face became so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with tears. Although he didn't believe that Hitaki, Akira and Kakashi could be captured with their strength, but he would rather trust them than trust them, Namikaze Minato did not dare to act rashly. But even though Namikaze Minato would not choose to take action immediately, he would definitely do it if he found out what was going on the other side. Aren't you afraid that Feng Tai will show his tongue? Namikaze Minato said with a cold face, I know the strength of my 2 disciples myself. As for the ambush ninja you arranged, they are no match for them. Ha ha ha, what if the number of people is more than 10 times that of the 2 of them, and the leader is still a jounin? The leading ninja on the opposite side crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows at Minato Namikaze. In less than 5 minutes, your 2 disciples will be escorted here. By then. Before the Kusanagi jounin opposite had finished speaking, Namikaze Minato suddenly threw several Flying Thunder God Kunao, which flew over the cliff and landed at their feet. The next moment, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared, and there was a sudden commotion among the large group of ninjas on the other side of the cliff, with blood flowers splashing and blooming in the air. 5 minutes was enough for Namikaze Minato to kill them twice, and then turned back to rescue Hitaki, Akira and Kakashi. When it comes to the ability to cut grass and the speed of rushing to rescue, Namikaze Minato dares to claim second place, and absolutely no one dares to claim first place. After all, his younger sister Namikaze Minato has been on the road to rescue all his life, and his talent in this area is definitely the strongest in the ninja world. Now that we know that Hitaki, Akira and Kakashi have not fallen into the hands of this group of people yet, then don't blame Namikaze Minato for being ruthless. But just when Namikaze Minato suddenly struck and killed a large group of ninjas blocking the road on the opposite side, Metkai, who looked tense, suddenly realized something was wrong. With an extreme sideways dodge, a kunao sliced through the flesh of his neck, leaving a long, thin red mark on Metkai's neck. His heart beat rapidly twice, and a drop of cold sweat ran across Metkai's forehead. He was able to avoid it not only because of his own vigilance, but also because of Hitaki Akira's previous reminder. When the traitor saw that the attack was unsuccessful, he did not attack Metkai again. Instead, he turned the Kunao's direction and attacked the intelligence personnel on the other side of him. Boom! As the sound of corpses falling into the cliff sounded, the rebellious grass ninja intelligence officer had already taken out the scroll that his former teammate was protecting in his arms, and opened the intelligence scroll with a shake of one hand. As expected, the information you have here is also empty. So, since the information about him and me is false, then the real information is on you. Don't even think about it. Just when the rebel intelligence officer was about to attack another intelligence ninja, Metkai roared. His body started to move at high speed in an instant, and he kicked the rebel officer's head with a powerful and heavy whip leg. Bang! Bang bang bang! The rebel ninja is not weak, so he can naturally deal with Metkai, and when dealing with Metkai, he still has enough power to deal with the counterattack of the other surviving Kusanagi. One-on-one, he didn't lose at all. It could even be said that the two of them beat Metka. There was a painful groan, and the surviving intelligence ninja was injured, while the rebel ninja's eyes were shining, and the attack in his hand was a little faster. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The rebel ninja's plan was simple. They were to attack the injured intelligence ninja, kill him as quickly as possible, obtain the real information from him, and then escape. The already injured intelligence ninjas were retreating steadily under the rapid attacks of the rebel ninjas, which set off alarm bells in Metkai's heart. Open the door, open it! With a loud roar, Metkai no longer held back his hands and crossed his hands in front of his forehead. The chakra in his body suddenly increased by a level, and his body's agility, speed, and strength also increased explosively at the same time. Open the dormitory door! Open the dormitory door! Opening 3 gates in an instant, Metkai's strength soared. He was at the bottom of the 8th class, and his strength instantly jumped to the top Chunin level. If only physical skills were considered, Metkai could already be compared with him. A weaker Jonin. A breeze blew across his face, and the attack intelligence ninja and the rebel ninja frowned and stopped the attack in their hands. After opening the 3 gates, Metkai was too fast, and he kept circling around the rebel ninja, trying to interfere and confuse his opponent in this way, and at the same time find the best opportunity to take action. How is it possible? How could this kid suddenly burst out at such an outrageous speed? Damn it, it's so fast that I can't see his movements clearly. Chance. Just when the rebel ninja felt bad and was in a dilemma, Metkai quickly approached him at the right time. He raised his leg and kicked the tip of his chin, kicking the rebel ninja into the air. Konoha's rigid body technique, the lotus flower. The dance of youth belonging to Metkai blooms for the first time.